In 2026, while the world remained peaceful and prosperous, a sudden crisis erupted that defied all scientific explanation. Giant insects emerged from deep underground, carving out countless chasms that linked to other worlds. These abysses were filled with monsters, much like high-difficulty game dungeons. These abysses emitted unknown radiation, granting a select few immense power and the title of awakened, while those who failed to awaken struggled just to stay alive in the apocalypse. The unawakened were relegated to the filthiest and most grueling labor, and the scene opens with a man gasping for breath. Exhausted and struggling for every lungful of air, this young man is our protagonist, laboring to carry a massive slab of fresh monster meat. Under the scorching post-apocalyptic sun, a long line of workers toils behind him, all burdened by the heavy carcasses of a colossal beast. They follow the orders of a leader who barks out threats, warning them that if the work isn't finished by dusk, there will be no dinner. This aggressive leader violently kicks a man to the ground and shouts for him to get back up and keep moving if he isn't dead yet. Our protagonist can do nothing but endure and try to fulfill his duties, despite the overwhelming weight of the foul-smelling meat on his back. Joya winces in pain, gritting his teeth and letting out a low groan, but the leader notices his slow pace and screams in his face. "You useless trash, why are you hesitating? Move it!" The man yells, and despite his exhaustion, Joya forces a smile and replies, "Yes, Captain." The sorrow on his face reveals the torment he suffers. His name is Zhou Yi, an ordinary man who only wishes to survive these end times. He works with another man to heave a massive hunk of meat onto a truck, counting down, 1, 2, 3, lift. Utterly spent after the intense labor, Zhou Yi collapses to his knees and pants heavily, just as the shadow of the captain looms over him. He is immediately met with a stinging slap that nearly knocks him over, followed by the captain's wide-eyed, screaming insults. "What are you stalling for? Don't you dare play the victim with me," the man shouts, while Zhou Yi bows his head in humiliation and clutches his aching face. Suddenly, a monster lunges toward them, a giant insect with a circular maw full of sharp teeth and dripping with gore, sending Zhou Yi scrambling back in terror. Pale and drenched in a cold sweat, he stares at the massive shadow as the captain and the others stand frozen in shock, stammering that another one is still alive. The giant worm lets out a piercing, guttural screech before burrowing into the earth and charging at them with incredible speed. The crowd scatters in a panic, screaming for everyone to run, and Zhou Yi flees for his life as well. Noticing that Zhou Yi is pulling ahead of him, the captain panics, knowing that whoever is left behind will become monster bait and buy the others time. As Zhou Yi begins to outpace him, the captain's selfishness and malice take over, and he grits his teeth in a fit of rage. A sudden gunshot rings out in the chaos, striking Zhou Yi in the leg and causing him to look down in shock at the blood spraying from his limb. Overwhelmed by agony, Zhou Yi's expression darkens with pain and confusion as he trembles and turns to see who shot him. The wicked captain stands there boldly with a pistol in hand, smirking with a challenging and arrogant sneer after harming his own man. A moment later, Zhou Yi collapses face first onto the ground, his strength gone as he cries out about his wounded leg. The captain laughs triumphantly as he overtakes him, mockingly remarking that useless people like them exist specifically to be sacrificed at times like this. With blood pouring from his wound, Zhou Yi crawls desperately across the dirt, realizing with bitter clarity that the captain is using him as bait to escape. He reaches out a weak hand, his face a mask of total despair as he inwardly laments the cruelty of his fate. "Why, I only wanted to survive. Why must it be this difficult?" he wonders, closing his eyes as tears stream down his face. He mourns for himself, knowing that a powerless person like him is destined to be abandoned in this world where time seems to stand still. Zhou Yi opens his tear-filled eyes and looks down to see a tiny, cockroach-like creature poking its head out from his palm. He pulls the small insect closer to his face, thinking that perhaps only cockroaches can truly thrive in the apocalypse since they can eat anything. Unlike him, who struggles daily for food, these creatures possess a powerful vitality that even the abyss radiation cannot harm. Now facing the massive, tooth-filled maw of the approaching monster, Zhou Yi resigns himself to fate and whispers a prayer for his next life. "If only I could turn into a cockroach, that would be fine." All that remained were terrified screams and pitch-black darkness as Zhou Yi lost consciousness. Light gradually filled his subconscious as numerous system panels emerged, initiating body reconstruction. The supernatural evolution system has been activated. First reconstruction failed. Second reconstruction failed. Third reconstruction failed. Similar notifications continued to flash until the system reached the 159,999th reconstruction attempt. Suddenly, everything vanished, leaving only a large panel announcing success. The scene shifts to a trash-filled street corner at night under a bright moon. Numerous insects gathered here to scavenge for leftovers. Within Zhuya's subconscious, he perceived the darkness and streaks of light. He exclaimed, "Am I not dead?" His small eyes slowly opened to reveal a hand that was clearly not human. Zhuya wiggled his limb, filled with confusion. He clearly intended to lift his own hand, yet a non-human limb appeared before him instead. He then opened his eyes wide. Zhuya clearly saw two crooked legs and a pair of insect antennae. He stared ahead, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. Noticing a mirror nearby, he turned toward the glass only to see the reflection of a cockroach, leaving Zhuya utterly horrified and stunned. He froze at his new appearance. Now a cockroach, Zhuya trembled uncontrollably and opened his mouth to howl. This is how a cockroach appears to humans versus how it looks to its own kind. Returning to the story, Zhuya's eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out, "Is this really me?" Despite being only a few centimeters long, his roar echoed through the trash-filled alley. Good heavens, have I truly turned into a cockroach? Standing atop tied plastic bags, Zhuya stared at his new form and screamed repeatedly. Although he had gained 2 extra hands, they were truly repulsive. How could this happen? This is utterly absurd. To make matters worse, I'm just a juvenile cockroach. Zhuya's entire body now made him feel. Most uncomfortable of all was the muscle on his back. As he shifted slightly, his wings suddenly began to flutter, causing Zhuya to cry out in alarm, "Wait, wait." The wings lifted the young cockroach Zhuya into the air. Unaccustomed to his new form, he cried out in terror, "Ah, no, stop." With a thud, Zhuya slammed headfirst into the opposite wall. His wings stopped flapping, and he plummeted into the foul-smelling pile of garbage. Struggling to stand, Zhuya rubbed his head and thought miserably, "So the wings move instantly just by flexing my back muscles." He was immediately overcome with regret, kicking his legs in the air as he lamented. If he had known his dying wish would actually be granted, he would have asked to become something else entirely. Following those words, the system granting power to the young Zhuya couldn't help but shout, "Insatiable human! Are you mocking the feelings of the insect god?" A golden, glowing cockroach larva appeared before Zhuya. It was his personal system. Zhuya stared up blankly at the system, which looked like a small cockroach larva. It crossed its arms, sighed in annoyance, and barked at him. "In 5,000 years, you are the first human to seek power from the insect god. I intended to bestow the greatest strength upon you. Yet now you show regret." Faced with the majesty of the roach god system, the young Zhuya folded his 4 hands and thought, "Damn, this is unbelievable." He suddenly switched to a pleading attitude, kneeling with shimmering eyes. "Big brother system, no, foster father, I was wrong. I take back what I said." The system glared with its dark eyes, pondered for a moment, and then vanished, leaving only a tiny speck of light. A notification appeared. "System closed. You have been forsaken by the roach god." It was all due to Zhuya's insincerity. After reading the message, his heart sank and he sighed. The young cockroach Zhuya realized with heavy sorrow that he had likely offended his savior. For several days afterward, Zhuya remained on the trash pile, screaming incessantly like a mad cockroach. "System, summon system." His cries drew the attention of his fellow insects as his mood plummeted into an abyss of despair. Zhuya pouted as tears streamed down his face, lamenting internally that no matter what he tried, he could not summon the system. Near the wall, 2 small cockroaches were whispering to each other. "What is he doing?" "I have no idea." Hearing them, Zhuya turned to look. He had discovered that he could now understand the conversations of other cockroaches. On that first night, even though Zhuya had wished to become a cockroach, he still found his new form utterly repulsive now that it was a reality. Starving, he heard a munching sound and looked over at his kin. They were swarming over fresh droppings, enjoying a feast, which only made Zhuya feel more nauseated. Just then, a plump cockroach noticed Zhuya while chewing its food. Looking quite friendly, it grabbed a fresh, warm morsel and scurried over to him. "Brother, you have to eat this while it's hot. Come quickly, a fresh one was just dropped." Zhuya panicked and screamed with all his might, You stay away from me." Furthermore, it enthusiastically shoved a piece of dung right in front of Chuya's face, telling him not to be shy because it loved this dish and had saved a portion for him, causing Chuya to immediately hold his breath. He stammered, unable to endure it any longer, and threw a punch that sent the chubby, overeager cockroach flying into the distance while Chuya writhed and shrieked in disgust. I told you not to come near me? He yelled as a knockout blow from his four forelegs sent the cockroach, which was larger than Chu-Yi himself, crashing painfully to the ground. Having met its friendliness with a thunderous punch, the chubby cockroach lay there trembling in sorrow, lamenting that he had broken its heart. Maintaining a cold, defensive stance, Chu-Yi added that its mouth reeked of filth and suggested it should drop dead before they spoke again on the second night. Chu-Yi continued his hunger strike, lying motionless and doing nothing, yet his cockroach genes remained incredibly resilient as he began to salivate uncontrollably. He truly began to perceive a fragrant aroma as if he were being hypnotized, forcing himself to stand up and search for food lest he sleepwalk into a pile of waste in the middle of the night. Naturally, the sealed plastic packaging blocked a cockroach's senses, but it could not hinder Chu-Yi's human intelligence as he relied on his past experiences. Chu-Yi was certain this pile of trash contained something edible, so the young cockroach desperately tried to claw through the plastic garbage bag. The reward for Chu-Yi's efforts was a pack of cakes that had only been expired for 3 years, causing him to cry out in shock as if he had struck gold, claiming he had won the jackpot. He quickly tore the wrapper open to reveal a moldy sponge cake, and the system interface appeared, detecting an expired salted egg cake with approximately 385 calories that was deemed edible. At first, the cake emitted a pungent stench of spoiled flour, causing Chu-Yi to recoil with a human mindset and whimper about how disgusting it was to eat something 3 years past its prime. Following the old proverb that a full stomach is required for any endeavor, Chu-Yi the cockroach finally relented as his belly had been growling incessantly for 2 days, and within seconds, he was using all 4 forelegs to shovel food into his mouth. He chewed greedily with tears in his eyes, exclaiming how fragrant it was, noting that while humans couldn't eat it, it was truly delicious from a cockroach's perspective. This was the true essence of his desire to become a cockroach, yet by the 10th night, the insect god had not returned, leading Chu-Yi to believe things might change. He had once thought that life would be a bit easier after becoming a cockroach, but reality had delivered a harsh slap to his face. This was absolutely no way for a human to live, so Chu-Yi huddled fearfully in a corner, even contemplating ending it all to start over from the beginning. However, as a cockroach, jumping from heights or falling into water did nothing, and even drinking pesticide proved harmless, leaving him to stare in horror at his own hideous little legs. He reasoned that the only way out was to find a natural predator to eat him, but the mere thought of the agony he had endured in his previous life made him reconsider. Chu-Yi trembled at the thought of such unbearable pain and decided that living was better after all, as he glanced at the foolish, fat cockroach beside him and began to ponder. Fortunately, cockroaches were social insects that lived in colonies, and he realized that if he could dominate a community and become a roach king, his chances of survival would drastically increase. With this thought in mind, the young cockroach Chu-Yi narrowed his eyes and schemed, telling himself that he could still thrive despite losing his golden finger system. He believed that with the human intelligence from his past life, he could still live a comfortable existence, so he turned to the cockroach next to him to strike up a conversation. Chu-Yi patted the other cockroach's shoulder and remarked that its physical build seemed quite exceptional, asking if it wanted to follow his lead. The chubby cockroach, still half asleep, turned around with a brain full of nonsense and shrugged him off, mocking him for not even being able to finish warm feces before making such demands. After being told to get lost, Chu-Yi was left speechless, realizing that to rule the cockroach world, it didn't matter if he lived comfortably or not. What truly mattered was whether these insects recognized his superiority, so Chu-Yi narrowed his eyes and focused on his ambitions, determined to find an opportunity to prove himself. On the 20th day after his rebirth, an opportunity finally arrived when the adult cockroaches in charge of the area stood atop a large trash bag to give orders. They stood there aggressively with their hands on their hips, informing the weak young roaches that their squad was moving to a place with more food and that anyone who didn't follow would be left to die. Upon hearing this, the young cockroaches huddled together in fear and began to wail loudly about how there would be no more waste for them to eat. Chu-Yi was appalled by these youngsters and whispered that they were the most cowardly roaches he had ever seen, as they refused to scavenge and only wanted to wait for scraps. The fat cockroach he was close to had the foulest mind of them all, screaming even louder about its fear of going outside, until Chu-Yi pushed it away and told it to shut up. "You're getting on my nerves," Chu-Yi snapped before looking at the other cockroaches and wondering why they were all so terrified and why cockroaches loved staying home so much. Above them, a muscular cockroach stomped its leg to show its authority and shouted, asking if there were any volunteers to lead the way instead of just hanging their heads in silence. The young cockroaches remained in a deathly silence, each one huddled into a ball, while Chu-Yi, contrary to the majority, crossed his forearms in annoyance. Ignoring these vermin, I never relied on your garbage anyway. At that moment, the system interface manifested. It stated that if he accepted this quest, it abruptly paused, only for another notification to appear before Chu-Yi a few seconds later for his review. Recognizing the opportunity, Chu-Yi closed his eyes to deliberate for 3 seconds before suddenly thrusting his leg high into the air, drawing everyone's gaze. Brimming with zeal and confidence, Chu-Yi stood tall among the swarm and shouted that he would lead the charge, prompting the chubby cockroach beside him to clasp his hands in worship like he was a savior, exclaiming how brave and bold his leader was. Chu-Yi smirked triumphantly, thinking his cheat was finally returning, and an hour later they arrived at a dam constructed of neatly stacked stones. While Chu-Yi and his stout companion hid in the grass to observe, the young Chu-Yi whispered to himself, wondering if the task was merely to cross this dam since the eerie silence made it seem quite easy. Trembling as he hid, the chubby cockroach explained that whenever food supplies were exhausted, the elder roaches would dispatch the young ones to scout for a new territory. He continued to shiver, noting that because enemies lurked everywhere in this world, the survival rate for scouts was abysmally low. Losing his composure, the chubby roach cried out that they could be wiped out at any moment, causing Chu-Yi to realize with a start that this mission was essentially a suicide run. Questioning his very existence and his supposed savior, Chu-Yi's face darkened as he wondered if the roach god was deceiving him and planning to use his demise for some other purpose. To appease his own wrath, Chu-Yi irritably gestured with his limbs and asked if they should just retreat, pointing at himself as he spoke. He claimed to have a way to fill their bellies, but the chubby cockroach stared at him with tearful, glistening eyes as if something was terribly wrong. Unaware that a massive, pitch-black adult cockroach had loomed up behind him, Chu-Yi simply asked his friend what was the matter. The bald adult cockroach turned its head and asked in a deep voice where he thought he was going, causing Chu-Yi to nearly jump out of his skin. Attempting to manipulate Chu-Yi, the adult roach gestured toward the dam and declared that a grand feast of monsters awaited anyone who could cross it. He added that the first to arrive would be the first to eat, prompting Chu-Yi to quickly change his demeanor to one of cowardice while secretly pondering the situation. He wondered if cockroaches had truly evolved to prey on otherworldly monsters, then decided to play along submissively, claiming he was on a diet and that the others should eat without him. The adult cockroach's eyes narrowed like bullets, and without a word, it lunged forward in a blur of motion to seize Chu-Yi by the throat. As he struggled while being hoisted into the air, the large cockroach snarled that if they refused to scout, they would become the swarm's dinner instead. The chubby cockroach could only watch in silent panic as Chu-Yi trembled in pain, his throat constricted by the adult cockroach's powerful grip. Filled with resentment and helplessness, he lamented inwardly that even after turning into an insect, he still couldn't escape the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. At that moment, Chu-Yi recalled how he had been dominated in his past life, back when his team was too weak and lacked any support to protect themselves. They had been forced by the outpost manager to scavenge for food, and he remembered the burly captain standing on a high platform, shouting down at the crowd. The man had called them useless freeloaders, claiming that being sent out to find food was a reward and their only chance at survival. The situation was identical now, with the large, bald cockroach acting just as aggressively as that man, telling them they should be grateful for the chance to live before hurling Chu-Yi away. His face skidded across the ground from the forceful blow, but the adult cockroach wasn't finished. It spread its wings, flew down, and stomped hard on Chu-Yi's face, making him grimace in agony. It kept its heavy leg pressed firmly against Chu-Yi's head, and as he groaned and trembled beneath the sharp claw, his gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp. He swore to himself that he would reclaim his golden finger as frustration boiled over, his small eyes staring intensely into the void, while his heart screamed in defiance. Realizing that simply being an insect capable of eating anything wasn't enough to survive the apocalypse, he made a solemn vow to become powerful, and some time passed. Eventually, the young cockroaches were forced to scout ahead for the adults, with Chu-Yi leading the way, walking with a steady and determined stride. He signaled for the others to fan out and advance, instructing them to sound the alarm at any sign of movement, while the chubby roach fearfully clung to his side. Feeling hindered, Chuya brushed him off and turned to tell the chubby roach not to stay so close to him. However, the chubby roach stubbornly refused to let go, crying about how scared he was, leaving Chuya speechless as he resigned himself to the situation and looked toward the dam. Leading the swarm, Chuya suddenly came to a halt as the young roaches stared at the dam, which he found peculiar since they weren't even near a river. He wondered why there were wave breakers there, while behind them, the adult cockroaches hid in the grass, with the bald one peering out to observe. "Boss, we've climbed halfway and there's still no movement. Let's go," the lead cockroach said excitedly as he quickly scrambled onto the rock. He shouted to those behind, "All right, we can't let these pests get to the good stuff first." Then the leader took flight, followed by a swarm of mature cockroaches, his mouth wide with greed. "We'll fly straight across. Even if there are enemies, they'll attack the pests first. Ha ha ha," he laughed as the swarm of large cockroaches flew overhead. Chuya couldn't contain his anger, standing below with hands on his hips, muttering, "HMPH, they can fly so well, yet they made us scout the way. How infuriating." The young cockroach Chuya cursed those bastards under his breath, unaware of his surroundings. All around, the neatly arranged stones near the dam began to move. Hearing a strange noise, Chuya turned back and glared with a huff. Surprise. A bright red frog eye snapped open right in front of Chuya. He startled, turning fully to face it, now completely speechless. Chuya's tiny body turned pale before the creature 100 times his size. Tears welled up in extreme terror as he stared wide-eyed and stammered, "These stones." Now it was clear. The group of young cockroaches had fallen into a trap. Hundreds of fat frogs sat waiting for a tasty meal, their eyes fixed on the sky. Chuya cried out, "These stones are all frogs. They use camouflage to look like rocks and wait for prey." The young cockroaches turned pale with fear. The chubby little cockroach had tears streaming down his face. A large frog just opened its massive mouth, revealing a long, bright red tongue. The tip of its tongue split into 4 branches, lashing out to easily snatch prey. Our protagonist Chuya's subordinates were terrified, screaming for their lives. They all scrambled to escape in chaos. "Ah, run, scatter and fly." After those words, several of them took flight immediately. One was caught by the frog's long tongue, screaming piteously as it was pulled into a wide mouth full of sharp teeth. The small cockroach reached out in a futile plea for help from its comrades. Then, many more were tossed into the frog's maws in a brutal tragedy. Chuya's system displayed a series of notifications about encountering natural enemies and extracting biological data. Mutant frog, amphibian, highly developed leg muscles. Its jumping distance can reach 20 times its body length, and its tongue can strike at 4 meters per second, aiming directly at prey. The tip of the tongue has sharp spines and is covered in numbing mucus. Weakness: it cannot see prey clearly when they remain still. While the subordinates wept in despair, thinking, "Mommy, I'm going to die. What should I do?" Our cockroach Chuya received high-quality information from the system. He boldly shouted to the young cockroaches on the ground, "Don't move. They can't see things that are standing still. Stay exactly where you are and don't move." A moment later, moved by Chuya's righteous spirit, the cockroach god system appeared, still wearing the chick-patterned underwear. This time, the cockroach god spoke more kindly, offering him a choice. Chuya was surprised by this sudden intervention as the system got straight to the point. Pointing to the right, it presented 2 options. First, reveal a safe path to escape the danger. Second, it then pointed to the left and continued. Save 1 cockroach to receive the path to becoming the cockroach king, and he will become your first loyal henchman. He heard it all. Chuya initially chose silence, taking a few seconds to think. If he couldn't even save his own life, how could he become the cockroach king? Naturally. Suddenly, he heard a cockroach crying nearby. Startled, Chuya turned to see the chubby little cockroach huddled against a rock, sobbing while mutant frogs rampaged outside. Looking at Chuya, the little one trembled and whispered, "Big brother." How could he remain indifferent? He stared wide-eyed as a memory surfaced, a scene from his past life. Chuya himself had once begged for someone to save him right before being devoured. What he desired most, something he hadn't even dared to dream of, wasn't becoming a cockroach. "I truly hoped someone would turn back and pull me up just once, even in the apocalypse or a desperate situation." At that moment, the system pressured Chuya to decide quickly. The cockroach god stood with hands on hips, counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In that instant, Chuya whispered, "I still yearn for someone to save me." He gathered his strength and leaped, leaving a small cloud of dust. Our kind protagonist decided to stop thinking only of himself. He flew to save his chubby friend, pulling him along with all his might. "You damn fatty, you eat too much dung. You'd better lose weight for me later." Saved, the chubby cockroach was deeply moved, crying tears of joy and shouting, "Big brother, I love you." Chuya snapped back gruffly, "Shut up. Your breath is making it hard for me to focus." Just when they thought they were safe, the two small cockroaches felt a sudden sense of extreme danger while hovering in the air. The chubby cockroach's face darkened as he looked down. They were flying right into the wide-open mouth of a mutant frog, which roared as it sucked them both in. At this moment, Cockroach Chuya didn't know what to think. He knew that whether he moved forward or backward, death was certain, and his expression became incredibly tense. Glaring back as if he had a plan, Chuyi exerted his strength to dodge and shoved the chubby cockroach out of the frog's massive maw, ready to save the poor little creature. The chubby cockroach was flung far away, still dazed by what had happened, only to turn its head and see Chuya flying straight into the frog's throat. It panicked, tears streaming down as it shrieked, "Big brother, big brother." For the second time, Chuyi had fallen into a monster's gullet. He looked out and wept for his final moments as a cockroach, feeling that same agonizing sensation as the frog's throat constricted, leaving only pitch-black darkness. Within Chuya's consciousness, a series of system panels emerged. "Ding, you have successfully passed the trial of the cockroach god. Your brave spirit of sacrifice has moved the cockroach god." The giant mutated frog clamped its mouth shut on the cockroach Chuyi, its throat bulging as the system displayed a message. "The system will reopen for the host." The frog then took a deep breath, inflating its belly as the system announced, "Activating Devourer of all things." The frog's red eyes bulged as if it were straining, something growing rapidly inside its mouth, until it could no longer take it and erupted, spraying green slime everywhere. It vomited up everything it had eaten that day. The system continued its announcement, "Special reward," from within the pile of green sludge. A human leg slowly touched the ground. The system reported, "Human reconstruction." Chuya's body was being completely rebuilt. Furthermore, he now possessed a six-pack superior to his previous life. Covered in grime, Chuya slowly stood up in the fluid, reborn from the frog's mouth for a second time. Chuya's smile returned, this time in human form. Seeing himself whole and no longer a cockroach, he grinned from ear to ear. Overjoyed like a child, he stretched his arms and jumped up. "Haha, I'm back!" At this moment, two cockroach antennae still remained on his head. Simultaneously, the cockroach god system appeared beside him. Grateful for his kindness, it announced, "Chu Yi, even in despair, you maintained your humanity. You are worthy of being my successor." Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Yi looked up in shock and thought to himself, "Successor? Successor of the cockroach god?" He was still terrified by his form from minutes ago. Chu Yi pointed at his own face and asked indignantly, "Huh, you mean I have to turn back into a cockroach?" The cockroach god remained composed. It pointed to the sky and spoke with great pride. "Cockroaches are Xiao Qiang, and Xiao Qiang is immortal. Since you are immortal, why fuss over your physical form?" Thinking he had escaped the default cockroach mode, Chuya's jaw dropped as he muttered, "Yes, boss. Please speak more simply. I wasn't very good at literature." Truly unable to tolerate this man's audacity, the cockroach god scolded him. "It means that even in your human form, you will still possess that power of immortality, you idiot." Chuya paused and stroked his chin. "So that means..." Ignoring his nakedness, he began to skip around happily with his mouth wide open. "Yay, I don't have to be a cockroach anymore." The cockroach god was also quite satisfied. Standing nearby, it praised him in a gentle tone. "It is rare to see someone not abandon a comrade just because it is an insect. You are truly good." Just as it finished speaking, a long squelching sound suddenly echoed beneath Chuya's foot. His toes instinctively curled up. The system froze, staring intently at Chuya's foot. Chuya's face turned pale. He stammered with a forced laugh. "Haha, this feeling of stepping on something. Could it be?" He lifted his foot to reveal the chubby cockroach. It had been accidentally crushed by Chuyi, its body flattened into a mess of paste. Chuyi cried out in horror, "Little fatty." The cockroach god was beyond furious. It tensed up and roared, "You useless fool, you just stepped on the very comrade you just saved." The author truly knew how to toy with emotions. Chuya felt as though he were falling into an abyss of guilt, his body trembling. His hands didn't dare touch the crushed cockroach as his mind raced in panic. "Wait, I only became human because I saved little fatty. Now that I've killed him, the system won't turn me back into a cockroach, will it?" He felt the sharp, wrathful gaze of the cockroach god behind him. A chill ran down his spine as he broke into a heavy sweat. Chuya tried to compose himself internally. "Stay calm, stay calm. Success or failure in this life depends on acting." The cockroach god was fuming with rage as it lashed out. "You are a complete moron. How could I have been so blind to choose you as my successor? I want to. How could Chuya let this chance to be human slip away?" Holding the fat cockroach in his hands, he clutched his head and wailed mournfully, "Allah, little fatty." Behind him, the cockroach god crossed its arms. It curled its lip in blatant disdain. Not stopping there, Chuya continued his theatrical display of self-reproach. He pounded his chest repeatedly as tears streamed down like a waterfall, wailing, "Good heavens, how am I supposed to go on? I raised little fatty with my own hands. I fed him until he was so plump, and now I have to witness his end." Though to be fair, he only got that fat because he insisted on eating dung every single day. Chuya didn't stop there. He continued to sob and roll around on the ground in a fit of despair, crying out, "Fate, are you mocking me? Just take me with him. I can't live without my sworn brother." This dramatic display actually managed to move the cockroach god, who found Chuya's behavior bizarre yet deeply sentimental. Thinking he had misjudged the man, the cockroach god snapped his fingers to project a system interface and shouted, "Stop your wailing. Little fatty isn't dead yet." Startled, Chuya turned to look as the cockroach god clarified, "To be precise, he can never truly die." The system screen displayed little fatty's image and stats, identifying him as your Imperial Iron Guard. The cockroach god pointed at the mutant frogs and declared, "You are the king, and as long as you are immortal, he can be resurrected indefinitely. Just slay these mutant monsters to replenish his energy, and he will rise again." Hearing this, Chuya stood up amidst the swarm of frogs. They were no longer the obstacles they once were. From his current perspective, they were merely the size of his palm. Realizing the situation, a smug grin spread across Chuya's face. "It seems our paths were destined to cross. I can't let these frogs go now." Looking like a terrifying titan, Chuya reached for the green frogs, his breath huffing out like steam in anticipation. "Today, I will make these creatures remember the terror of being ruled by a human." However, one should never underestimate a frog's keen instincts. With a quick blink, the frog saw through Chuya's intentions and instantly leaped onto his massive arm. It lunged at his face before he could react, delivering a sharp slap that left a bright red mark on his cheek. The frog's eyes were filled with pure disdain. These mutant frogs were truly something else, leaving a bruise with just one strike. Infuriated, Chuya clenched his fists, determined to crush the creature. "Look at you, acting like your Captain Levi Ackerman trying to take down a titan." Suddenly, the cockroach god system issued a sharp warning. "Be careful, you cannot touch these mutant frogs directly. Their slime is highly corrosive." Chuya froze in shock. As he opened his hands, the green slime began eating through his skin like acid, causing his palms to blister and turn a raw, angry red. Trembling from the searing pain, Chuya shook his hands and flailed his body, screaming in agony. Nearby, a plump frog watched him, startled by the commotion. The frog stared intently at Chuya's little bird, which was dangling and swaying as he shook, mistaking it for a wriggling little worm. Driven by instinct, the frog opened its mouth wide and lashed out its long, red tongue like a whip to snatch its prey. With a wet thud, the tongue wrapped tightly around Chuya's elephant trunk, causing him to shriek in absolute horror as his limbs went limp. Only a fellow man could truly understand such excruciating pain. Chuya began jumping around frantically like a mosquito larva, accidentally flinging the frog into the air. After a desperate struggle, he finally pried the frog's tongue off his trunk. Shaking and gasping, he realized he was no match for these troublesome creatures. Chuya turned to the cockroach god and whimpered, "Boss, I can't win against these mutant frogs." Displeased by his pathetic performance, the cockroach god barked, "Nonsense! The frogs are using their innate traits to fight, while you're just flailing around blindly without using yours." Chuya's jaw dropped as he asked in confusion, "I have a trait." To answer him, the cockroach god grabbed a frog and explained irritably, "The trait I bestowed upon you is called Devourer of All Things. If you eat it, you can steal its abilities and gain its resistances. The more monsters you consume, the stronger you become. With Devourer of All Things, you will eventually become a god." However, as a human, Chuya was horrified by the idea of eating mutant frog sashimi. He waved his hands dismissively and asked, "That sounds cool, but can I at least grill it first?" Ignoring him, the cockroach god shoved the slimy frog straight into his mouth. Chuya craved power, but the moment his tongue touched the mutant frog, thousands of taste buds sent a frantic distress signal to his brain. The taste was indescribably foul. A second later, he began to retch, unable to stomach it. The cockroach god crossed his arms in sheer annoyance. He pointed at the swarm of frogs at Chuya's feet and warned, "If you can't do it, you'll be deleted because you're already surrounded." Only then did Chuya notice the frogs were already crawling up his legs, causing him to turn pale with fright as he screamed. They weren't just attacking from below, they had coordinated an assault from above as well. Having just reincarnated, he was still far too weak. He could do nothing but scream as the frogs swarmed over him, their slimy bodies covering everything until only his tear-filled, miserable eyes remained visible. He changed his mind. Actually, he shouldn't be so picky since he used to work himself to death without even having a meal. Thinking this, Chuya summoned his courage and opened his mouth wide to bite one, shouting that he shouldn't complain when meat was served right to him. With a crunch, he finally bit into a whole mutated frog, its bones snapping as Chuya's mukbang session officially began. System notifications immediately appeared. Devour all things activated, creature traits detected, corrosive mucus trait obtained, trait obtained. A frog jump, as well as the elastic muscles trait. Chuya immediately used them to leap into the air, disregarding his nakedness. He relished his new skills as excitement surged within him. Turning his handsome face toward the mutated frogs, he gently remarked that their traits were now useless to him, and it was his turn. Having just acquired these skills, Chuya immediately tested them on the creatures that provided them, sending the frogs flying in all directions with effortless strikes and kicks. He moved with such mastery that he remained decent, and moments later, frogs rained down around him as he turned his back to the scene. After defeating only a few frogs, he arrogantly remarked that the invincible are truly lonely, but his joy was short-lived. A bright pair of headlights suddenly blinded him from the front, exposing everything Chuya had to show. Squinting through the blinding glare with his hand over his face, he saw a fleet of armored trucks stop before him as a voice announced over a loudspeaker to the captain. They reported a naked pervert committing depraved acts with frogs and asked for orders. Hearing human voices, an emotional Chuya reached out toward them. He asked if his fellow humans had come to rescue him, but the commander responded to his hope by coldly ordering his men to shoot him dead. Those words pierced Chuya's heart, and in an instant, numerous darts were fired directly into his well-built body. Chuya stared in shock at his attacked body. Moments earlier, as the armored convoy blinded him with their lights, he had struggled to see the large symbols on the front of the lead vehicle. Chuya recognized them and wondered if it was the Slayer squad, slowly lowering his hand to get a better look while whispering to himself. He recalled hearing in his past life that the Slayer squad was humanity's strongest resistance force during the apocalypse, comprised of Tier 1 awakened elites who hunted monsters on the surface and in the abyss. They monitored new abysses and maintained order around the cities, where it was said that the residents, protected by the Slayer squad, could live in peace, just as they had before the cataclysm, and he remained lost in these memories for a long while. Chuya's eyes widened as if he had found a new path, realizing that encountering a Slayer squad patrol here could only mean one thing. Thinking they would be willing to help him, he looked up with innocent hope and shouted joyfully, asking if his fellow countrymen had come to his rescue. Instead of a rescue, Chuya was met with the sound of tranquilizer guns, and his body was suddenly peppered with needles meant for animals. Stunned and unable to believe his eyes, Chuya looked down at his muscular chest before his naked body collapsed in front of the bright headlights. Soldiers armed with rifles stepped down from the vehicle, led by an officer and two subordinates who were all heavily geared and cautious. The officer touched his earpiece and ordered his team to lock onto the target and prepare for capture, intending to take Chuya in without any trouble. To their surprise, the tranquilizers hadn't taken effect yet as Chuya reached out, prompting the startled leader to immediately order his men to stop. Though he had just collapsed, Chuya forced himself back up a second later, reaching out with trembling hands despite his strained appearance. The soldiers froze as a system panel appeared, describing his elastic muscles trait, which allowed him to control every fiber of his body and dodge attacks. Chuya's body had become like thick, regenerative rubber, and the needles embedded in his flesh were instantly forced out, falling to the ground. As the puncture wounds healed instantly, the three soldiers realized Chuya was no ordinary human and immediately took aim, with their leader shouting loudly. "Dangerous target, everyone to combat positions." The situation was tense, prompting a confused Chuya to raise his hands and plead for a moment to explain. He begged them to wait and listen to his explanation, insisting he wasn't a villain, but the commander completely ignored his pleas. Maintaining his aim, he coldly ordered his men to fire, and just as he was about to end Chuya's life, a voice suddenly cried out. "Stop!" The soldiers immediately lowered their weapons at the command, and the startled leader turned to see a beautiful young woman. This purple-haired woman with fair skin and full lips gently ordered them to take him alive as she leaned against the large vehicle, having just seen everything Chuya had to offer. With a fresh look and a stylish outfit that showcased her long white legs and ample chest, her subordinates responded in unison. "Understood, Captain." Seeing no sign of the extermination squad backing down, Chuya kept his hands raised and cursed in frustration. "What the hell is this? Do these people not understand human speech?" Suddenly, the roar of engines echoed as tires screeched against the ground nearby. Screech, several more motorcyclists sped toward the flustered Chuyi, who stood with his legs apart. They circled him tightly, leaving him feeling completely surrounded as he warily watched their every move. Treating Chuyi like a wild beast, they pulled out ropes and swung them in circles. Aiming for his neck, they hurled a knotted lasso toward him. Not just one, but 4 ropes from different directions ensnared Chuya's limbs and neck. With their targets secured, they prepared to execute the 5-horse dismemberment. 5 riders revved their engines and sped off in 5 different directions. The group pulled the ropes to their limit, stretching his limbs and head to the breaking point. Fortunately, they spared his groin, or he would have been finished. He let out an agonizing scream, "Arg!" Gritting his teeth, Chuya groaned in relentless pain. Every muscle fiber tensed as he struggled to keep his body from being torn apart, having reincarnated as a cockroach with the strength of a frog. Chuyi had become much stronger, yet human endurance still had its limits. Struggling, he called upon the cockroach god system, which immediately flashed a notification. Corrosive mucus secretes a specialized mucus from a mutant frog onto the skin's surface with extreme corrosive power. His eyes remained fixed on the system panel. Knowing what to do, he frowned with determination. Clenching his fists, Chuyi strained his muscles to secrete a green acidic slime onto the ropes. The corrosion took effect instantly. The purple-haired girl watching from a distance noticed this and tilted her head to get a better look. She was clearly no ordinary person. In an instant, the ropes snapped. The sudden loss of tension caused the riders to tumble backward, while Chuya landed safely with his body intact. Observing Chuya's actions and power, the female captain felt a surge of desire. She traced her sharp nail over her lips, eyeing him with curiosity. "Is he also an awakened?" she wondered before shouting an order. "Don't let him escape. Capture him." Chuya bolted away, nearly naked, as 4 men pursued him closely. They were determined to catch the protagonist at any cost. Running blindly, he was suddenly lunged at by a green-haired man who grabbed Chuya's waist. Feeling himself being seized, he cried out in shock. The soldier was caught off guard. The thick layer of green mucus on Chuya's skin allowed him to slip easily out of the green-haired man's grasp. Furthermore, despite wearing gloves, the man's skin was corroded and burned painfully. Giving up the chase, he stopped and watched the protagonist's naked figure disappear. "Damn, how interesting," he remarked. They wouldn't let him go that easily. A brown-haired soldier behind him leaped forward with a powerful jump. He quickly closed in on the back of Chuya's neck, his dark face revealing only glowing eyes. Chuya looked back in panic. He lengthened his strides to escape faster. The man aimed a heavy blow at the protagonist's head, but with quick reflexes, Chuya skillfully changed direction and dodged it. The strike was so powerful that the ground cracked, sending large chunks of rock flying. It didn't end there. This man's agility was no joke. Turning his head, he saw the man swinging a club right in front of him. Chuya panicked, unsure how to react. In an instant, a heavy blow swung toward his temple, but his cockroach-enhanced reflexes sensed it coming. Chuya leaned back, his spine arching incredibly. Gritting his teeth and praying for luck, he realized he had to rely on the system again if he hoped to escape this situation. This system always waited until he was at his wits' end to show up. "Where is my cheat system?" Chuya cried out in his mind, and the system interface immediately appeared before him. Activating trait, Frog Jump. With incredible speed, the protagonist leaped like a literal frog, covering over 10 meters in a single bound. In the blink of an eye, Chuya was gone. The 2 soldiers stood dazed, watching his naked body vanish in an instant. Even he couldn't believe he was capable of such a feat. Our protagonist looked at his hands in disbelief and thought, "I succeeded." Looking back, he realized he had left the extermination squad far behind. Panting heavily, Chuya laughed triumphantly. Hee. He continued to leap away joyfully, shouting back to challenge them as he fled. "You still think you can catch me? Ha ha ha!" Suddenly, his entire body was yanked backward. Losing his rhythm, his excitement turned to panic as he hurriedly looked down at his feet. Instant karma for gloating too soon. Chuya's leg was ensnared by a purple rope pulsing with powerful energy, causing him to crash painfully onto the ground. It was the purple-haired captain. From atop a vehicle in the distance, she pointed a finger, sending spider silk to entangle Chuya's leg. She sat back leisurely and spoke. "What, did you really think you could escape?" Facing this woman for the first time, Chuya was consumed by panic, gritting his teeth against the pain. He couldn't believe that the seemingly delicate woman before him was so powerful. She truly treated him like a wild animal as she decisively pulled the rope back. The pull caused Chuya to lose his balance and tumble over. "Ouch!" he cried out in pain. The woman then pointed all 10 fingers at him, firing 10 more strands of spider silk toward Chuya. Each thick strand was composed of countless tiny fibers, forming a massive rope that coiled tightly around Chuya's lanky frame. Bound so tightly he looked utterly pathetic, he was consumed by panic, wondering if she intended to finish him off right then and there. Suddenly, she vanished like a gust of wind, leaving only a trail of dust and a blurred shadow before her foot slammed directly into his face. Pinning Chuya's face to the dirt with her boot, she asked the soldier behind her which number this was, and the green-haired man answered immediately. Reporting to the captain, he is the 13th. Once Chuya was secured, the woman mounted a nearby motorcycle and revved the engine. Wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon, Chuya was ruthlessly dragged along the road by the captain, crying out in agony as he begged for mercy. The extermination squad's massive convoy followed closely behind their leader, while Chuya's desperate pleas for help echoed from the distance. As the convoy vanished into the city's depths, the scene shifted to the extermination squad's headquarters located within the urban center. The facility was enclosed by massive walls designed to shield humanity from monster attacks, and the convoy finally halted before the main gate. They made an announcement over the loudspeakers for those inside. "Captain Aaron has returned. Open the Vermilion Bird Gate." The purple-haired woman known as Aaron maintained her composure as she sped toward the slowly rising gate, shouting a command. "Don't open it too wide or the monsters might slip in," she warned. Chuya could only scream in terror as Aaron skillfully leaned her bike into a turn. She glanced back at the protagonist with a mysterious smirk before sharply swerving, causing the rope to whip Chuya around violently. He would have preferred being swallowed whole by a monster over this torture, screaming as if his end was near. They eventually reached a room labeled Extermination Squad Prison, where our hero was finally given a prisoner's uniform to wear. As Aaron led the way, Chuya was escorted by 2 scientists, grumbling about being arrested for public indecency during the apocalypse. "Beautiful sisters, I'm truly a harmless and honest man," he pleaded, but the short-haired scientist beside him was merely surprised. "Oh, this naked man can actually speak. He's quite different from the previous 12, she noted, but Aaron's expression turned grim. "Don't lower your guard. 12 mysterious naked refugees have appeared this week, all of them mindless and unable to speak. Even though standard tests show they are human, they give off a powerful sense of being something entirely inhuman." The girl with the high ponytail beside Chuya snapped in frustration, suggesting they should just execute them all to save the trouble. The short-haired scientist calmly countered, "If we execute people for low intelligence or appearance, we're no better than the monsters." "Enough talk. The genetic test results will be ready tomorrow." Hearing this, Chuya finally realized why he had been captured. "So I was only caught because I happened to look like those 12 freaks," he thought, his eyes widening in sudden realization. "Wait, a genetic test?" Panicked, he immediately questioned the God descent system in his mind about whether they would be exposed. When summoned, the God descent system simply asked, "What is a genetic test?" And Chuya knew he was in deep trouble. Feeling as though he had fallen into an abyss for the second time, he wept silently, certain that his journey was over as the elevator doors opened. The 3 women led Chuya into a massive, sealed chamber, walking down a long corridor as one of the scientists warned him. "Whether you're a pervert or an accomplice to those 12, you'd better sit quietly in here today," the short-haired scientist said. She turned toward the dark prisoner seating area and paused in confusion, wondering why the lights had been turned off. Looking at the single figure remaining in the chairs, she asked if the other prisoners had already been transferred elsewhere. "Why is there only one person left?" the long-haired scientist asked, bewildered as she searched for the missing inmates. The man on the chair was gaunt and sat motionless in the shadows, prompting Aaron and the others to scan the room warily. Nearby lay a man's body, but his head had swollen to an unnatural size, resembling a massive balloon that looked ready to burst. Confronted by this gruesome sight, Aaron, the scientists, and Zhou Yi all turned pale, staring in horror at the monstrosity before them. Everyone broke into a cold sweat as the long-haired scientist noticed something on the ceiling, prompting Zhou Yi to instinctively shout, "What is that above us?" 11 prisoners were suspended in midair, their heads swollen like balloons as they drifted back and forth above the group. The 4 of them stared up in stunned silence, unsure how to react as those heads began emitting eerie laughter. Men and women alike had faces as pale as corpses, and behind Zhou Yi, the previously motionless man suddenly began to groan. Zhou Yi's hair stood on end as he turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down while the man's body suddenly began to convulse violently. His face was dark except for 2 glowing spots, and he emitted constant animal-like growls. He tilted his head back to reveal a bald scalp that was cracking into large pieces, flashing a vacant smile full of fractured teeth. His 2 eyes shone brightly as if his soul had been snatched away. Hee, heh. Zhou Yi stepped forward aggressively before turning back to ask Aaron in confusion. "Don't you know how to control bodies? Hurry up and control me so I can fight." Aaron remained calm and didn't answer, clenching her fists as Zhou Yi continued. "I'm not afraid of parasites, but I don't know how to fight." Just as he finished, Aaron unleashed a fan-dancing move she had recently learned from a stylish hero. She spun 360 degrees, sending spiritual threads from her fingertips while narrowing her eyes and smirking. "Listen, I can't guarantee your safety," she said, using Zhou Yi's body as a puppet by attaching several threads to his limbs, neck, and head. The threads quickly interfaced with his cells as Aaron leaned forward, raising her hands and wiggling her fingers while focusing entirely on the entity before them. A look of triumph and determination appeared on Aaron's face as she stood in the hallway, spreading her legs for balance and thrusting her hands forward while shouting. "Go!" Instantly, Zhou Yi ran like the wind, leaping toward the monster. The 2 female scientists had been completely overtaken, their eyes white as the monster's tentacles surged down to form a path, binding and controlling them with parasitic power. As it prepared to fight Zhou Yi, it spread wide from behind. "You can't even dodge my tentacles!" At the moment their bodies collided. The monster gloated, expanding further. "How could you possibly bypass my combat matrix?" The ground beneath was already a prepared battlefield. Aaron's fingers moved nimbly, controlling Zhou Yi with great skill as he struck hard against the monster's outer membrane to gain momentum. At the critical moment, he twisted in midair and grabbed the scientist's neck, using the leverage to prepare a lethal finishing blow. The plan failed as the controlled scientist was pulled back, forcing Zhou Yi to land and stabilize himself. The mindless girl screamed incessantly, but this was just the beginning as Aaron twitched her fingers. He reacted immediately, lunging forward at such high speed that his image blurred while Aaron controlled his every move. Diving beneath the scientist's legs, he slid against the monster's red parasitic membrane, successfully dodging a tentacle strike. Quickly planting his powerful hands, Zhou Yi skillfully flipped his legs up and looked back with a confident, slight smile. Behind him, the 2 female scientists repeatedly failed to catch him as one lost her balance and nearly fell, allowing Zhou Yi to bypass the 2 decoys easily. He continued running toward the monster as the parasitic virus became thicker, causing the creature to shout in confusion. How can you be so agile?" It narrowed its many eyes to investigate and realized with irritation that Aaron was the one in charge. "Is that woman controlling you?" From a distance, Aaron waved and struck a provocative pose, showing off her cleverness. The girl giggled playfully, and following her lead, Zhou Yi clenched his fist and lunged at the monster. It immediately took a defensive stance, hardening its outer shell as Zhou Yi prepared for his first major battle, screaming with all his might, "Die!" The monster's membrane lashed out, releasing parasitic viruses to resist, but these had no effect on him. He was completely immune, and now bolstered by Aaron's combat skills, he charged forward without hesitation to deliver a blow. Terrified, the monster rushed to protect its weak brain, using psychological warfare by shouting, "You are too weak to break my defense." He clenched his fist. With a determined gaze fixed on his target, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and lunged forward as the system notified. Trait activated. Another panel appeared, muscle expansion activated. Zhou Yi's massive fist quickly secreted green slime from his mutated frog trait. He intelligently combined his own traits with Aaron's skills to take down the monster. The system pinged, corrosive slime activated. The punch landed squarely on the monster's abdomen. The force was so great that the surroundings vibrated as the monster took the full impact of the blow and was knocked backward by the shockwave. Zhuyi gathers his strength, a radiant aura enveloping them both. The strike inflicts agonizing pain, causing the monster's many eyes to widen in disbelief at Zhuyi's power as it lets out a wretched scream. Erin is well aware of her own capabilities, so she is utterly stunned by the outcome. The girl stares with wide eyes, her mind racing with shock. She wonders if he is concealing another hidden power, as the monster's flesh where he struck begins to sag and decompose, eventually piercing through its abdomen. It raises its arms high, reeling from the pain as it stares at the gaping hole in its belly. Trembling uncontrollably, it mutters about the decomposition being impossible before Zhuyi withdraws his hand amidst the rising dust, his eyes glowing intensely. He gazes at the result of his resolve and bravery, letting out a satisfied and proud chuckle, noticing Zhuyi's expression. The monster is completely devastated. Though it is struggling to hold itself together, it still glares back with defiant confidence, declaring that it is not over yet. It claims they cannot kill it because it can transfer its injuries elsewhere. However, after repeatedly attempting to use its special trait, it realizes the agony persists. Its largest eye darts down in shock. The monster is so stunned it nearly recoils, lowering its head to get a clearer look. The hole in its stomach remains, gradually eroding and growing larger. The beast howls, questioning why the wound still exists while nearby unnoticed. Erin has successfully liberated the two young female scientists and is carefully laying them down in a distant corner. Erin clutches a cluster of objects in her hand that resemble a bunch of beads. Crimson fluid drips from her palm as she glares at the monster and speaks up. She apologizes while revealing she has extracted all of its parasitic spores. The two rescued scientists are fortunately still conscious, though they are struggling to breathe heavily. Erin clenches her small fist, crushing the spores into a bloody pulp. Fluid splatters everywhere as she exerts more power to completely eradicate them until nothing remains. Erin relaxes her hand and turns toward the monster, her expression shifting into a mischievous and provocative smirk. She giggles, expressing her anticipation. To see what the creature would look like if it were turned into a preserved specimen. Erin's triumphant demeanor deeply wounds the monster's pride. It glares down at her with visible irritation. Without a word, a green liquid begins to seep from the gaps between its teeth. Those massive, foul-smelling jaws clench tightly. It grinds its teeth with a harsh, grating sound, releasing a surge of pressure as the parasitic virus begins to spread. Immediately, the floating human-headed shadows above react. They also begin grinding their teeth in unison, emitting a series of eerie, haunting growls. The large floating heads swell and move with increasing violence. The pressure becomes overwhelming, causing the heads to explode in midair, spraying blood that thickens the atmosphere into a truly horrific scene. Unprepared for the monster's terrifying new tactics, Zhuyi and Erin look up in utter shock. Their expressions shift instantly. Their previous ease vanishes, replaced by deep concern. From the red mist hanging in the air, the monster opens its abdomen and sucks everything back into its body. To regain its energy and heal itself, Zhuyi stands frozen in shock at its actions, shouting out in surprise as the blood begins to converge, marveling at the monster's strange evolution. It develops in a bizarre fashion, rearing up into a massive, dark silhouette with a single piercing red eye. Its form continues to shift, leaving only a dark shadow with a hollow void in its belly. Erin and the protagonist focus all their attention on its movements. They watch this formidable target with extreme caution, both sharing a similar sensation. They feel a mix of dread and excitement for this new challenge. Before them now, all that can be seen is a massive, viscous red substance. It moves incessantly like crashing waves, surging with the intensity of a raging fire. Gradually, the shapeless slime begins to stabilize. It stretches out to form a distinct shape. A moment later, a mass of slime appears before Zhuyi and Erin. It spreads across a wide area, resembling a massive inferno. However, this flame is actually a monster that will not be easily defeated. It stares intently at Zhuyi and Erin with two glowing, hungry eyes. Shortly after, the previously amorphous mass successfully transforms into a new, robust physical body. One of its muscular red arms is worlds apart in size compared to the protagonist. The monster has returned, far more powerful than it was just moments ago. It opens its wide maw filled with jagged teeth and lets out a deafening roar. Its body has grown significantly since the beginning. It has fully evolved into a fierce combat beast, no longer relying solely on its consciousness to fight. Eren and Zhu Yi's expressions darken as they glare warily at the foe, the corners of Zhu Yi's mouth twitching uncontrollably. Its vulnerable brain was now securely shielded within its head, which boasted 4 glowing eyes as the monster shouted with confidence and excitement. "You are the first human to witness this form of mine. I hope you do not let me down," it declared before its glowing red fist lunged toward Eren's face. Eren had been quite far away, proving the monster's terrifying speed as she barely reacted in time, her eyes widening in silent admiration of its swiftness. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Eren was sent flying dozens of meters away, completely overwhelmed by a devastating knockout blow. While the massive beast maintained its defensive stance, Eren endured a strike so powerful it felt life-threatening, her back slamming violently into the rear wall. Debris scattered as Eren cried out in agony at the monster's overwhelming strength, leaving Zhu Yi to stare in horror as his comrade was incapacitated in an instant. He stood frozen and speechless, his mouth hanging open in shock at the creature's newfound power, while Eren refused to accept such a crushing defeat. Gritting her teeth and glaring at the beast, she wondered how its power had reached such a different level, realizing its speed was truly formidable. Before she could even stand, the glowing red hand lunged at her chest again, and while she was still reeling, the monster seized her head and used its massive weight to pin her down. The beast ground the girl's body against the floor, pressing Eren's face into the dirt as she squeezed her eyes shut and endured the excruciating pain. From a distance, the brutality of the attack was clear, as the monster dragged Eren across the floor with enough force to leave a deep, long trench in the ground. Having been challenged by Eren moments ago, the monster was now teaching her a lesson and refused to let up, suddenly leaping high into the air. It slammed Eren onto the ground like a bag of trash, the impact sending tremors through the area as her back struck the floor again, leaving her as helpless as a toy in the beast's hands. Eren coughed up a mouthful of blood as her eyes rolled back, and her face grew pale from the relentless torment, appearing as though she could no longer endure the assault. The monster finally halted, standing silently over Eren's dying form as she lay curled miserably in a crater, looking utterly defeated. With a mocking tone, the monster lowered its head and asked who had struck it earlier, before turning its 4 eyes toward Zhu Yi and coldly questioning if he was the one. Zhu Yi realized the monster's next move and frowned in deep concern, his mind racing as he realized the dire situation they were in. Unsure of how to react, our protagonist was caught off guard as the monster suddenly appeared right before his face, leaving him stunned by its incredible speed. The muscular red creature lunged forward and swung its leg in a glowing arc, delivering a kick to Zhu Yi's face that sent blood spraying from his mouth. That single strike sent our hero tumbling across the floor. Having taken a lethal blow, Zhu Yi crashed into the ground amidst a cloud of dust, looking just as battered as Eren. Zhu Yi was thrown back near the long-haired scientist, his limbs mangled and every bone in his body shattered in a truly gruesome manner. Lying there like a lifeless corpse, Zhu Yi lost consciousness as the system interface flashed a warning that his bones were crushed and his internal organs were completely destroyed. Upon detecting fatal injuries, the undying trait was activated to begin full regeneration, causing Zhu Yi's ankle bones to spin rapidly as the system's restorative energy went to work. Once the restoration to his normal state was complete, Zhu Yi snapped his eyes open in shock and took a sharp, desperate gasp of air. "I'm going to die, I'm almost dead," he cried out, only for the system to manifest beside him and sternly warn Zhu Yi not to move. "I cannot guarantee your survival if you take another hit like that," it stated, causing Zhu Yi's fear to intensify even further. Still unstable and panicking about what to do, our hero quickly decided to flop back down and play dead, keeping his eyes tightly shut to avoid seeing anything. He feigned ignorance and told himself that playing dead was the best option, as his physical stats were still too weak compared to the monster, leaving him to rely solely on Eren. He squinted one eye to check on her, silently cheering for her to win as the thick shroud of dust finally began to dissipate. The monster's silhouette emerged near Zhu Yi, standing with its legs wide and fists clenched as it menacingly observed his every movement. However, our protagonist remained perfectly still, prompting the monster to curl its lips into a wide, toothy grin. It continued to boast about how weak its opponents were, until a sudden, loud noise from behind caused the creature to jump in surprise. It turned around with a curious grunt to investigate, unaware that Eren was still capable of fighting and was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Eren launched a kick aimed directly at the back of its neck, her sharp gaze fixed on its brain, but the monster turned just in time to notice her. With a swift motion, the monster reacted far too quickly and caught the girl's slender leg while she was still midair, completely intercepting her attack. Erin was caught off guard and thrown into a state of confusion as she hovered in midair, her eyes widening and her teeth clenching as she wondered how this could possibly be happening. To her, the monster's speed was now like that of someone catching a butterfly, and its four eyes glowed with power as it used its massive, crude arm to swat Erin down. The young girl looked like nothing more than a toy in its grasp, and in her agony, Erin could only let out a few hopeless groans. Grabbing Erin by one leg, the ruthless beast swung her back and forth repeatedly, battering the small girl relentlessly from side to side. She looked like Loki being thrashed by the Hulk in the Marvel Universe, and poor Erin was being torn apart, far too weak to withstand the monster's consecutive blows. Growing bored of the beating, it hurled Erin against the ceiling, tossing her like a ball until her body was utterly withered. That last throw left her pinned against the ceiling, and Erin's face and hair hung down as crimson blood poured incessantly from her body. Erin's broken state meant Joye's final glimmer of hope had vanished, and the monster spared her for a brief moment. It ripped away the chair that she and two other scientists had used to bind its parasitic form, and holding the chair, it looked at it and said, "You people tied me to this." Just as it finished speaking, Erin's body fell from the ceiling, and the monster raised the chair high, aiming precisely and channeling all its strength toward her. Refusing to let her go even though she was motionless, it shouted again, "How annoying!" as it locked onto its target while Erin plummeted toward the floor. The horrific creature hurled the chair into Erin's abdomen, and the chair shattered upon impact with her body, forcing her to endure its brutal power. For the third time, the girl's small back slammed into the wall, and Erin spat out a spray of crimson as she curled up in pain, rubble flying everywhere as she hit the surface. Erin slid down, leaving a long red streak behind her, and she leaned against the wall as if all her strength had vanished, gasping out her final breaths with a cough. Unable to control her limbs, she sat huddled against the wall, trembling miserably while trying to endure the pain, thinking that both her legs were broken. Her incredible strength and will to fight to the end were truly admirable, and Erin suppressed her agony, her eyes glaring intensely at the monster. She gritted her teeth to keep from making a sound, thinking to herself that, fortunately, her arms might still be functional. Joye watched the situation unfold with bated breath, and when the monster noticed Erin still showed signs of life, it began to approach her once more. Joye wondered if even the vice captain of the extermination squad was unable to defeat this creature. His ordinary body, which had only just gained a few skills from his mutation, was nothing in comparison, and he didn't dare move, fearing another blow would end his life. He gritted his teeth, wondering who could possibly save them, and instead of throwing his life away, he focused on finding a way to win quickly when he heard a voice. "Hey you," a voice called out, and Joye looked over in surprise to see the long-haired scientist, who was still trembling on the floor with a bit of strength left. The woman struggled to reach out toward Joye, telling him to give something to Vice Captain Erin so she could release her power. In her small hand was a tiny red stone, and she tried to hand the spirit stone to him, claiming it could save them from this dire situation. Joye hesitated to take the stone from the scientist's hand, staring at it pensively for a moment as he thought. Finally, he snatched it from her and clenched his fist, his eyes narrowing with a mix of determination, fear, and exhaustion. He glanced at the monster, wondering how he could possibly deliver the stone when the massive creature stood right in front of Erin. While the girl sat exhausted on the floor, the monster drew closer, and at that moment, the Cockroach God system appeared behind Joye. It quickly advised him that if he used his full strength and the elastic muscle trait to dash across, he might find an opening, and Joye listened intently. The Cockroach God paused before emphasizing that the highest probability of success was only 10%, leaving Joye stunned. His body shook violently as he cried out, asking if 10% was really the best chance he had, as it seemed like a suicide mission. The Cockroach God's expression turned grave as it lowered its brow, and told him to choose between a 10% chance of survival or certain death. The system focused on Joye's decision while he stayed low to avoid detection, his mind racing before he slowly stood up. Cursing under his breath, he saw the system notification for the elastic muscle trait, and Joye activated it as he dropped to one knee. With one leg supporting him, the muscle fibers beneath his skin began to shift and swell, and veins bulged across his entire body. He surged with power as he prepared to leap toward Eren, his eyes and the cockroach-like antennae on his head fixed on the monster as his transformation reached its peak. Chuya's mouth hung wide as he endured the agony racking his body, letting out a guttural scream before taking a powerful leap forward. Moving like a bolt of lightning, Chuya charged toward the monster's rear at a divine speed while it remained standing arrogantly before Eren. Hearing a noise from behind, the creature turned its head and realized it was about to be bypassed, its eyes glowing as it glared at Chuya. While Chuya was pouring everything into his assault, the monster easily detected him, and the god-slaying system appeared to issue a warning. The monster's reaction was faster than anticipated, causing the success rate to plummet from a meager 10% down to only 5%, but Chuya had no choice but to commit. He gritted his teeth and sprinted with all his might, thinking to himself that he had to gamble everything as his powerful steps kicked up clouds of dust. A second later, Chuya appeared right above the monster's head, balancing with his arms outstretched as the red-eyed beast looked up and sneered at him, realizing he was still alive. The god-slaying system warned that the success rate was now only 1%, yet he continued to push his body forward to reach his objective. He clenched his fist in joy, thinking he had succeeded as he saw the unconscious and battered Eren slumped against the wall. He was so close to saving her, but the monster suddenly reached out and easily snatched Chuya by the leg. He dangled helplessly in the air like a caught animal, struggling against a creature 10 times his size that he had no hope of overpowering. His actions reignited the monster's rage. It narrowed its glowing eyes and asked irritably what he thought he was doing while Chuya looked on in despair. With only a 1% chance of success remaining, he was paralyzed by fear and frustration until the god-slaying system shouted that the rate had hit 0%. At that moment, the massive creature slammed Chuya into the ground, repeatedly bashing his head against the floor until its anger was finally spent. The monster let go, leaving Chuya lying motionless on the shattered floor amidst a cloud of dust, his body curled in pain. As the monster stepped closer, Chuya lay there bleeding heavily and in excruciating pain, his body limp as if he had resigned himself to death. The creature raised its colossal foot, its dark face illuminated only by 4 glowing eyes, prepared to crush Chuya's skull. Just when it seemed he was finished, Chuya's gaze sharpened, ignoring the intense agony tearing through his frame. Chuya glared upward and thought to himself, who said the success rate was 0, "This position is my final opportunity." It turned out his suffering was calculated. He had used the monster's assault to get closer to Eren, and he quickly pulled out the stone from before. Chuya exerted every ounce of strength to throw the stone toward Eren, shouting for her to catch it just as the monster's foot came crashing down. The massive foot landed squarely on Chuya, who took the full force of the blow, causing a shockwave that shook the entire area. The monster began to gloat again, tilting its head with a look of triumph and a wide, mocking grin that stretched from ear to ear. It spoke with utter contempt, calling Chuya weak, but suddenly something strange occurred that startled the beast, its eyes widening in shock. It stammered while looking down at its feet, realizing something was wrong as Eren's spiritual spider silk appeared beneath it. The silk wrapped around Chuya, protecting him like a sturdy shield and keeping him safe, which infuriated the monster as it realized the woman was responsible. Chuya had successfully delivered the stone to Eren, and the spiritual silk now mended her legs, allowing her to stand once more. She spoke up, asking if he had really risked his life to give her the magic crystal stone, feeling revitalized and strong as she held the treasure. Spiritual silk radiated from Eren's fingertips and back as she began to walk toward the monster, step by step. She used her power to heal herself as she moved, telling Chuya she was truly moved by his actions while focusing her gaze on the beast. Glowing threads of spiritual energy shot from her slender fingers, and before the monster knew it, its legs were tightly bound by her webs. The thick, tangled webs left the monster helpless, and with a sharp tug from Eren, it lost its balance and fell flat on its back as she dragged it toward her. Finding the perfect opening to strike, Eren transformed her arms, making them more rigid and armored for the coming battle. Her spiritual silk moved in unison to turn her arms into razor-sharp weapons, and she stood defiantly before the monster, raising her integrated arm blades high. Eren's eyes turned vacant as she cried out, "Snow Spider Blade unsheath," while the beast remained restrained. Eren struck with immense power and pent-up frustration, a flash of light crossing her face as she glared at the creature with eyes full of hatred. "Perish, you filthy beast!" she screamed, closing her eyes to focus every ounce of her strength into a final blow that plunged the area into darkness. When Erin finally opened her eyes, she gasped in disbelief, wondering what could have possibly terrified her to such an extent. It turned out Erin hadn't even landed her attack, as the massive monster used telekinesis to suppress her strength while looming over her. Her hand, still gripping the snow spider blade, trembled helplessly before the creature as it mocked humanity for attempting to wield its own power. Looking down on her with utter contempt, the monster tilted its head and effortlessly caught the powerful snow spider blade, sneering that she was still far too weak. With a single hand, the beast snapped Erin's strongest weapon in two, sending shards flying everywhere as it neutralized her in mere seconds. It then seized Erin by the throat, leaving the girl who thought she had the advantage once again at the mercy of the monster. Gripped by the neck, Erin's previous bravado vanished, replaced by a look of pure terror as she realized the true scale of the danger she faced. In a horrific turn of events, the monster released one hand and transformed it into a sharp blade, thrusting it straight through her abdomen. Blood sprayed as the blade tore through her, leaving Erin unable to resist or stand any chance against such an overwhelming foe. Watching helplessly, Joe clutched his wounded arm in agony as he saw the monster impale Erin while letting out a savage screech. Completely drained of strength, Erin's body went limp and her head slumped forward as she appeared to lose consciousness. The monster reshaped its other hand into a second blade to deliver another strike, while a battered Joe tried in vain to crawl toward them. Joe stared with wide, hopeless eyes, whispering that the end had come as the monster grinned widely while lining up its next strike on Erin. The creature was filled with excitement as it prepared to finish her off, its drill-like hand drawing closer as it roared for her to die. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, but just as all seemed lost, a man intervened with the speed of a lightning bolt. Within the span of 2 breaths, he had snatched Erin away from the monster, leaving the beast stunned and furious at losing its captive. Having had both its arms severed by the newcomer, the monster howled in pain and glared at him with a murderous, resentful gaze. Joe, who had just accepted his fate, felt a surge of hope and watched with his mouth agape in utter shock. The man who rescued Erin was heavily muscled with a long scar over his eye and voluminous hair, leaving the monster completely bewildered. As Erin lay unconscious in the man's arms, the heavy thud of approaching footsteps echoed through the area. Dust billowed as 3 members of the extermination squad arrived on the scene to provide backup for Erin. Sensing the threat they posed, the monster growled and demanded to know who these 3 heavily armored individuals were. While the brown-haired man kept Erin safe, the long-haired woman in the group noticed a female researcher lying motionless on the floor. Realizing the woman was one of their own, she quickly checked for a pulse to see if the scientist was still alive. "This is gruesome. Her internal organs and bones are completely crushed, so I must begin treatment immediately," she said, manifesting a light spirit stone. This healer was Haley, captain of the 10th Extermination Squad, while the muscular man holding Erin spoke to her gently. "Rest easy, for no monster shall harm you as long as I am here," declared Pharaoh, the captain of the 2nd Extermination Squad. Another man stepped forward, cracking his neck as he expressed his interest in fighting a monster that was actually capable of speech. This was General Commander Corey Virion, the most powerful of them all, who possessed a calm and striking appearance. Despite her critical condition, Erin struggled to warn her comrades, clutching her wounded stomach as she told the commander to be wary of this unique beast. The General Commander looked at her with a brief moment of sadness before nodding and quickly regaining his cheerful demeanor. He gave her a thumbs up and laughed, claiming that he was special too, before complaining about the monster's constant noise. Captain Haley shouted irritably while performing the treatment, telling everyone to shut up because she needed silence to work, though her harsh words masked her true intent. Despite her attitude, Haley remained focused on her task, holding a glowing spirit stone while sucking on a lollipop and channeling her spiritual energy through both hands. The spirit stone hovered as it emitted a green glow containing 2 streaks of golden light, just as water suddenly began to seep from the floor. Glowing, chaotic roots sprouted from the ground and rapidly grew until they blossomed into a massive flower. The giant flower enveloped the female scientist, using Haley's power to provide energy and restore her health through a recovery rune. Shortly after, the short-haired scientist regained consciousness and sat up on her own, her complexion looking much healthier as her body recovered. Erin was also being treated inside a large blossom, gently placed into the calyx by the brown-haired man as the petals wrapped around her small frame. The restorative energy quickly healed Aaron, while the Slayer squad assisted Zhou Yi in his recovery as Aaron stepped into the flower on her own. Upon entering, he was astonished by the immediate healing effects as his cockroach antennae twitched, while Haley continued to manifest her abilities. She bloomed multiple flowers to speed up everyone's recovery, and soon 4 radiant blossoms were healing 4 people in the center of the massive prison. Resting within the flower during his treatment, our protagonist felt a sense of relief and marveled at the warmth of the petals as he relaxed. It felt like soaking in a hot spring, and amidst that comforting healing sensation, Joya closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. To ensure a quick recovery, he needed rest, but as he dozed off, the divine roach system suddenly appeared above him and heartlessly plunged a syringe of green liquid into his shoulder. The sound of the needle sinking deep was audible as the system shouted for him not to pass out while injecting adrenaline, startling Joya awake. He cried out in agony, clutching his arm as tears welled up from the pain, while those nearby noticed him waving his arm frantically from a distance. As he continued to scream, Haley watched in confusion, wondering why he was in pain, while the divine roach looked on with satisfaction as the medicine took effect. Hovering with its arms crossed and a slight smirk, it told him he was lucky and urged him to open his eyes to witness the world's ultimate power. Joya simply wanted to rest, but the divine roach wouldn't allow it, forcing him to wake up with a very disgruntled expression. With his eyes barely open, he watched as the commander stepped forward and drew his sword, preparing to face the monster. He was ready to battle the creature that had brutally tortured Aaron, and the monster itself seemed equally prepared for the confrontation. Commander Virion gave a thumbs up and looked at the beast as if it were nothing special before introducing himself. Showing no fear toward the massive, foul creature, he declared that he was Cory Virion, the commander of the Slayer squad, and asked if it understood human speech. Commander Virion hoped to settle things peacefully, but the monster's pride would not allow for such a resolution. In response to the commander's calm words, the monster mockingly replied that it did not engage in conversation with its food. Stunned by the monster's blunt response, Commander Virion froze for a few seconds, unsure of what to say as they stared at each other in dead silence. A strange and eerie crimson liquid began to seep from the gaps between the floor tiles, creating a disturbing sight. Commander Virion watched with wide, curious eyes, his mind racing with questions and extreme caution regarding this bizarre phenomenon. The crimson fluid thickened and poured out in greater quantities as the monster unleashed its power, spreading the liquid across the floor like a rising flame while it growled at Commander Virion. It claimed to have devoured all its kind imprisoned there, and then its body swelled to several times its original size amidst the red slime. Despite losing its arms, the creature could generate multiple clones to destroy its enemies, reaching the peak of its power. In a fit of rage, it roared that everyone would die there, gathering its strength and lunging forward with its writhing clones attached to its body. The massive beast charged toward Zhou Yi and the Slayer squad with surprising speed, letting out a terrifying, echoing roar as it moved. From within the recovery flower, Zhou Yi poked his head out after hearing the commotion, only to see the dangerous new form of the monster charging toward them. Zhou Yi gasped in terror, shouting that they were surrounded by monsters on all sides as he panicked. Captain Perrault immediately unleashed his fury, clenching his fists as veins bulged across his muscular frame, concentrating his strength for a counterattack against the incoming beast. Next, this man exerted his full strength, throwing a punch into the air to channel his energy as powerful shockwaves erupted from his muscular arms like a raging storm, his face shrouded in darkness with only a single point of light visible. Swoosh, the impact of the strike slammed into the monster's raw, crimson flesh, causing it significant pain and forcing the creature to let out a series of deafening roars. To safeguard the healing blossoms mending her comrades, Haley activated her ability to draw the flowers closer together. Simultaneously, a portion of Beluo's energy expanded to shield both Haley and the flowers to ensure their safety, while back at Zhou Yi's position. He remained seated regally upon the flower pedestal as Zhou Yi watched Beluo's performance with fascination, gazing up at the dense, storm-like aura surrounding them. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock as the wind transformed into a swirling vortex wall, shredding any monster variants that charged forward and causing the clones of the original beast to tremble in fear. They stared at the remains of their kind destroyed by the cyclone, hesitant to make another move, while Beluo did his utmost to suppress the monster's assault despite appearing to be under significant strain. Grimacing with effort, Beluo called out to Haley, who was busy providing medical support from behind, telling her that although he could hold the monsters back, she would have to endure the stench of blood for a while, noting that despite Haley's adorable appearance, her response was as cold as ice. While chewing on a piece of candy, Haley replied that she would forgive that useless man, while back at Joe's flower pedestal instead of fighting alongside the others. He hid behind a petal, peeking out to observe and marveling at whether this was truly the power of a captain, as the monster had failed to land a hit on the extermination squad. The monster ceased its shape-shifting as its viscous red fluids retracted, transforming into sharp tentacles that sprouted all over its body. Realizing these opponents were not easily defeated, it remarked that the two captains had done well to stop it before turning its gaze toward Wylian and growling. "In that case, I shall dispose of you first," the Crimson Beast declared before unleashing a murderous technique that sprayed thick, viscous fluid everywhere. The beast let out a series of ear-splitting roars, while its body continued to undergo rapid mutations, even though its two arms had been severed. Its form shifted incessantly as it glared fiercely at its target, the shapeless mass of liquid beginning to bubble and churn as if it were boiling. Moments later, the monster assumed a grotesque form with two arms sprouting from its shoulders and two additional mutated heads emerging from the back of its neck, looking utterly repulsive. It let out a piercing shriek, its size now 10 times larger than before, making the commander-in-chief look no bigger than its lower leg as Zhou watched the monster's new state in total shock. His eyes widened in terror as he shouted about it having a third form, yet despite the creature's massive frame and overwhelming aura, Commander Wylian showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, he stood his ground defiantly with his hands on his hips, looking up at the beast and remarking that he truly admired its kind's ability to turn into giants at will. He added that for him to grow that large, he would need to perform many warm-up exercises, but before he could say more, the red-skinned monster flew into a rage. It threw a divine-powered punch directly at the commander's head, its eyes glowing red like headlights and its jagged teeth bared in a wide maw. Yet Wylian remained motionless and incredibly composed. He calmly stepped to the side without showing any emotion as the monster's fist whistled past him. The speed and force of the attack were comparable to a speeding train, yet Wylian treated the encounter with ease, further provoking the beast's pride by saying it had missed by a hair, which drove the monster into a frenzy. It unleashed a flurry of 4 or 5 punches from its multiple arms simultaneously, but as one fist aimed for the commander, he nimbly leaped into the air to evade the strike. A second punch followed, targeting his head, but the commander's reflexes were superior as he ducked instantly, causing the beast to miss for a second time. On the third attempt, a massive hand tried to snatch Wylian like a frog, but he used his momentum to perform an agile maneuver and dodge once more. After repeatedly failing to catch him, the monster lost its patience and roared in frustration that he was dodging back and forth like a pathetic worm. It tried to wound the commander's pride, but before it could finish its sentence, Wylian had already closed the distance to the monster's slimy, mutated body. He leaped high into the air with his arms outstretched to strike, but a tentacle suddenly erupted from the creature's body, causing the commander to lose his footing. Immediately afterward, the red tentacle coiled tightly around his waist, trapping him. He remained remarkably calm even after being seized, reacting composedly with only a slight gasp of surprise. Having caught its prey, the creature immediately took advantage of the opening. The monster thrust its hideous, massive face forward, bearing rows of jagged teeth as it shrieked, "You're finished!" while its tentacles gripped his waist tightly. The captain commander remained resilient, lowering his head and glaring irritably at the beast as he reached behind his back to draw his sword, preparing to deliver a lethal strike. Several slashes tore through the air, releasing massive waves of energy from the captain commander's techniques before he slammed his foot hard against the ground. This meant the monster was wounded and he had landed safely. It was Captain Commander Virion who had defeated the beast with just a few incredibly powerful strikes. In midair, the monster's massive body was hacked into several pieces, leaving it writhing in agony and unable to resist, its mouth the only part still moving as it let out a piercing scream while the Captain Commander looked peerlessly cool. He turned away with a sinister expression filled with the pride of a Slayer squad soldier, leaving the broken monster unable to even realize what happened as its body grew weak and it cried out, "What? What is going on?" It was still alive and capable of speech, but as soon as it finished its outcry, the captain commander pointed his finger directly at the monster's thorny face. It trembled so violently with fear that it became speechless, and with a decisive snap of his fingers, Virion sent the monster packing. Its massive head was torn into shreds in an instant, proving that one truly cannot underestimate the Slayer squad as the captain commander stood bathed in the light of victory. He tilted his head with a cold face and eyes filled with killing intent, and with a single glare, the monster's remains were sent flying everywhere. Severely wounded, the monster exploded and reverted to its original form, consisting of a cluster of brains and numerous controlling tentacles. The eyes on its body reflected the sheer terror of a loser, as the captain commander professionally pulled something out and swiftly captured the creature. Interestingly, after being suppressed and injured, the monster shrank to the size of a few fingertips and sat snugly inside a cylindrical plastic container. Holding it in his hand, the captain commander laughed loudly, shifting from his cool and handsome demeanor to acting like a little boy. He grinned so wide his eyes squinted shut, holding the tube high and shouting, "I caught it! I caught it!" as he turned back to his two teammates, bubbling with excitement. "I've captured the first talking monster in history, so I get to name it, right?" he asked, leaving his two teammates frozen for a few seconds before Haley furiously snapped. "Are you joking? You'd better figure out how to explain to the council why the newly built research institute was destroyed," she added, while Piero standing nearby was also exasperated. A second later, they both shouted in unison, "You big idiot!" as the matter settled and the protagonist finally had a chance to witness the Slayer squad's combat prowess. He stared at them incessantly, his eyes clearly showing Zhuya's admiration for these people, especially the captain commander. His cockroach antennae twitched as he marveled, "Man, that's way too strong," while the divine cockroach behind him crossed its arms and asked Zhuyi if he recognized the gap. "Do you see the difference now? Fine, you can pass out now," it said, and darkness clouded his vision as our protagonist finally got some rest. That evening, in a fully furnished and well-equipped room that looked very neat and clean, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Zhuya slowly opened his eyes, his face flushed red as he soaked in a hot bath to let his body relax. Through the hazy steam, he muttered to himself, "Where am I?" before suddenly realizing he was completely naked and submerged in water, which startled him. Zhuya scrambled to sit up, looking at his body and exclaiming, "Why am I in a bathtub?" as he heard a strange rustling nearby that filled him with questions. He cautiously turned to look, his face dripping with sweat, toward the curtain next to the tub where he lay. He suddenly spotted the silhouette of a woman nearby, visible through the thin curtain and apparently wearing no clothes, which terrified Zhuyi. His face turned bright red as blood rushed to his head, and the sound of Zhuyi's heart pounding was even louder than the rustling on the other side. He cried out inwardly in confusion, "What kind of situation is this?" as the slender figure of Erin poked her head through the curtain with her long hair hanging down. With her large, sparkling eyes, Erin looked much gentler as she spoke softly, "You're finally awake." Seeing Erin, Zhuya's face turned completely red as he huddled inside the bathtub, looking quite timid despite being the protagonist, while Erin stood confidently naked before him and spoke calmly. "Your genetic test results aren't out yet, so technically you should be locked up for the night, but the current prison is severely damaged. I had no choice but to bring you to my home for monitoring," Erin said, leaving the protagonist in a cold sweat with his body feeling as hot as fire as his lips twitched. He stammered with a trembling voice, "Do we really need to be naked together in a damp place like this?" But Erin just looked annoyed, crossing her arms and declaring, "I don't know what you're so embarrassed about. This is the only time there's hot water." What else could he do but stay? Zhuya shyly pulled his legs in to cover himself, looking at her with pure dread. It was hard to tell who was the predator and who was the prey, so Erin took the chance to introduce herself as the vice-captain of the extermination squad and thanked him for his help. She asked for his name to get acquainted, her voice sounding unusually warm, intimate, and gentle. Unable to keep up with her rapid change in attitude, Chuya's face turned bright red as he stammered out his name. It was hard to believe, but Erin then dipped her fair legs into the bath and spoke in a sweet tone. She told him to make some room before stepping into the water with a splash, leaving them at opposite ends of the tub. Despite the spread of fruit and seafood Erin placed before him, the terrified Chuya didn't dare move or even open his eyes. Unlike the flustered Chuyi, the girl was incredibly bold. She calmly told him to turn over so she could inspect his wounds. Sharing a bath was already crossing the line, but now she wanted him to show her his back, making Chuya's face steam like a locomotive. He blushed furiously and exhaled heavy clouds of steam, yet he immediately obeyed Erin's request despite his intense embarrassment. As she placed her soft, delicate hand on his broad, wet shoulders, Chuya felt a surge of pleasure that sent his mind reeling. He turned his face away to hide his delight, thinking to himself that her sense of boundaries between men and women was far too weak. While he was floating on cloud nine, she remained completely innocent, seemingly oblivious to any romantic tension. Seeing his sturdy, muscular back, Erin cheered happily, noting that his wounds had healed perfectly without leaving a single scar. She playfully slapped his shoulder a few times, praising his abilities, while the speechless Chuya could only stare back at her. Suddenly, the god descent system appeared and shouted that his heart rate had hit 120, and his testosterone levels were peaking. It noted the blood rushing to his lower body and asked if he required assistance with the reproduction process. Overwhelmed with shame and internal conflict, Chuya desperately shouted back that he didn't need any help. After the system fell silent and Erin finished admiring his back, she suddenly recalled the fierce monster they fought yesterday. She pulled her hand back and mentioned wanting to see his chest wound, remarking on how savage that creature had been. In her naive way, Erin even pointed toward her own chest and exposed it to show him the scar she received. Chuya had never seen anything like it in his life, and he stood there with his mouth agape in utter shock. Without waiting for his consent, the god descent system eagerly announced the start of the reproduction process and began a countdown. At the count of 2, Chuya's legs kicked out instinctively as he scrambled through the water to escape as fast as possible. He bolted from the bathroom and slammed the door shut, shouting that he had urgent business and she should finish bathing alone. Left behind in the tub, Erin sat there in a daze, staring at the door without understanding why he had suddenly fled. Chuya leaned against the door, panting heavily like an exhaust pipe, feeling as though he had just escaped a terrifying ordeal. Any man would understand that suffocating feeling of restraint. Once he calmed down, he looked at his state in total embarrassment. With his heart still pounding, he whispered that he was nearly finished, then angrily lashed out at the system for its interference. Meanwhile, the news on the living room TV reported intense spatial fluctuations near Narumi City and attacks on several small security outposts. Wrapped in a towel, Chuya approached the TV and realized with a start that the location mentioned was very familiar. He wondered if everyone in his former home was dead, just as the news anchor reported that there were no survivors found. The extermination squad had arrived too late to save anyone, a realization that left Chuya completely stunned. His eyes remained glued to the screen as he realized he would have been killed by monsters if he hadn't left that place. He sat down to watch the rest of the report, which warned that Tongyin was a gateway to another world where strange phenomena occurred. Notify the authorities immediately. At this point, the cockroach god reappeared, standing with its hands on its hips and speaking loudly and clearly to Zhou, telling him not to overthink it. There are no what-ifs in this world. Let me tell you some good news. Zhou turned his head, looking at the tiny cockroach in the air with visible curiosity as it spoke. The system cockroach opened the interface, displaying an image of a chubby cockroach and announcing that his best friend, who had been trampled to death, had been resurrected. The system panel displayed Imperial Iron Guard, with 2 options below, summon and recall, representing his choices. Zhou immediately leaned forward to read the system panel clearly, completely bewildered by all of this as he asked in confusion, Imperial Iron Guard. The system cockroach stood with its hands on its hips and smiled, pointing as it explained clearly that from now on, Xiao Wu possessed an immortal body, no matter how many times he died. As long as his master remains alive, he will be resurrected infinitely. After hearing this, Zhou moved closer to the system panel to get a better look. He skimmed through the information, feeling impressed yet skeptical, wondering how an infinitely resurrecting cockroach could possibly serve as a guard. The cockroach god flew closer to explain, crossing its arms with an arrogant air while enthusiastically clarifying that Xiao Wu could also level up infinitely. For now, you and he can share vision. Zhou was stunned by this special ability, staring at the system with his eyes wide and mouth agape. He reached out and selected the summon option, and a series of beeps erupted from the system as it responded to his command. The image of the chubby cockroach on the screen began to move, and a second later, Zhou's stout best friend suddenly materialized. It rushed forward on its 6 legs with an incredibly emotional expression, crying tears of joy as it shouted, "Big brother, I missed you so much," while flying toward Zhou. There was now a massive difference in size between the chubby cockroach and Zhou, and Xiao Wu felt a bit awkward seeing him so clearly. It fluttered its wings and froze for a few seconds, and Zhou also stood still as they stared at each other after days apart, before the chubby cockroach suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. Its entire body slumped in visible disappointment as it lowered its gaze and muttered, "Hey, big brother, you're incredibly ugly now. You look exactly like a human." Zhou was completely at a loss regarding the cockroach's logic, staring at it helplessly without knowing how to respond, while the cockroach god hovered above his head. It then reminded Zhou to get accustomed to the bond, telling him to order the cockroach to fly around and close his eyes to synchronize his vision with Xiao Wu. Finding the idea reasonable, Zhou glanced aside with interest and prepared to try, but the chubby cockroach suddenly changed direction, launched off the ceiling, and flew toward the door. Before Zhou could speak, he watched the cockroach's small shadow in confusion, his own antennae twitching as the tiny, chubby creature squeezed through the gap under the door. It moved swiftly and silently, heading straight into the bathroom and flying high to get a clear view of everything, while Erin remained unaware of what was happening. She was relaxing in the bathtub when Zhou realized the perverted cockroach had intruded into a place it definitely shouldn't have been. Zhou was struck with panic and shouted frantically, "Where do you think you're going? Get out of there right now." Inside, the chubby cockroach heard his command. With an innocent expression, it turned around and replied, "But I felt that you wanted to scout this place, big brother." Erin, being very sensitive, seemed to have detected an intruder. Someone had invaded her private space, and Erin's eyes narrowed fiercely as her expression shifted instantly into a state of high alert. Most girls hate and fear cockroaches, but Erin only felt disgust, not fear. She immediately pointed her index finger and shot out a long strand of silk. The chubby cockroach was instantly ensnared by Erin's spider silk. Her speed was so great that it couldn't react in time, letting out a terrified scream. Erin's spider silk possessed both physical and chemical properties, and within seconds, the chubby cockroach was being crushed by the tightening web. Its body began to liquefy and wither away as it was completely drained, leaving behind only a layer of fluid that gradually vanished. Sensing that the chubby cockroach had perished, Zhou's body was jolted by a wave of searing, burning pain that surged through him. Red fluid began to leak from his eyes and nose, taking Zhou completely by surprise as he suffered a massive nosebleed and fell backward as if he had been punched. Blood sprayed from his nose as he lost his balance and collapsed onto the bed, his eyes rolling back in his head from the injury. His entire body trembled in agonizing exhaustion. Seeing Zhou in such a state, the system cockroach hovering above suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Oh, I forgot to mention that since you and Xiao Wu share senses, if he dies, you will also suffer the backlash." Ah. The next morning, the streets in the city sector protected by the Slayer Squad were crowded with people going about their daily lives as usual. While the giant monster's assault continued elsewhere, Chuya sat at a roadside stall on the sidewalk, focused on his meal. Thud, someone slammed a folder of test results onto the table with great force. Startled from his meal, Chuya looked up to see who it was. It was AI Lin, arriving to deliver his medical reports. Dressed in a new outfit, she stood before Chuyi with her arms crossed and began to speak. "Your lab results are back. Everything appears normal," she said, despite the fact that his cockroach-based genetic system should have flagged something. Chuyi himself was stunned by this anomaly. He picked up the documents and began scanning the data repeatedly, trying to make sense of it. AI Lin seemed much more approachable than before. "You're free to go," she remarked, maintaining a haughty facade even though she had grown fond of him. Hearing this, Chuya looked up at AI Lin, his gaze deep with contemplation. He set the folder back on the table, straightened his posture, and adopted a look of absolute gravity. Staring directly at her, he declared firmly, "I want to join the extermination squad." AI Lin was taken aback by his request, her brow furrowing as she kept her arms crossed. She responded with equal seriousness, "What? Our mortality rate is incredibly high." Chuya was quick to retort. Raising his voice to show his resolve, he asked, "Is the death rate for ordinary people any lower?" AI Lin simply offered a faint smile, looking at the naive newcomer who was eager for a taste of reality. Driven by intense passion and determination, Chuya thumped his chest repeatedly and continued in a loud, commanding tone. "I'm an awakened as well, and I've fought by your side. Besides, my record is clean now. Can I join? Sensing that he was being entirely sincere, AI Lin dropped her act. She was genuinely surprised by the conviction in his words. AI Lin stared at Chu Yi in a mix of confusion and wonder. She then decided to share a crucial piece of information that would allow him to strive for a spot on the team. The extermination squad holds selection trials once every 4 years, and the next one is in 7 days. Your skills aren't bad, but word has it that this year will be the most difficult in history. She tried to intimidate him a bit more before finally sitting down to share a meal with him. A powerful gust of wind whistled through the crowded streets. Several young men walked past Chu Yi and AI Lin, their auras suggesting they were quite dangerous. Chu Yi continued his meal nonchalantly, looking at her. "Vice Captain AI Lin, please help me find a way," he said, lowering his head as his demeanor shifted. His gaze became more focused and intense, his cockroach antennae twitching as he stared at AI Lin for a long moment before elaborating further. "I don't believe you're the type to ignore a debt of life, nor are you a shameless person." Suddenly, AI Lin stood up, her face shadowed as she looked away. "Stand up," she muttered coldly, leaving Chu Yi feeling a bit intimidated and awkward. Then AI Lin looked him in the eye with an unpredictable, bright expression and announced loudly, "I actually admire that shameless, stop-at-nothing attitude. Fine, I'll give you a chance for special training." All this time, Commander Wei Lion had been lurking around a corner across the street, observing and eavesdropping on their entire conversation. He watched Chu Yi's every move intently. Beside Wei Lion stood a diminutive scientist who, puzzled by the commander's behavior, turned to ask a question. "Commander, why did you order me to falsify Chu Yi's test results?" the scientist asked, while Wei Lion's eyes remained fixed on the young man. The scientist continued with a look of bewilderment. His genetic profile revealed elements that are definitely not human. Fully aware of the truth, the commander had chosen to cover it up for Chu Yi. He gazed across the street at the boy and offered a faint, enigmatic smile. Perhaps Wei Lion held high hopes that Chu Yi would become an elite member of the squad. After a long silence, he finally replied to the scientist, "Let the bullet fly a little longer." Meanwhile, at the training base, a high-tech armored circular gate stood before them, looking like a hatch from an interstellar spacecraft. This was the entrance to the abyss. The men and women of the extermination squad, the Guardians of Peace, were assembling in front of the gate. Among them was their newest recruit, Chu Yi. He walked alongside AI Lin, but the moment he laid eyes on the abyssal gate, our protagonist's composure crumbled instantly. "What?" Now fully geared up with a heavy rucksack, Chu Yi was horrified by AI Lin's announcement. He pointed at himself in a panic and cried out, "You said special training meant sending me straight into the abyss." Images of grotesque monsters of every shape and color flashed through his mind as he whispered in terror, "Are you joking? The abyss is crawling with monsters." Furthermore, the power levels of the creatures inside are on a completely different scale from those outside. Even an entire army would face near certain death in there. How can anyone use the abyss for leveling up? Chu Yi thought, glancing back at his teammates and whispering to himself, and there are only 4 of them. His heart was consumed by dread and anxiety, especially since these 4 new teammates were complete strangers to him. This tall, handsome young man with neat hair is Justin, followed by the petite and spunky Lu Jiao and 2 other teammates. One is the scholarly-looking yet muscular Su Kai, who wears glasses, and the other is the mischievous, freckle-faced Song Tao laughing in the back. Aaron leads Zhu Yi's new team, standing before them with crossed arms to introduce their upcoming mission in the abyss. She explains that the abyss consists of countless tunnels bored by giant worms during the cataclysm, each connecting to an otherworldly dimension with danger levels from E to S. Higher danger levels mean stronger monsters and larger spaces. Pointing to the circular gate behind her, Erin continues her briefing. Through this interdimensional portal, they can enter an abyss already scouted by the extermination squad as she approaches the control panel. Her slender hands operate the controls with practiced ease, the machine beeping as Erin explains their objective. The extermination squad's job is to enter the abyss, wipe out monsters, and repel the otherworldly invasion of reality, her fingers moving rapidly. Killing abyss monsters allows their magic crystal weapons to grow, Erin notes, holding a small spirit stone between 2 fingers while glancing sideways. She then presses a button on the console with her index finger, causing the massive steel gate to react immediately. The gate splits open from the center, emitting a brilliant glow of energy as Erin stands confidently before the fully opened portal. Surrounded by surging waves of energy, Erin turns brightly toward Justin to hand over the leadership. She tells Justin that since he has experience in the abyss, he will lead the team this time, a prestigious honor for any squad member. Justin accepts the command with a sharp, disciplined shout, and the scene shifts to their successful arrival in the E-rank silent forest. After stepping through the portal, Zhu Yi and the team enter the forest, where he feels quite anxious during his very first mission. The team soon ventures deep inside, where the massive trees and strange creatures create a truly breathtaking and eye-opening landscape. Everything looks fascinating to Zhu Yi, who shouts in wonder at the sight of the abyss, though Captain Justin remains unfazed. Suddenly, a mutated monkey with blood-red eyes and rows of jagged teeth appears on a branch above them. Strangely, its tail is a living snake head that can hiss and bite, and Zhu Yi spots the creature right over his head. Startled by the snake-tailed monkey, Zhu Yi cries out, drawing the attention of the creatures toward him. As he looks toward a nearby tree, he encounters a spider larger than himself slowly emerging from a hollow trunk. His mouth hangs wide in shock at the spider's size, his reaction becoming even more intense as he notices the tree it inhabits. The tree is incredibly thick and tall, making him feel like a bewildered child seeing the world for the first time. Witnessing things he thought only existed in movies, Zhu Yi holds his head and looks around, wondering if this is still Earth. Passing through a single door felt like entering another world, leaving his teammates speechless and embarrassed by his dramatic reaction. Once settled, the group continues with Zhu Yi at the rear, and Justin leading the way to scout for any upcoming dangers. Justin suddenly stops and turns back with a look of annoyance, tossing a large bag into Zhu Yi's hands. Confused, he catches the heavy luggage, as Captain Justin begins to assert his dominance over the newcomer. Having just arrived, the man issues a stern warning, telling the brat that he isn't allowed to touch a single monster in the abyss. He orders Zhu Yi to simply follow behind them and carry the gear, leaving the young man stunned for a moment. Realizing he is being bullied, Zhu Yi's expression sours as he looks at the captain's arrogant and contemptuous face. Justin's face darkens with hidden rage as he recalls Zhu Yi training with Erin the day before, resenting him for getting close to his goddess. A tense silence falls between them as they glare at each other, the only sound being the rustling leaves until the captain snaps at him. He glares menacingly, asking if Zhu Yi has a problem, but Zhu Yi manages to restrain himself and switches to a friendly facade. With a complete change in attitude, Zhu Yi gives a thumbs up and smiles broadly, promising to stay away from the monsters and serve as support. The captain felt a sense of disappointment, standing there dazed by Zhu Yi's cowardly display, unable to comprehend it at all. Conversely, our protagonist was quite delighted, ignoring the disdain of others while appearing jubilant, though internally he was moved to tears of relief, whispering that he was finally safe from the captain's obvious attempt to find an excuse to thrash him. He wanted to punish Zhu Yi for being close to his crush, and seeing the boy act this way only made his blood boil further as his eyes twitched and his teeth remained tightly clenched. Hey, is this guy's brain broken? He wondered, but a moment later, Zhu Yi became even more eccentric, turning around with a cheerful chatter and raising his hands high with an incredibly optimistic attitude. Everyone, just leave all the luggage to me, he shouted, leaving the rest of the team stunned as he enthusiastically approached Lu Yao to volunteer his help. Give me your bag, he said, but the girl who disliked how he constantly belittled himself snapped back at him. There is no need. I can carry it myself. I am a normal person, she stated, and the team moved on, leaving Zhu Yi to follow behind alone while clutching a pile of equipment in his arms. Zhu Yi seemed to have a plan in mind as he watched their retreating figures and whispered to himself, though his expression remained frustrated as he continued to ponder. What do I lose by being forbidden from hunting monsters? Not until I witness the battle of the awakened within the abyss, he thought, his expression turning quite devious. A faint smile played on Zhu Yi's lips as the sound of thunder echoed everywhere, while Lu Yao summoned the inescapable net, her eyes and aura glowing brightly. Lu Yao gripped a long staff with both hands as electric sparks crackled around it. Then she pointed it toward the ground and screamed, "Heavenly Tomb Lightning Pool Rage!" Lightning bolts surged downward and reflected upward, striking the mutant monkeys directly, causing them to twitch in agony and let out sharp, pained cries as the electricity coursed through them. They were paralyzed and driven mad by the shocks, and next, Captain Justin unleashed his technique, beginning to channel the energy within his body. His eyes glowed intensely as waves of smoke billowed from them, and with a sharp flash, a brilliant surge of energy erupted from the tip of his blade. It sliced a giant insect in half, and the others swarming Justin from behind were also caught in the blast as he roared for them all to die, while Chuya remained hidden behind two large rocks. Chuya poked his head out to observe the two of them in combat, realizing that the crystal weapons of the awakened, while they were slaying abyssal monsters, would absorb the monsters' special energy, much like gaining experience in a game. The more they killed, the faster they leveled up, and an hour later, Justin finished off the horde with his massive divine sword, thrusting it into a giant monkey's abdomen. Chuya watched and realized that even the most elite awakened of their generation would become exhausted after fighting incessantly for so long, as Justin stood there panting heavily. Huffing and puffing, he gripped his greatsword while looking quite worn out, yet he still tried to boast about his achievement of killing 310 monsters and finally leveling up. Chuya chose to remain idle and observe, and seeing Justin's state of depletion, he whispered to himself that he was nothing like that man. Now our protagonist wore a gentle and satisfied smile as he took a small white cloth and tucked it into his collar, looking incredibly confident and delighted. Furthermore, he was leisurely slicing pieces of golden brown meat, his hands moving smoothly through each fiber as he thoroughly enjoyed the process. While his teammates were fighting for their lives, Chuya speared a small piece and brought it to his mouth to savor, opening his jaws just wide enough to take a bite. He was blissfully enjoying the delicious barbecued monkey meat by the campfire, accompanied by a drink to sip on, making the experience absolutely perfect. As Chuya wore a look of pure bliss while savoring the flavor, the system immediately notified him that he had acquired the long-armed sand ape trait. While chewing contentedly, Chuya whispered to himself in delight that he only needed to eat a mouthful of monster meat to gain its traits, regardless of whether he was the one who killed it. There were so many types of fresh and fragrant meat all for him, and he ate until he didn't know when to stop, while the system panel continuously flashed notifications as he munched on the delicious morsels. Acquired trait, strong poison resistance. Strong poison resistance has been enhanced. Acquired trait, jungle adaptation. Jungle adaptation has been enhanced. Acquired trait, solar affinity. Finally finished, Chuya patted his belly loudly, so full that his navel was practically bulging out. Since the apocalypse and his rebirth, today was the first time the protagonist had enjoyed such a filling meal, and after eating his fill, he stretched out his legs to rest, letting out a long, loud burp of pure comfort, making one wonder if he was here for battle or a vacation. It was the perfect time for a nap to feel refreshed, and while his teammates were struggling outside, Chuya lay there with his eyes closed, enjoying the sensation of his full stomach. With a look of pure enjoyment, he thought to himself that he had made up his mind. Even if he joined a combat squad, he would definitely stick with the logistics team. Others would exhaust themselves killing, while he only needed to eat to grow stronger, which was fantastic. But suddenly the cockroach god appeared, crossing its arms proudly and shouting for him to praise its greatness, prompting Chuya to immediately leap up and cheer with his hands raised high. Long live the lucky one. After enduring hardships, his efforts finally paid off, leaving him beyond ecstatic. Meanwhile, Zhuya's teammates were exhausted from fighting weak monsters, only to see him looking far too relaxed. Feeling resentful and displeased, they glared at him while suffering from hunger and fatigue. Their moods were incredibly bleak, and with grim expressions, they all turned their attention toward him. They all shared the same thought regarding Zhuya. What on earth is he doing? We are exhausted from slaying monsters while he sits back and enjoys a feast. In the silent shadow forest, birds soared peacefully above the tall treetops, though the tranquility was merely an illusion. Despite the calm atmosphere, a sudden shadow darted across the sky. Deep within the woods, a heavy-horned ant was sprinting with all its might amidst a series of loud rumbles. It moved at a terrifying speed as if driven mad by something, its mouth letting out constant, jarring screeches. Suddenly, a massive ape with the physique of a giant blocked the heavy-horned ant's path. This creature possessed a colossal snake-like tail and roared to display its power, its face twisted into an unnatural, monstrous visage. It had two long, upward-curving fangs and a fiercely furrowed brow, accompanied by ear-splitting screeches that were painful to hear. This beast was known as the king snake-tailed monkey, the sovereign of the lesser primates within this bizarre forest. Given its display of dominance, one would expect it to be a formidable match for the heavy-horned ant, yet it was sent flying by a single strike, spraying blood everywhere. The monkey proved to be no threat to the heavy-horned ant at all. Watching from a distance, Zhuya slowly peeked out to observe the battle between the two creatures. He was genuinely stunned by the creature's overwhelming power, his eyes widening as the cockroach antennae on his head twitched upward. Zhuyi gasped in shock, realizing this was the abyssal heavy-horned ant boss, which had effortlessly slain a king snake-tailed monkey that was nearly at the knight rank. Despite being only half a level apart, the difference in their strength was staggering. As he remained focused on the beasts, a voice from behind him said, "We will be victorious. Everyone, proceed according to my plan. We shall become the newest elite boss-hunting squad," said Captain Justin as Zhuyi turned to face him. It turned out the entire team had been observing the mutated creature, though Zhuyi found the captain's words hard to stomach. He cast a sharp, sideways glance at the captain, his thoughts clashing with the man's arrogance as he recalled Aaron's previous instructions. If anyone is injured, crippled, or killed while challenging the boss, medical insurance will not cover it, our protagonist stated firmly to the captain. Didn't Aaron warn us not to engage the final boss? I refuse to participate, he said, causing Justin's expression to sour immediately. Suddenly losing his temper, Justin grabbed Zhuyi by the collar and barked directly into his face. A useless trash like you doesn't need to concern himself with such matters. Get lost and head to the safe zone in the rear. Just make sure you guard everyone's backpacks properly. Zhuyi was startled by the man's sudden, unprovoked outburst. He turned and walked away without a word, while Lu Jiao seemed to notice the captain's strange behavior. She watched Zhuyi with an unreadable expression, leaving it unclear whether she pitied him or shared the other's contempt. The captain then opened a map, pointed to a specific area, and told Zhuyi, "Stay hidden right here, do you understand?" He treated the protagonist with utter disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a burden, yet Zhuyi simply stood up and gathered all the equipment. As he headed in the direction the captain indicated, Zhuyi turned back and said, "All right, good luck to everyone." The remaining two members were Su Kai and Song Tao. Seeing Zhuyi being cast aside like that, both of them looked visibly delighted and were clearly satisfied with the situation. They both chuckled to themselves, while only Lu Jiao felt something was amiss. She approached the captain and whispered, "Captain, isn't the location you sent him to the exact spot where we plan to ambush the boss?" Justin continued to watch Zhuyi's retreating figure to ensure he reached the designated spot, his hatred for the man burning intensely. Seeing our protagonist heading into danger, he smirked triumphantly and arrogantly added, "That's right. Furthermore, I have already packed the 4 bags Zhuyi is carrying with explosives." Sending him alone into such a perilous place without a shred of compassion, the man added, "Once the boss attacks him, I will trigger the detonator." His malice had grown stronger than ever, as if he were a madman completely blinded by his own jealousy. He roared with extreme excitement, "Boom! Then we will finish off the wounded boss. The only cost is the life of that useless trash." Seeing his madness reach its peak, Lu Jiao was the only one who cared about Zhuyi's fate. Unable to endure it, Lu Jiao shouted to snap him out of it, "That is far too despicable." But as soon as she spoke, her eyes filled with shock. A cold glint reflected in the girl's beautiful eyes as the captain pressed a blade against Lu Jiao's throat, causing the other 2 men to cry out in shock. "Captain," even Lu Jiao turned pale with fear at the man's chilling aura. Justin's face was livid with rage, his eyes bulging as he roared in a fit of pure fury. "Drop that saintly act. I'll only tolerate your insolence this once." After the internal strife, the forest returned to a terrifying silence. Following the map's directions, Zhuyi arrived and stopped at the base of a tree, where he leaned down to pick something up in this safe zone. It turned out our protagonist was picking up the leg of a massive monster, holding it while looking on in deep thought. He had only just stopped to investigate when the ground beneath him began to shake violently, forcing him to drop the limb and stand up in a panic as he shouted in shock. "Is the battle this intense? It's already reached here." He still assumed the noise was coming from his teammates fighting in the distance. The booming sounds grew closer and more powerful, causing a worried Zhuyi to plant his feet and drop into a defensive stance. Sensing imminent danger approaching, Zhuyi's face turned pale as he stammered in fear, Something is coming." Suddenly, a blurred figure streaked through the branches too fast to be identified, though it wasn't entirely unexpected. It was another pack of snake-tailed monkeys. They seemed to be the most populous inhabitants of this forest as they leaped over Zhuyi one by one. Though he braced himself for an attack, they were actually fleeing for their lives and ignored him entirely, yet Zhuyi still raised his arms in defense. Once the monkeys had passed, Zhuyi turned to watch them in bewilderment, realizing that he was never their target. They appeared to be escaping from something, leaving a dazed Chuya to mutter, "They just ran past," before he could even react to what was happening a few meters away. A massive creature was tearing through the forest, snapping trees like twigs with the sheer momentum of a speeding train. Paralyzed by the terrifying noise, Chuya looked on with wide-eyed innocence, experiencing such a horrific moment for the very first time. This sensation felt remarkably similar to when the giant monster attacked him during his first reincarnation. A second later, a heavy-horned ant appeared before him. It was hunting the monkeys and happened to charge directly toward him, seemingly driven mad and unable to restrain its own momentum. Our protagonist was instantly impaled through the abdomen by the massive horn atop the heavy-horned ant's head before he could even showcase his strength. Struck by a lethal blow, the injury was severe as blood sprayed from his body, completely obscuring Chuya's facial features. With blood gushing from his nose and mouth, Chuya's expression twisted in an agony so intense that death would have been a mercy. He struggled to draw breath in that moment, yet the heavy-horned ant did not slow its pace at all. While still impaled, his body was driven through several large trees, making it seem impossible for Chuya to survive this ordeal. After the torment of smashing through countless trunks, the ferocious heavy-horned ant finally slammed Chuya against a cliffside. It continued to ram his small frame into the rock, causing layers of stone to shatter into large fragments from the immense impact. One could only imagine what was left of his body. As the dust settled, our protagonist struggled to take even the shallowest of breaths. That he could still cling to life after such a brutal assault was a miracle, proving that Chuya's physical endurance was far from ordinary. Gripping the massive horn with both hands, Chuya writhed in heartbreaking pain, wondering why a boss was here, still unaware of the truth. He had been set up, yet he remained confused until the divine descent system suddenly activated, alerting him to his fatal injuries. It ordered the immediate removal of the foreign object to begin repairs, while a fading Chuya slumped his head, coughing and wondering if his team had been wiped out. Suddenly, a flaming arrow streaked through the air, propelled by an incredible force toward the scene. The arrow flew straight toward the heavy-horned ant, which was currently stuck after ramming its head into the rocky mountainside. With its horn wedged deep and unable to pull free, Chuya watched the flaming arrow in confusion, unaware it was all part of the captain's plan. After letting the boss brutalize Chuya, the captain intended to blow him up using the bombs hidden in his gear, which the flaming arrow now ignited. Seeing the fire, a realization dawned on Chuya's haggard face as he looked at the supplies his teammates gave him and began to suspect the truth. Unable to resist, he whispered with his dying breath, "Explosives," just as he realized exactly what he had been carrying all along. At that exact moment, the bombs detonated. Though he finally knew he had been betrayed, there was nothing left for him to do. The brilliance of the explosion gradually obscured his figure, and in the darkness of his subconscious, his voice echoed, wondering if he had been abandoned by his comrades once more to become monster fodder. Had Joey been reincarnated yet again? Returning to reality, a massive explosion erupted, sending tremors throughout the entire forest. The thick scent of gunpowder filled the air as debris scattered in all directions, while Joey's teammates watched the scene unfold from a distance. Seeing that his plan had been perfectly executed, the captain stood atop a high cliff, spreading his arms and laughing out loud in triumph. Believing that Joey had perished, the man became even more ecstatic, his eyes bulging with delight as he let out a jubilant roar. Did everyone see that idiot's final moments? It's hilarious. Once the smoke clears, we'll head down to finish off the weakened boss. Killing two birds with one stone, his cold-blooded and petty nature was truly appalling. But Lu Jiao suddenly noticed something and strained her eyes to see, her face turning pale with shock. Pointing directly below, Lu Jiao cried out for the captain to look, prompting Justin and the others to lean over and peer down. The man's expression shifted instantly upon seeing what lay below, his eyes widening as a look of intense irritation took over. His mind was filled with confusion as he stared down at the patch of forest where Joey had been targeted. Thick smoke obscured the view, but as they moved closer, it became clear that Joey's body remained completely unharmed. Though he should have been blown to bits, his silhouette remained standing as the smoke dissipated, revealing Joey's soot-covered face and eyes glowing with an eerie light. Looking as if he were possessed, the captain squinted in disbelief and shouted in anger, "What? How is he still alive?" Despite taking a fatal blow to his midsection, Joey had not perished. Instead, he appeared even more robust and menacing than before. With his muscles bulging and his rage reaching its peak, he used both hands to wrench the boss's horn out of his own body while letting out a terrifying growl. "Do you all truly believe?" Joe muttered as he extracted the massive horn of the heavy-horned ant from his chest, appearing completely unfazed by the injury. Although he had lost a significant amount of blood, his sheer strength and endurance were nothing short of remarkable as he cast the horn aside. His skin reacted instantly, knitting itself back together until his body was fully restored, and he glared at his team with eyes full of hatred, shouting with a powerful voice, "Do you people really think?" Grabbing the massive heavy-horned ant with both hands, Joe handled it as easily as a common stone while bracing his legs for a powerful move. Using the entire heavy-horned ant as a makeshift weapon, he made the captain look like nothing more than a helpless toad in comparison. The captain was paralyzed with fear, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth in disbelief at Joe's overwhelming power. For once he was enraged, no one could restrain him. He hurled the heavy-horned ant high toward the cliff where Justin stood, shouting at the top of his lungs as he prepared to strike. "Do you think I'm such an easy target?" he roared as the massive boss collided with the cliff at high speed, causing a violent explosion and a massive shockwave. Debris and dust billowed everywhere, and the captain found it impossible to escape the impact of such a colossal collision. Battered by flying rocks, the captain desperately shielded himself, yet he was powerless against the immense force and weight of the heavy-horned ant. A trembling hand reached out from the dust as Song Tao called out weakly for the captain, his lower body pinned beneath the heavy-horned ant with no way to escape. A single throw from Joe had left Song Tao on the brink of death, and he reached out while screaming in agony for someone to save him. The captain and the rest of the team were horrified to see Song Tao's dire situation, and as the dust settled, they cried out his name in shock. While the boy hoped for a rescue, the despicable Justin cared for nothing but his own victory and status. Instead of helping, he heartlessly ordered the others to ignore him and kill the boss to survive, even pointing his sword directly at the trapped Song Tao. Song Tao pleaded for his life with his final breath, but Justin's face was flushed with a blind rage fueled by his rivalry with Joe. Blinded by his obsession with surpassing Joe, he ignored his comrade's plight to focus on the glory of the kill, preparing his flesh and blood explosive arrow. As the captain aimed his weapon at Song Tao, the young man's body began to undergo a sudden and terrifying transformation. His face and body bloated unnaturally, as if filled with pressurized air, and he screamed in excruciating pain as he felt himself on the verge of bursting. Suddenly, the pressure erupted into a violent explosion of blood that sprayed from Song Tao's body with enough force to pierce through the massive frame of the heavy-horned ant. The monster let out an ear-piercing roar of agony as it thrashed about, crushing Song Tao's small body beneath its weight. Its eyes turned a brilliant crimson, and despite the heavy assault and its fading strength, the heavy-horned ant managed to brace itself and stand back up. It opened its mandibles filled with sharp teeth and shrieked toward the sky, while on its shoulder, the area where Song Tao had been crushed was now a bloody mess. Only a thick, crimson smear remained, reeking of a pungent stench, as Captain Justin stood behind and ordered his two remaining teammates to charge forward. His aura remained intense, and seeing the heavy-horned ant rise, he shouted orders. "What are you standing there for? Attack now." Lu Jiao and Su Kai immediately channeled their spiritual power, one of lightning and one of red flame, as they prepared to charge, knowing the beast was weakened by nearly 40%. Su Kai grit his teeth and swung a flaming fist as he risked his life to rush forward with a battle cry, his strength proving to be quite impressive. After enhancing his power to create a swirling vortex of fire, he swung his fist toward the heavy-horned ant's neck, intending to finish the creature quickly. Simultaneously, Lu Jiao charged forward with her staff crackling with lightning, a powerful pressure radiating from her as she focused on the target ahead. A bolt of lightning struck the heavy-horned ant, and the already injured creature suffered even more severe damage from the electrocution. In agony, the massive beast thrashed its limbs and let out a pathetic roar while Lu Jiao gripped her lightning staff firmly, completely controlling the electrical current. The heavy-horned ant could do nothing but scream in misery, its eyes revealing extreme pain as it tilted its head back and let out a long, piercing shriek. Seeing the boss's unstable state, the captain shouted, "It's almost dead," as Lu Jiao pointed her staff forward even more forcefully. She grit her teeth and channeled her strength to push the lightning attack forward, while the captain smirked inwardly with premature triumph at the beast's disadvantage. This boss wasn't as strong as the rumors suggested, which made sense since it had been tossed around like a ball by that loser. Fire and lightning enveloped its massive body as it endured the torment in immense pain, and Captain Justin immediately seized the opportunity to charge. Intending to finish the heavy-horned ant quickly, he braced himself and gripped his sword, shouting, "Die, you beast!" as the creature grew both pained and enraged. The massive creature grit its teeth and exhaled sharply, its fighting spirit flaring up as Justin approached. The heavy-horned ant stood up on its hind legs and lunged forward with a roar, emitting an incredibly powerful sonic wave from its massive maw. A large circle of purple spiritual energy radiated outward, intertwining with the fire and lightning that were meant to finish it off. However, seeing the boss's terrifying and powerful aura, Justin hesitated, as he hadn't anticipated it could still be this strong. He stood there stunned and confused, never expecting that the fire and lightning the heavy-horned ant took from Lu Jiao and Su Kai's attacks would be concentrated into its long, massive horn, merging the elements into a weapon to use against Justin's team. Lu Jiao instantly realized the heavy-horned ant's intention and cried out in panic. "This is bad. The heavy-horned beast is absorbing our energy." "Stop using elemental attacks," she shouted, her face filled with absolute terror after the relentless barrage of assaults. Even after being hurled up the cliffside by Zhou Yi, this heavy-horned ant proved to be incredibly resilient. It stood tall and dangerous, stepping toward the three of them as Lu Jiao screamed, "The more we attack, the stronger it gets," while Captain Justin's face turned pale. He grit his teeth, his eyes betraying his anxiety and fear as he muttered to himself in a state of frustrated confusion. "No, this is bad. We can't win, it's too powerful," he thought, now consumed entirely by fear and negative emotions. The three teammates faced the massive heavy-horned ant with faces pale from dread, while the captain's incompetence and helplessness in actual combat were fully exposed. He was clearly a bully who preyed on the weak, yet he turned cowardly when facing a monster, and suddenly Su Kai was struck from behind, crying out in shock. It was Captain Justin, who had suddenly slapped Su Kai hard, leaving him confused and nearly falling as he cried out, "Captain!" Striking a pressure point, he caused Su Kai to collapse face first onto the ground, daring to assault his own teammate right in front of Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao was stunned by the captain's behavior and spoke up timidly, "Justin, you?" But the man didn't even spare her. Before the girl could defend herself, he landed a heavy punch to her stomach, proving he was cruel enough to strike a woman without a shred of remorse. Lu Yao dropped her staff in agony, leaving only Justin standing as two teammates lay defeated at his feet. Instead of helping, he glared down and barked that they were useless burdens who would serve as his sacrifices. This was the captain's plan all along. He abandoned Lu Yao and Su Kai, heartlessly thanking them as he fled. The heavy-armored ant lumbered toward Lu Yao, its crimson eyes burning with a murderous hunger as it loomed over them. It raised a massive leg to crush Su Kai's head, who was left defenseless after the captain struck his pressure points. He felt the weight descending before a sickening crunch echoed, and red spray erupted beneath the ant's foot. Su Kai was instantly obliterated, leaving nothing but gruesome fragments of flesh clinging to the creature's claws. With one target eliminated, the terrifying beast turned its dark, murderous gaze toward Lu Yao and raised another leg. Poor Lu Yao lay paralyzed by her captain's betrayal, only seconds away from sharing Su Kai's gruesome fate. Suddenly, a golden streak blurred past as Zhou Yi lunged from the cliff toward her with the speed of a hurricane. Zhou Yi scooped Lu Yao up just in time to dodge the ant's heavy stomp, saving her from certain death. Barely conscious, she weakly asked why he only saved her, but Zhou Yi remained silent and averted his gaze. As she waited for an answer, Zhou Yi looked up at the massive beast and explained it was because she never bullied him. He recalled the end of his past life, empathizing with the struggle to survive after being used as a sacrificial pawn. He realized that in this world, only the powerful have the right to control their own destiny. Fueled by a burning resolve to never be a victim again, Zhou Yi vowed to become stronger as he secured Lu Yao. From a nearby corner, a desperate hand reached out as Justin pleaded for Zhou Yi to save him. His escape had failed, and now pinned by the ant's massive leg, the terrified captain begged for his life. Zhou Yi didn't even look at him, instead mockingly throwing the man's own words back at him with pure contempt. "Didn't you say this yourself, Captain Justin?" Zhou Yi remarked coldly to the man who still hadn't realized his defeat. Realizing his pleas were useless, Justin's true, malicious nature resurfaced as he began to scream in rage. Before Zhou Yi could even act, The heavy armored ant crushed the captain, causing one of his eyes to pop out. It was a miserable end, the ultimate price for his arrogance and treachery, and Lu Yao turned away in horror. Joya looked at her solemnly. Though they were once teammates, things had already gone too far to be undone. He reached toward her as his system interface flickered to life, activating the hypnotic pollen ability. Placing his palm before her face, the system confirmed that a large dose of soporific pollen would induce a coma. After ensuring she was unconscious, Joya gently laid her down and began to prepare himself for the fight. He knew he had to keep his monstrous powers a secret, so he turned to the giant ant and declared they were finally alone. The two faced off in a deadly stalemate, the ant bristling with rage and ready to slaughter the human before it. Joya's eyes burned with intensity as he cracked his knuckles and smiled, ready to face the challenge head-on. "I'll use you as a stepping stone to reach greater heights," he shouted, his resolve firmer than ever before. The heavy armored ant scraped the ground like a maddened bull, its eyes glowing red as it prepared to charge. Joya struck first, utilizing his frog-like traits to lash out with an incredibly long, prehensile tongue. He wrapped his tongue around a high branch and pulled with all his might as the system issued a new notification. With tongue elasticity activated, he used the branch as a pivot to launch himself high into the air. Chuya's springiness and posture are like a frog, but he is a top-tier one. The great horned ant misses its charge because he is so light. Taking control of the situation, Chuya leaps through the air and retracts his tongue while reflecting for a few brief seconds. Having absorbed so many traits on his way here, he finally has a chance to use them. He looks quite confident as the system activates. Mantis Scythe activated. Strange substances sprout from his fair hands, merging and transforming them into sharp points. The system reports that the forest mantis limb can easily slice prey in half. With a cracking sound, Chuya raises his arms high. His hands have successfully transformed into a sturdy and lethal weapon. He builds momentum to strike the great horned ant as they collide. Metallic clanging sound rings out, but the mantis claws fail to penetrate the ant's thick hide, leaving Chuya shocked and gasping. It is too hard. He even sits on its back, realizing that even the enhanced scythe cannot easily damage the boss. Noticing something, Chuya leans in for a closer look and narrows his eyes. Meanwhile, the massive beast realizes he is on its back. The creature quickly dashes at high speed to resist, prompting Chuya to jump down while thinking that although its skin evolved into armor. Instead of just jumping away, he stays close to its belly, deducing that the abdomen might still be its weak point. He swings his arm to gain momentum and strikes the great horned ant's belly, where the skin is much softer than on its back. Utilizing his small frame to remain agile, he targets the weak spot. Wounded and in pain, the great horned ant bellows toward the sky. Its jaws hang wide open in a display of agonizing pain. Finding its weakness makes Chuya even more excited. He smiles broadly and grinds his teeth with delight, pushing harder into the wound while thinking that this should be enough to end it. However, he suddenly notices the great horned ant's furious gaze behind him and sees its resentful expression. Chuya feels a bit intimidated and shrinks back before the giant creature pivots on its legs, stomps the ground, and spins 270 degrees. The great horned ant uses its long horn to flip Chuya into the air, sending him spinning wildly from the powerful force. Blood splatters from his stomach into the air as the great horned ant puts all its strength into a leap off the ground. The impact sends Chuya flying dozens of meters like a stone skipping across water, bouncing repeatedly as he hits the ground. He bounces and slams down multiple times, causing further internal damage and leaving a trail of blood before hitting a large tree. The force is so immense that Chuya is embedded into the trunk, leaving a deep dent and cracks everywhere as he coughs up blood. He gasps in pain and spits out a mouthful of blood while coughing violently. He is severely injured as the great horned ant is no easy foe. Chuya looks up and frowns in anger, thinking that despite its massive size, the creature is incredibly agile. He did not expect this and glares at the beast. Furthermore, the lightning energy it absorbed from Lu Yao is still active. Lightning continues to crackle on the ant's long horn as it glares back at Chuya with a murderous expression. The energy surges with constant crackling sounds as the great horned ant follows Chuya's path and slowly approaches him. It lowers its head and points its lightning-charged horn at Chuya, releasing a powerful shockwave of electricity. Chuya is in grave danger as the blinding light nears him. He grinds his teeth in desperation. Feeling cornered, he thinks to himself that it is all over just as a powerful bolt of lightning strikes him directly. A loud explosion follows as the lightning hits the tree, creating a massive blast that shakes the area with a blinding flash. From high above the forest where they are fighting, the lightning strikes upward with immense and terrifying force. It seems impossible for Chuyi to withstand such power. A moment later, only smoke, dust, and falling leaves are visible. As the dust clears, the severe damage to the large trees becomes apparent, and the scene falls into a heavy silence. The great horned ant has not finished yet. Its eyes are still filled with murderous intent as it glares at Chuyi. Refusing to let one failure stop him, Chuyi altered his strategy as his hand transformed, discarding the mantis-like limb he had used moments ago. Now in a different state, his hand possessed 5 sharp digits and looked significantly more robust as the system interface displayed the tree demon. He activated the tree demon's epidermal physique, which provided excellent insulation against electricity though it feared fire, protecting him during the heavy-horned ant's recent attack. Because Chuyi had triggered the trait in time, the tree demon's armor kept him safe, allowing him to stride forward boldly to confront the massive beast. The tree demon's outer layer gradually receded to reveal his human skin as Chuyi stared intently at the boss before him, deep in thought. It seems that no matter how powerful a monster is, one can always find its natural counter within its own habitat rather than relying solely on brute force. Chuyi focused his mind to deduce its weakness and devise a winning strategy, furrowing his brows as he whispered to himself. Although he could block its strikes, he still lacked a definitive finishing move while the beast before him charged like a frenzied bull. It relied entirely on raw power rather than reason, and seeing its sheer aggression, an idea suddenly struck Chuyi as he cried out, "I have it." He acted immediately as the system announced the activation of his long-arm trait, causing his limb to extend so he could reach for the captain's blade lying in the corner. Chuyi reached out to snatch the weapon while the heavy-horned ant was distracted, gripping the massive blade with a fierce expression on his face. Pointing the greatsword directly at the monster, he resolved that victory or defeat would be decided by this single strike before lifting his foot. His face darkened, masking his emotions as he gathered his strength and stomped his foot firmly onto the ground. Numerous woody vines sprouted and surged forth with immense power as the system announced the activation of his treant vines. He must have consumed a piece of giant bark during his struggle against the heavy-horned ant, for now beneath his feet. Countless sturdy vines erupted, spreading out like a complex web and rushing toward the heavy-horned ant at a terrifying speed. The system identified them as the treant's predatory tools, and soon these woody vines had tightly bound the massive heavy-horned ant like thick ropes. With its entire body now immobilized, it could no longer act as arrogantly as before, as the system confirmed the vines could entangle any forest creature. Even the largest creatures are rendered helpless once trapped in this forest net, and the heavy-horned ant was no exception, falling into a complete panic. Caught off guard, the massive beast let out a roar and tried to use its long horn to tear through the thick fibers, but its efforts were in vain. As the heavy-horned ant let out ear-piercing screeches, Chuyi knew his calculations were complete and gripped the captain's greatsword to finish the job. Chuyi lunged downward with his blade. His silhouette darkened with only his glowing red eyes visible as a powerful killing intent radiated from him. He poured every ounce of his strength into the strike, fully intent on executing this difficult boss as he let out a thunderous cry, "Die!" Amidst its own roars, the beast seemed to sense the impending doom from Chuyi's overwhelming aura, leaving the heavy-horned ant stunned. It widened its blood-red eyes in sheer confusion and began to struggle with every ounce of its remaining strength. Bracing itself on its hind legs, it lunged forward and thrashed its front limbs until the vines began to snap, proving just how powerful this creature truly was. Just as he thought the final blow would end this difficult mission, Chuyi was stunned by the heavy-horned ant's strength, which far exceeded his expectations. Worried that he couldn't dodge in time after it broke free, he immediately activated a trait as the system announced that his muscle expansion was enhancing his strength. Veins bulged across Chuyi's hands and arms as he gritted his teeth and leaped high into the air from the ground. He clashed his greatsword directly against the heavy-horned ant's massive horn, the impact forcing the creature to halt its advance. However, the moment the blade struck the horn, the captain's weapon shattered in two, forcing a frustrated Chuyi to land and retreat. His feet skidded across the grass, leaving a long trail behind as he looked down in shock at the broken hilt remaining in his hand. Panting heavily, he stared at the useless remnant before deciding he no longer needed it and tossed the broken blade aside. He began to walk forward with a smirk, his confidence unshaken as he fixed his gaze upon the heavy-horned ant. The massive creature went berserk, roaring as it charged toward Zhu Yi with the speed of a runaway train, threatening to crush any human in its path. Yet Zhu Yi remained perfectly calm, picking up a small fragment and casually placing it in his mouth as he spoke in a relaxed tone. "I'm sorry, but this battle is already over for you, as I have finally obtained the trait needed to defeat you," he said, opening his mouth. He let out a short laugh and swallowed the morsel with an air of excitement, prompting an immediate notification from the system. Upon using Devour and obtaining the new trait, Zhu Yi underwent a sudden transformation, his entire body now encased in thick layers of armor. His arms transformed into spiked shields as the system announced the activation of the heavy-horned beast's sharp horn. It turned out Zhu Yi was so confident because he had consumed a fragment of the heavy-horned ant's horn, allowing him to suddenly leap high into the air. As dust billowed below, Zhu Yi streaked through the sky at such an incredible speed that his body became a mere blur to the naked eye. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the heavy-horned ant roared in retaliation and bared its formidable mandibles amidst a series of thunderous shocks. Violent collision erupted as Zhu Yi and the heavy-horned ant threw themselves into a desperate struggle, each determined to kill the other until the fighting finally ceased. Heavy gasps echoed through the clear blue sky, while down in the forest below, numerous thick trees had been snapped and shattered. Blood stained the massive vines everywhere, and a heavy silence fell over the area, broken only by the faint drifting of dust as an exhausted Zhu Yi struggled to breathe. He panted heavily with his mouth open, his face covered in streaks of red. Though he was wounded from the brawl, Zhu Yi emerged as the victor. Zhu Yi sat atop the carcass of the heavy-horned ant to recover his strength, while beneath him, the creature lay dead in a pool of blood with its mangled face leaking fluids from every orifice. At that moment, a shimmering golden key suddenly materialized right above Zhu Yi's head, its brilliant glow immediately catching his attention. He looked up with weary eyes, too exhausted to show much of a reaction as the system interface displayed a notification regarding the floating key. It was a secret realm key that allowed the user to enter a hidden dimension within a specific time limit, a detail that piqued Zhu Yi's interest. A secret realm? He wondered. Despite his injuries and physical exhaustion, he couldn't help but ask what such a place actually was. Back in the city protected by the extermination squad, rumors spread quickly about the tragic training accident that had befallen Zhu Yi's team. With 3 dead, 1 in a coma, and 1 slightly injured, the rescue team scrambled to help, shouting for the wounded to be taken to emergency care immediately. Later, a man dressed in military attire grabbed Zhu Yi by the collar inside the hospital, acting in his capacity as an investigator. Losing his composure, the man leaned in close and aggressively barked at Zhu Yi, demanding to know exactly what had happened within the abyss. With a scowl on his face, the investigator continued his violent interrogation, shouting at Zhu Yi to explain why he was the only one who had survived. Since the others were dead and couldn't testify, Zhu Yi felt cornered and wondered if he should claim he just luckily escaped the boss, though he feared it sounded too fake. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a hand was gently placed on the investigator's shoulder, causing the man to startle and look around to see who had intervened. It was the captain who had come to Zhu Yi's aid, draping an arm around the investigator's neck while questioning if he was hearing things correctly. "Why does the military assume that the person recommended by my vice-captain is the prime suspect?" he asked, causing the investigator to look visibly intimidated. The captain continued his logical deduction, mockingly suggesting that if that were the case, then perhaps he himself was the mastermind behind the tragedy. Zhu Yi was stunned by this turn of events, his expression clearly showing his disbelief that the captain would go to such lengths to protect him. Faced with the captain's stern pressure, the military man raised his hands in a defensive gesture, stammering that he hadn't meant it that way. He explained that since the fallen recruits had been handpicked by the military, it was only natural for them to be concerned about such a loss of talent. However, those so-called talents were nothing compared to Zhu Yi, and the captain looked over at the young man with a newfound sense of respect. Patting the investigator's shoulder, the captain remarked that deaths were inevitable in dungeons and dropped the matter, no longer wishing to pursue the investigation. Turning to Zhu Yi with a warm and friendly expression, The captain gently told him that he no longer had anything to worry about. Zhu Yi, understanding the weight of the situation better than anyone, looked at the captain with a gaze full of deep contemplation and admiration. The following morning was bright and clear, and Zhu Yi, who was still recovering in the hospital, decided to head up to the rooftop. Seeking a bit of private space and fresh air, he sat alone on the roof and stared up at the vast sky. With his arms crossed, he wondered if the captain was shielding him simply because he was a recruit recommended by the vice captain, his mind filled with unanswered questions. He looked down at his hands, deciding to push the troubling thoughts aside for now and focus on his recovery after everything he had been through. He pulled out the key he had obtained from the boss fight and murmured to himself, wondering what kind of place the secret realm actually was. As Zhuya's curiosity and confusion grew, the system interface flickered to life, preparing to provide him with the answers he sought. Secret realms are hidden spaces within the abyss that can only be accessed using a specific key. Zhuya looked up, focusing intently like a student listening to a lecture. The divine cockroach took the opportunity to explain and analyze the situation further. Theoretically speaking, these are not items that humans can obtain through conventional means. It then began to explain the logic more clearly and simply for him to understand. Since human DNA is remarkably similar to that of abyss monsters, it viewed the battle between humans and bosses as a struggle for power among monsters. That is why such an item could be produced. After listening to the divine cockroach's enthusiastic explanation, Zhuya summarized it and asked for confirmation. So I can simply understand this as a private dungeon that only I can enter to become stronger, right? The divine cockroach hovered high in the air. It crossed its arms and replied confidently, "That is correct, but the monsters inside far exceed abyss levels, and you will face many dangerous threats." It continued to remind him of the extreme danger and difficulty of entering a secret realm. The divine cockroach gave a serious warning beforehand. They could be like the mushroom monster you once faced. They are all creatures that hold core secrets. Recalling that monster brought back memories of a horrific battle Zhuya never wanted to repeat, but he still had questions about the key. Zhuya looked up and asked earnestly for clarification, "Then what does the countdown on it signify?" The divine cockroach floated directly in front of him. It explained clearly so that Zhuya would understand. If the key is not used within 24 hours, it will vanish. Hearing this, Zhuya was stunned. He had just survived a brutal battle, and now he had to jump into a new one almost immediately. The time pressure made this challenge seem even more exhausting for him. The divine cockroach asked seriously, "So, do you want to go?" Holding the key in his hand, Zhuya did not answer right away. He was still conflicted about many things and looked aside to think. After a moment, he realized that this venture would require him to gamble with his very life. However, our protagonist had already made up his mind. He stood up and clenched his fists as he answered the divine cockroach, "Of course I'm going, but before that, I want to fulfill an unfinished wish." Having said that, he looked up at the divine cockroach. Zhuya smiled gently. At this moment, he seemed to have no fear of life or death. Zhuya remarked that he might die anyway. The scene shifts back to the apartment complex where Aaron and Zhuya live, specifically in the hallway. A man's voice could be heard shouting loudly, "Date me, Aaron!" Our man, Zhuya, was kowtowing at the feet of the girl he liked. Was this really what the protagonist wanted to do before potentially losing his life? Aaron stood before him, looking visibly annoyed. That afternoon, he offered her the confession she had always rejected. Aaron swung her leg and kicked Zhuya directly in the face, making him bleed instantly. Aaron showed her blatant disgust, clearly bothered by his actions. She was incredibly fierce. Aaron believed Zhuya had gone insane. Losing her composure, she screamed, "How dare you toy with me?" Aaron didn't stop there. She stood over him and grabbed his collar. She raised a fist threateningly, "Say it again if you have the guts." This was meant to silence him for good. To her surprise, Zhuya was completely serious. He looked Aaron straight in the eye and repeated, "Date me," even if he were to be beaten and bruised until he was unrecognizable. He did not flinch or look away. Zhuya was entirely earnest. This successfully managed to provoke Aaron's rage. She was fiercer than a tigress, her face darkening with anger. This time, she punched him even harder than the previous kick. It wasn't just one blow. She struck him repeatedly from one side to the other. It looked less like a confession and more like he was harassing her. He was beaten into a pathetic, bloody state. Yet he offered no resistance at all. Not satisfied, Aaron intended to beat Zhuyi until he stopped liking her. She sat right on top of him. She punched him continuously, each strike dealing more damage. After a while, she finally stopped, her hands clenched and covered in blood. The image of a woman in a rage is truly terrifying. Erin pulled her fist back, her face twisted with a sinister frustration. She challenged him again, hoping he wouldn't dare speak. "Say it again, I dare you." By now, Julia's face was so swollen from Erin's beating that he was unrecognizable. He remained incredibly stubborn. Though one eye was injured, he forced the other open to look at Erin and said firmly, "I will say it 10,000 times, please date me." Thinking back, even though Erin was violent, she was the one who had treated him the best. Aside from the divine cockroach and the chubby cockroach, she was all he had. Seeing Julia's unwavering determination, Erin stopped her assault. She began to realize that he was truly serious. She lowered her head and whispered, his expression. Looking at Julia's battered and bruised face, Erin finally understood. She thought of him like a soldier about to head onto the battlefield. He wanted to satisfy the final regret of his life. This girl had truly seen right through Julie. Without saying it out loud, Erin's emotions suddenly shifted. She clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. Julia lay there motionless and exhausted, watching her. Erin looked radiant and full of joy as she replied, "You've got spirit." "Fine, I agree. She's quite refined despite her fierce nature, but fundamentally, Erin is a good person." Changing gears quickly, Joey immediately took Erin to a cafe, where he happily grabbed a cup of water with 2 heart-shaped straws and brought it back to where she was waiting. Feeling very eager and joyful, he looked as happy as a child, leaving Erin at a loss for words as the two of them shared a single cup of water. In a peaceful and charming setting, they basked in happiness while Jerry watched Joey enjoy the moment, after which the two of them went to see a movie. It was a horror film, and he likely wanted to use a scary script so Erin would get frightened and cling to him, but the opposite happened. Our Joey turned out to be a total coward. Even during the most basic jump scares, he clung to Erin tightly, or perhaps he was just pretending, as they did everything that couples usually do on a date. They even took photos with utterly nonsensical things, cherishing many simple yet blissful moments before riding bicycles along the lakeshore as the sun began to set. While savoring the moment with his beloved and admiring the beautiful scenery, he shouted aloud that he had finally completed the first date of his life. Cycling leisurely, he soaked in the peaceful atmosphere and happiness under the day's final rays by the sea, cheering joyfully that he had planned every detail of this for nearly 20 years as he looked up at the sky. With a face full of contemplation and emotion, he said that he was only missing a girl to practice with, and now he could die without any regrets. It could be said that our Joey was completely at peace with his own disappearance, unlike previous times when he had a desperate thirst for life. Noticing Joey's strange expression, Erin watched him from behind as she pedaled, feeling deep in thought and suspecting that her theories were actually true. Coming to a halt, Erin stopped cycling and called out loudly to Joey, then stared down at her front wheel without looking him in the eye, saying she had seen too many expressions on her comrades' faces before they died. No matter how much one satisfies a lifelong obsession, it can never compare to the act of continuing to live, and these words from Erin caused Joey to startle slightly. No longer the feisty and aggressive girl she usually was, Erin became heartbreakingly gentle as she spoke in riddles, trying to prevent Joey from making the wrong choice. "Even though I don't know what you endured in the dungeon or what plans you are harboring, do not think only about how to die without regret." Under the glow of the sunset, the beauty was both melancholic and blissful, mirroring Joey's state of mind. He didn't reply, so Erin continued speaking. "Keep living, only then will you truly have the chance to lead the life you desire." Hearing this, Joey was startled again and felt too embarrassed to say anything. Part of it was because Erin was so perceptive, and as the water was dyed gold by the late afternoon sun, it became the most beautiful sunset of Joey's life. Stopping on a stretch of road, Joey's shadow reflected on the water's surface as he bowed his head, looking quite dejected because the truth was, even if he lied to himself about being satisfied, he still yearned to live, which was a man's weakness, but he would not allow himself to succumb to it as the two of them resumed their journey and continued cycling. Joey could only turn and say thank you to Erin, who replied by saying she hoped that next time he would still have the courage to ask her out. Do you think what Erin truly wants is for Joey to date her because he likes her, rather than just to fulfill a final wish? An afternoon filled with the sweetness of budding love passed by, and that night, Joey stood upon the rooftop of a skyscraper. He was now prepared for the upcoming Secret Realm mission when the divine cockroach appeared, asking curiously if the thing he wanted to do was really just go on a date. Joey said nothing and reached out his hand. summoning the key which immediately shattered completely in midair as he and the divine cockroach watched intently. At that instant, a spatial barrier opened, swirling like a wormhole or a cosmic black hole, and the portal grew larger and larger. It became wide enough for Zhou Yi to step through easily as the wind howled all around them, and he stood facing it with the system's divine cockroach for a moment. Then he decisively stepped inside, leading with his hands and feet while thinking to himself that his actions might be difficult for others to comprehend. Now Zhou Yi was fully prepared for a brutal struggle, entering the secret realm with his whole heart and soul. He smiled and whispered contentedly that this was how he chose to end his past on his own terms, as his arm passed through into the secret realm. Outside, the portal to the secret realm gradually closed and vanished from the skyscraper's rooftop, leaving no one to know where Zhou Yi had gone. The scene shifted to a dense jungle within the secret realm, a dark, deep forest where trees grew so thick that the ground was hidden beneath a mass of roots. Deep within the pitch-black, misty woods, only terrifying sounds of the wind could be heard as Zhou Yi successfully completed his journey through space. Upon arrival, he looked around in surprise and exclaimed that he didn't expect it to be this strange, just as a monkey-like creature with a snake's tail appeared. As soon as it saw Zhou Yi, it let out a roar to assert its dominance, while the system interface displayed detailed information about the species. A giant snake-tailed monkey, danger level, guardian. In an instant, Zhou Yi successfully completed his full-body armored transformation, taking a combat stance against the mutant creature while whispering to himself. In the past, I definitely would have fled, Zhou Yi thought as the system announced, heavy-horned beast's sharp bones activated. He lunged forward with explosive speed and power, shattering the ground beneath him as a cloud of dust billowed into the air. Clad in his armored shell, Zhou Yi charged forward alone despite his small stature to attack the incredibly aggressive mutant snake-tailed monkey. The beast opened its maw and reached out to seize him, but he used his small size to weave through its massive arms as it tried to grab him. He managed to reach its shoulder, leaping through the air while inflicting several wounds upon the snake-tailed monkey along the way. After identifying the beast's weak point, Zhou Yi quickly moved behind its neck, leaped up, and struck with full force, shouting, "Die!" Unexpectedly, another monkey appeared behind him. It suddenly loomed over and snatched him just as he was about to finish the job. Startled by the intruder, he couldn't react in time. Suddenly, the beast's hand clamped onto Zhou Yi's leg, and as he struggled in a panic, he cried out, "This is bad." Seizing the momentum, the monkey hurled Zhou Yi away, slamming his body into a tree trunk. It was far too fast for a novice like him to handle. Being battered like this was expected, but behind his armored mask, Zhou Yi couldn't hide his confusion and agony as he coughed violently, unsure of what to do next. Refusing to let him go, 3 giant monkeys charged at him simultaneously with red eyes, sharp fangs, and lethal claws, hungering for his life. They snatched him up and treated him like a doll, squeezing him tightly with both hands until Zhou Yi was completely helpless and unable to resist. With a sickening crunch, blood sprayed everywhere, making it clear just how brutally Zhou Yi's body was being mangled. The monkey released its grip, leaving Zhou Yi's armor shattered as he fell toward the ground with his lower body missing and blood covering him before landing on a branch. He slammed into the wood in excruciating pain, enduring a fate worse than death as he struggled just to draw a single breath. He strained to look up, his cockroach antennae drooping from exhaustion, as he reached out a hand that began to emit layers of thick smoke. Pollen began to diffuse into the air as the system announced. Hypnotic pollen activated, the mist quickly grew dense and heavy. It formed into large clouds above the monkey's head, leaving the creature staring up with blank white eyes, completely unaware of what was happening. At that moment, Zhou Yi's legs began to regrow as his superhuman cells regenerated his entire body at an incredible speed. The system announced, Undying activated. With his limbs fully restored, Zhou Yi sat on the branch with his muscular legs crossed, looking even stronger than before thanks to his cockroach powers. No matter how much he was trampled, he was nearly impossible to kill. After recovering, Zhou Yi clenched his fist and looked at it with a lingering sense of concern. Damn it, these monkeys are only slightly weaker than the heavy-horned beetle, but there are too many of them, if not for the cockroach's undying trait. I would have been finished. I can't win a direct confrontation against them, and even in a one-on-one fight, I'm at a disadvantage. He needed to find a way to defeat them. Since this secret realm shared an environment similar to the abyss, there had to be a natural predator that could counter these monkeys. High above, the pollen Zhou Yi had released began to dissipate, revealing him standing tall upon the tree branch. The monkeys below finally spotted him, and were visibly stunned to see that Zhou was completely unharmed. Zhou crouched low and prepared to spring, his face expressionless as he planned to lure the monkeys into a predator's trap. The system announced, "Frog jump activated," and he took off like a squirrel. His muscular frame leaped through the branches as he thought to himself that there was still a chance, his expression filled with grim determination and urgency. Seeing their prey move, the snake-tailed monkeys shifted back into attack mode, pursuing him in a pack with savage looks, eager to tear Zhou apart as he looked down from the canopy. He could be seen leaping from one branch to another until, after a long chase, a monkey managed to catch him off guard and grab his leg. Startled, he looked down to see the aggressive beast baring its massive, sharp teeth in a sinister grin. The creature was thrilled at the prospect of devouring him, but Zhou immediately triggered the system. Corrosive slime activated. Slimy secretion from his frog trait instantly coated Zhou's skin, allowing him to slide easily out of the monkey's massive grip. After leaping away, Zhou suddenly spotted what he was looking for. His eyes widened in surprise and his cockroach antennae perked up. Zhou then concealed himself behind a massive tree, spotting a mutant spider nest ahead. He felt a surge of joy while watching them weave their webs, thinking, "Found you." The system displayed the creature's details. Giant hunting spider, danger level, guardian. After reviewing its characteristics, Zhou acted swiftly, shifting into a new form as layers of feathers sprouted across his hair and skin. His eyes grew dark and sharp as he activated avian traits to counter the spiders. The system announced, "White pheasant feathers." Upon activation, he immediately spread his wide wings and lunged toward the spider, realizing up close that its size was far beyond average. Perched on its nest, the spider sensed approaching danger, its many eyes glaring as it gaped in shock at the strange creature's sudden appearance. Zhou chose a thick branch above the nest to land on and peered down. The spider swarm gathered restlessly, sensing their territory was about to be breached. Zhou looked down with a smirk, silently calculating his next move. By disguising myself as the hunting spider's natural predator, I can avoid its attacks. Fortunately, I've acquired many traits from those previous carcasses. They truly proved useful in a crisis. Suddenly, he noticed a strange disturbance and looked straight ahead. He was just as surprised as the spiders to see several massive snake-tailed apes caught in the webs, bound tightly and unable to escape. The more they struggled, the tighter the silk bound them, their panicked roars becoming deafening. This was the perfect opportunity. The spiders descended on silk threads from the trees to launch their assault, their sheer numbers overwhelming the apes, who could only watch as the predators closed in. Bound fast, a large ape was immediately selected as a feast. Though the mutant spiders were smaller than the ape, they swarmed all over its body. The ape let out a helpless, piercing scream as it faced the agony of being torn apart. The spider spread its many legs and opened its dual sets of fangs wide. It relished the thought of the coming feast, its sharp fangs twitching before sinking deep into the giant ape's hairy hide with a sickening crunch. The bite's site began to glow with a green light as venom was injected. After being bitten, the ape suffered excruciating pain, its mouth agape in a deathly roar. Overwhelmed by pain, it thrashed uncontrollably, saliva spraying everywhere. No matter its size, the ape was utterly helpless. A few minutes later, as the spider's venom coursed through its body, the ape began to foam at the mouth. It collapsed onto its back, twitching before falling still. After that, there was nothing left. The snake-tailed ape, despite possessing strength comparable to heavy armor, was easily defeated by the mutant spider as more of the swarm closed in. From a high branch, Zhou watched as the swarm surrounded 3 large apes, all of which were now paralyzed by the spider's potent toxin. As the spiders crawled over their prey, Zhou observed the entire scene, gradually understanding how these creatures survived. He couldn't help but feel astonished. The snake-tailed apes were completely countered by their natural predator, which used traps to hunt those that wandered alone. Suddenly, behind Zhou, a cloud of dust rose as a massive troop of snake-tailed apes came charging from behind him. While he was lost in thought, he turned to face them with a grim expression. An entire horde of snake-tailed apes was storming into the spider's territory, the massive beasts looming behind Zhou. Each one was hulking and muscular, driven by a blind, explosive rage. They crowded together, charging toward the spider nest to launch an assault. They beat their chests in the ground thunderously, but the spiders showed no fear. Turning to face their foes, the red-eyed, long-legged arachnids readied their venom and screeched piercingly with wide-open maws. The apes quickly used their massive arms to snatch up the venomous spiders. Although the spiders possessed lethal toxins, they were at a disadvantage in terms of raw strength. The spiders retaliated by stabbing their sharp legs into the ape's flesh, and both sides engaged in a fierce, brutal struggle. Zhou remained the cleverest of them all, having intentionally lured the troop here so they would forget he was their original target, now that the giants were clashing. He would be the one to reap the rewards. Zhou watched with a smug smile, thinking, "This chaos is exactly what I wanted." The system announced, Mantis Scythe activated. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou leaped down with his arms transformed into mantis scythes. This was the perfect moment for him to strike. Launching himself from the high branch, Zhou dove like a hawk while the spiders and apes were too preoccupied with their brawl to notice anything else. Upon closing in, Zhou swiftly dispatched a spider before stabbing the giant ape. Caught off guard, the spider was sent flying as red blood sprayed everywhere, proving the lethal sharpness of the mantis scythe. Taking the chance to get closer, Zhou quickly sliced the ape's body in two with a single, clean stroke. The snake-tailed ape let out a pained shriek. It died without even realizing it had been ambushed. As blood splattered everywhere, Zhou twitched his antennae in a display of absolute triumph. He cast a confident glance at them, reminding himself to keep hunting for isolated targets to help the weaker side balance the scales of the battle. To prolong their chaotic struggle, he exploited his small size and bit down forcefully on its finger, taking a massive chunk out of it. While it was only a minor wound to the monkey's hand, Zhou instantly gulped down the fresh piece of snake-tailed monkey meat. His goal was to devour it in order to activate the inherent characteristics of that creature. He gained 1 intelligence point. After swallowing a piece of meat, he immediately felt a change occurring within his body. Zhou looked at his toned physique with excitement and thought that he could take this opportunity to collect their traits. Then, suddenly, spreading his palm, Zhou looked at his hand in surprise, squinting to see clearly while remaining silent, fully expecting to have acquired a trait. Zhou was now struck with panic. He raised both hands in shock and cried out in alarm, "What? Why isn't it working after eating?" Even worse, right before him. There were still many snake-tailed monkeys. The one that was bitten pulled its arm back. Amidst his confusion, the cockroach god appeared. It crossed its arms and irritably scolded its host. "You fool! The power I bestowed upon you isn't that simple, to obtain a stronger trait. It obviously takes more than just one bite." Hearing this, Zhou was stunned as he finally understood. After all, nothing in life comes for free. If it were too easy, it wouldn't be interesting. The cockroach god stood with hands on hips, speaking to Zhou with a harsh yet enthusiastic attitude despite its temper. "You must consume the specific part corresponding to each trait. I will mark them for you now, right where that snake-tailed monkey fell." The system interface appeared over the monkey's bicep, quickly marking the area for Zhou to eat, which finally made him realize what to do. The system displayed an image of the monkey's arm, noting that the trait resided in the giant snake-tailed monkey's biceps. Zhou shouted in surprise after reading it. "So that's how it is." Without hesitation, Zhou lunged forward and tore into the monkey's bicep, devouring it ravenously despite the raw meat being hard to swallow. However, he was gradually getting used to it, chewing loudly and feasting right in front of the cockroach god. In an instant, a system notification appeared. "New trait acquired. Snake-tailed monkey long arm has been upgraded to giant snake-tailed monkey long arm." Zhou became visibly delighted. He clenched his fist and looked at his body with excitement, certain that he had successfully activated the trait this time. It seemed Zhou's power preparations were nearly complete. He glanced at the chaotic battle between the monkeys and spiders, where their clashing kicked up clouds of dust. Zhou's expression darkened, revealing a sinister and eerie look. With nothing left to fear, he whispered to himself, "This chaotic battlefield gives me enough time to keep growing stronger." He gave a slight smirk, and soon after, the system began flashing continuous notifications. Acquired trait, enhanced endurance. Acquired trait, venomous spider barb tail. Acquired trait, paralysis toxin. Acquired trait, paralysis resistance. Zhou stood tall atop the giant monkey, which had been beaten to a pulp as the dust continued to swirl around them. Having endured tragedies and battles, Zhou had grown strong and resilient, possessing a hardened demeanor. No longer his former self, he wore a dangerous smile and said, "Now it's my turn to harvest." Next were the remaining creatures. Zhou's strength now incorporated their traits, combined with the ruggedness of the mantises. The giant snake-tailed monkeys and venomous spiders fell one by one to his strikes. Carrying the swiftness of insects and the raw power of primates, Zhu Yi charged through with uncontrollable killing intent. He fought relentlessly until late afternoon when it was finally over. Zhu Yi wiped away his sweat, exhausted, with the cockroach god standing by his side. Panting heavily, he looked in one direction and asked, "Is it behind that door?" A massive stone gate appeared before the cockroach god and Zhu Yi. Blazing red light, like intense fire, shone from within. Standing at the center of the gateway, they looked tiny against such a vast and perilous place. The cockroach god said, "This is the territory of the secret realm boss." Zhu Yi sensed the danger immediately and peered inside with a cautious expression. "The aura is incredibly powerful. It's very dangerous in there." Even with his newly gained strength, he could sense it. Then he noticed something else. Zhu Yi turned his head, looking curiously at something nearby. Right next to the large cave entrance was a pile emitting a gloomy aura. It contained several glowing, suspicious objects and looked quite unsightly. He stood there for a moment, observing it more closely. That pile consisted of the skulls of many dead monkeys. Atop this mountain of skulls sat a red gem emitting a strange light. It resembled a sinister flame, absorbing the essence from the monkey corpses below. Zhu Yi was startled, wondering what it was. Without any precaution, he reached out and grabbed the gem, but strangely, he felt no pain or burning sensation upon touching it. After a careful look, the cockroach god explained, "This is a secret realm orb, obtainable only from special monster graveyards within the realm." It was a type of ultra-rare magic crystal. This was the first time Zhu Yi had seen such a thing in person, and he felt quite curious. The cockroach god continued to provide information about the gem, explaining that it had been absorbing energy from fallen monsters for 5 months. It now contained a massive amount of power, and the cockroach solemnly told Zhu Yi that he could choose to absorb all of it at once. Alternatively, he could use half of that energy to tear through space and safely exit the secret realm. Zhu Yi listened intently as he began to understand. He stared down at the gem in his hand, remaining silent for a long moment as doubts began to cloud his mind. He wondered if he should settle for a decent harvest or risk everything on one final gamble, eventually realizing what he needed to do. Zhu Yi straightened the antennae on his head with a look of firm determination, declaring that this was his best chance to grow stronger. Knowing he might never get another opportunity like this, he made his choice and stepped forward with newfound strength and resolve. Zhu Yi walked through the doorway alone, finding himself surrounded by a world of roaring red flames. It felt as though he were entering the gates of hell, his long shadow cast across the ground by the blinding light of the fire as he spoke. He told himself that he couldn't retreat in fear before even facing the boss, and so he stepped through the massive gateway. The area inside was vast and engulfed in a fierce inferno, where a bloated, mutated creature waited for him. It sat regally upon a central throne atop a flight of stairs, looking like the absolute ruler of this domain, while Zhu Yi appeared tiny in comparison. Zhu Yi's system interface displayed information about the mutant, identifying it as a heavy armored beastman with an unknown danger level. The monster showed no reaction to Zhu Yi's arrival, simply leaning against its massive throne and watching him with a composed gaze. Zhu Yi silently evaluated his opponent, noting that he couldn't even see its level despite the distance between them. He could feel a terrifying pressure radiating from the creature, confirming it was the secret realm boss as he focused his resolve on the coming fight. Sensing Zhu Yi's killing intent, the monster finally moved, pointing a sharp claw directly at his face. In a deep voice filled with resentment toward humanity, it accused him of being the one who had slaughtered its kin. Recalling the multi-eyed monster he had fought before, Zhu Yi realized this was another creature capable of speech. He wondered if it was related to the heavy armored beasts of the abyss, and if these monsters possessed a social structure similar to humans. The heavy armored beastman gripped its staff and slammed it down in fury, its piercing gaze fixed on Zhu Yi as if it wanted to devour him. Despite its massive and bloated frame, the creature suddenly leaped high into the air and lunged at Zhu Yi with a sharp spear. Zhu Yi braced himself as the monster landed, sending trails of fire erupting from the point where the spear struck the ground. Each trail of fire acted like a blazing barrier, proving that the power of a boss was no joke even in its opening move. Following that display of force, the heavy armored beastman's entire body erupted in flames as it growled and locked its eyes on Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi had successfully dodged the strike by transforming his body, maintaining his distance while the monster muttered in surprise at his strength. System notification appeared as Zhu Yi activated the giant sand ape long arms, causing his hands to transform into sharp, hairy claws. He took a defensive stance while looking for an opening to counterattack, all while the beastman's glowing eyes remained fixed on him. The creature was confused as to how a human like Chu-Yi could have reached this place when it hadn't yet established a connection to the other world. It demanded to know how a mere human had managed to infiltrate, a question that left Chu-Yi feeling equally surprised. He realized with a shock that the monster was attempting to link the secret realm to Earth as the beastman turned its head, eager for a fight. The monster decided to stop thinking and instead taunted Chu-Yi, claiming it would beat the answers out of him. Its glowing eyes widened to reveal diamond-shaped pupils as it began to channel a massive amount of power. The heavy armored beastman lunged at Chu-Yi again, using its massive hand like a razor-sharp blade to slash at his back. Caught off guard, Chu-Yi took the full force of the blow, sending blood spraying as the powerful impact threw him across the room, heavily injured. Blood sprays from Chu-Yi's mouth as he is sent flying, unable to resist the heavy-horned beastman's drill-like arm that drives him through several massive boulders. Everything shatters as Chu-Yi is propelled a great distance, his small frame enduring relentless torment until he is pinned against a distant cliff face. The heavy-horned beastman slams him into the stone wall before delivering a brutal, sweeping strike that leaves a trail of light, proving how vicious and lethal this creature truly is. The protagonist takes hit after hit, his back crashing violently against the rock as he grits his teeth and narrows his eyes, struggling to endure the agonizing pain. A deep, wide gash remains across his abdomen, a wound that would have killed any ordinary person long ago, but he uses the brief moment the boss relents to act. Chu-Yi summons the system to activate Undying, and the repair process begins immediately, causing the severe wound on his stomach to knit itself back together. As his heavy injuries are restored to their original state, the heavy-horned beastman is startled, having never seen a human capable of such rapid regeneration. The monster slowly approaches Chu-Yi, staring at his mending body and remarking that his recovery speed rivals that of its own kind. Looking down from above, the massive silhouette of the heavy-horned beastman looms over Chu-Yi, its towering presence dominating his field of vision. Bathed in the intense glow of the secret realm's flames, the monster glares at Chu-Yi and raises its heavy staff, muttering that things have become interesting. Declaring its intent to dissect him for further study, the heavy-horned beastman thrusts its terrifyingly sharp weapon down toward Chu-Yi. The monster's face looks savage and terrifying in the red firelight, prompting Chu-Yi to quickly trigger the system while gritting his teeth in focus. He pours every ounce of speed into this move to avoid certain death, activating kinetic vision to significantly enhance his perception of high-speed targets. The heavy-horned beastman pauses for a split second as it raises its arm to strike, sensing a sudden change in Chu-Yi's demeanor. Ignoring the shift, it drives the sharp point forward, but to Chu-Yi, the monster's movements have slowed down just as the blade nears his face. Chu-Yi summons all his willpower and courage to brace himself, finding that he now has enough time to realize that while the creature's power is immense, its techniques are simple. A moment later, Chu-Yi easily sits up and evades the attack, perceiving the monster's speed as sluggish while he analyzes the situation internally. The sharp tip of the blade misses its mark and strikes the ground with a loud clang, sending sparks and debris flying from the heated earth. He successfully maneuvers behind the monster without it noticing, gaining a temporary tactical advantage. Chu-Yi clenches his fists and leaps high into the air, aiming for the back of the monster's head as he realizes that closing the distance will favor him. Pushing his body to its limits, he activates the system's corrosive slime, causing a thick layer of viscous green fluid to coat his hands. He lunges forward, thinking that he only needs to acquire its traits, but the monster proves to be not only strong but also incredibly perceptive. Sensing the ambush from behind, the beast spins around and delivers a powerful blow that sends Chu-Yi crashing headfirst into the ground. Overwhelmed by pain and frustration, Chu-Yi curses his luck as he lies sprawled on the earth like a battered insect beneath the monster's feet. Looking down at the defeated Chu-Yi with disdain, the monster complains that the weapon is difficult to use before raising its three-clawed hand with murderous intent. Stating that it prefers using its fists, the unsatisfied, heavy-horned beastman begins raining down a relentless barrage of heavy punches. Chu-Yi's small body, which had only just recovered, is subjected to excruciating agony once more until the monster finally stops, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. After the brutal assault, The massive beast stands over the center of the impact zone, where Zhuyi lies amidst a ring of shattered earth. The sheer force the monster exerted was horrifying, leaving Zhuyi motionless with his eyes wide and glazed over. Despite his mangled state, Zhuyi is still gasping for air, a sign of life that the heavy-horned beastman finds incredibly irritating. The monster glares down with a dark expression, surprised that he isn't dead, yet even though his body appears completely broken. Zhuyi remains still, but his mind is racing as he reflects on his survival. He realizes that his elastic muscles fortunately absorbed the majority of the impact, though the heavy-horned beastman is far from finished. The giant raises its massive blade once more, now fully consumed by rage and determined to end Zhuyi's life as fire erupts along the weapon's edge. It channels even more power into the strike to crush the protagonist once and for all, growling that it has grown bored before lashing out. The speed is so intense that only streaks of light from the strikes are visible. Just as the tip of the heavy-horned beastman's flaming spear is about to pierce Zhuyi, he activates his trait in time. Zhuyi's arm turns purple as it transforms into a powerful form to block the strike, and he grits his teeth against the monster's crushing force as a system notification appears. Hardened skin activated. Utilizing the hardened skin from the back of the heavy-horned beastman, it can repair damage and possesses an incredibly high defensive capability. It turns out he had managed to consume a piece of the heavy-horned beastman's skin earlier, and now Zhuyi's physical constitution has become much sturdier. Sensing that he still hasn't broken through Zhuyi's defense, the heavy-horned beastman frantically unleashes 100 consecutive fiery punches upon him. Finally, Zhuyi refuses to just take the hits. Thanks to his new toughened skin, he finds the strength to spring up and launch a counterattack against the heavy-horned beastman. The creature is knocked back by Zhuyi's series of counterpunches, yet it continues to strike with flaming blows that he has to block with one hand after another. The cockroach god appears to urgently warn him that his hardened skin is about to melt from the flames, and that there is still time to use the secret realm jade to retreat. Zhuyi fixes his gaze on the opponent ahead, gritting his teeth in the face of danger as the thought that he hasn't lost yet drives his surging desire for victory. With swift and fluid movements, Zhuyi maneuvers behind the heavy-horned beastman, leaping high to strike the back of its neck while whispering that he has found an opening. Seizing this valuable opportunity, Zhuyi activates the system trait, long-armed giant ape's fist, causing sharp spikes and thick fur to sprout from his arms. His eyes light up as Zhuyi gathers all his strength to charge forward for a final showdown, but a high-level boss is not so easily defeated. The heavy-horned beastman swings its spear in a circular motion, standing as firm as a massive tree while spinning its weapon like the Monkey King, sending Zhuyi flying before he can even land a hit. Zhuyi's body slams into a nearby boulder with such force that the armor on his back shatters, leaving him sprawled out on the ground. Flames erupt across the ground as the heavy-horned beastman takes advantage of the moment, while Zhuyi is unable to resist, pointing its spear directly at him. Intense flames are summoned from the surroundings, swirling in a circle above the heavy-horned beastman's head to form a blazing net of destruction. The four-eyed fire beastman looks down at Zhuyi with arrogant, glowing blue eyes, viewing him as nothing more than a persistent cockroach that refuses to die. The heavy-horned beastman thrusts its spear toward Zhuyi, commanding the flames to surge forward in a violent, storm-like assault. It is more terrifying than a literal hell of fire. Having just fallen by the boulder, Zhuyi struggles to his feet only to find himself under attack once more. He looks up in startled confusion and quickly scrambles to his feet, just as a series of explosions erupts around him. Zhuyi manages to evade the consecutive strikes by quickly leaping into the air, while the flames below slam into the cliffside with enough force to shake the entire area. The tongues of fire begin to shift their shape, becoming longer and sharper as the system announces the activation of the frog jump skill. Fiery tongues shoot up from the ground to attack Zhuyi, forcing him to continuously leap from one cliff face to another to stay in the air. Despite his best efforts to dodge the arrow-like flames, Zhuyi is unable to escape them all and is struck in the calf as a fiery tongue pierces through his leg. In pain and frustration, Zhuyi shouts that he cannot fully evade them before activating the undying trait, yet the wound continues to suffer damage and refuses to heal. It is unbelievable that the beastman's flames are this powerful. Zhuyi tries to recover, but his efforts prove to be futile. The wound on his leg continues to spread as the flesh burns and emits smoke, causing him to look at the injury with growing concern. Amidst the agony, Zhuye thinks in a panic that things have gone wrong because the supreme recovery of his undying trait is no longer functioning. The heavy-horned beastman bellows with a voice full of hatred, calling out to the human as a wall of fire descends from above to trap Zhuye. Trapped in a desperate situation, Zhuye looks up in alarm at the overwhelming pressure as the beastman screams that it will melt him away entirely. As the eroding vortex of fire draws closer, Zhuye remains resolute and tenses his body to gather his strength. With wide eyes, he attempts to integrate his passive abilities. As the flames come within centimeters of his face, he summons all his courage and strength to shout in defiance. "I will stake my life against you." The system announces the heavy-horned beast shield trait, and Zhuye's arms transform into two sturdy shields to block the encroaching wall of fire. His arms, now covered in layers of iron armor and sharp spikes, are capable of striking back, instantly rendering the heavy-horned beastman's sea of flames ineffective. With the two shields in hand, Zhuye continues to block with great force, and even such a massive inferno cannot harm him, leaving the heavy-horned beastman surprised as Zhuye grows weary from the struggle. His body had to move incessantly, and in his frustration he cursed the enemy before quickly sweeping the flames aside. He then pivoted to approach the heavy-horned beastman's tough hide, leaping forward to strike its skull, which began to crack before his momentum suddenly halted. The heavy-horned beastman caught him with a single hand, glaring at Zhuye with a terrifying aura that mixed pure rage with utter contempt. He thought he could deliver a shocking blow to this demon, but it wasn't that simple. Zhuye stared in disbelief at its overwhelming power as the beastman gripped him tight and transformed its other hand into a spear. A tempest of fiery energy surged through its hand, condensing into a single strike as the beastman prepared to finish Zhuye off for good. A moment later, a massive blaze engulfed and scorched Zhuye, who remained stunned by the gravity of his own tactical error. Zhuye had been too reckless and failed to find a proper strategy, leaving his small frame to be incinerated in midair as the flames swirled around him like a cyclone. Only Zhuye's charred silhouette remained visible as the flames tormented him, forcing him to grit his teeth against an agonizing pain that felt like death itself. Yet he did not die, crying out in agony as the inferno relentlessly lashed at him until the fiery vortex finally began to subside. He plummeted to the ground and lay there alone, yet his screams of "Allah" still echoed until the remaining embers eventually flickered out. Zhuye's flesh was scorched, and smoke billowed from his body as he lay there stiff and writhing in pain, prompting the god Cockroach to appear and shout. "This is not a monster you can defeat right now, and I cannot stand by and watch you die," the god Cockroach said, immediately pulling out the secret realm stone. It gripped the gem with its entire body and yelled furiously, forcefully activating the secret realm gem, opening the emergency exit. As it tried to teleport Zhuye away, he refused to allow it and swatted the gem from the god Cockroach's grasp, leaving the creature stunned and frustrated by his forceful rejection. The gem shattered upon impact, meaning he could no longer escape the realm unless the boss was slain. The god Cockroach was speechless with rage as Zhuye struggled to brace his broken body. Before the god Cockroach could scold him for his reckless behavior, the exhausted Zhuye turned to address the creature directly. "I prepared myself for sacrifice long ago," he said, and seeing his resolve, the god Cockroach found itself unable to say another word. It could only watch him fight to the bitter end. But suddenly, the shattered secret realm gem began to emit a red aura that slowly started to flow toward him in great quantities. The aura from the gem intensified and enveloped Zhuye, illuminating the entire area as he endured the pain, oblivious to what was happening until he had fully absorbed the red energy. His body began to heal naturally as he emitted a strange, brilliant glow like a lamp, though he had yet to show any other reaction. From the heavy-horned beastman's perspective, the spot where Zhuye lay was becoming increasingly radiant with light. Golden aura surged toward the beastman, who opened its 4 green eyes in shock and wondered what kind of terrifying power was suddenly erupting from the man. A system notification appeared. "In a hopeless situation where death was certain, you chose not to flee. You have passed the Cockroach God's second trial. Fighter form unlocked." Following the series of system alerts, Zhuye's cockroach gene body immediately began to react. His body erupted with an incredible power that illuminated the entire region, and as he raised his hand, he saw that it had completely transformed. His arms were now corded with firm muscle and burning with heat, ending in sharp claws that served as powerful natural weapons fueled by the secret realm gem. Chuyi regained full consciousness as his strength returned, and he stared in bewilderment at his body and the powerful new interface before him. His body appeared to be a fusion of various creatures with a rugged exterior and glowing red muscles, making him look like a superhero as he raised his hand, confused by his new form. He looked up and asked the god Cockroach about the strange power surging through him, to which the creature proudly replied that it was his warrior form. It allows you to freely enhance your own traits, for example. But before it could finish, the beastman launched a fiery attack from above, causing Chuya's antennae to twitch as he looked up. It aimed its spear at him and roared, "Volcanic explosion!" And within seconds, the rocky ground beneath Chuya's feet began to shatter. Lava erupted violently as smoke and heat filled the air, but once the dust settled, Chuya remained standing completely unscathed. Looking more imposing than ever, he listened as the god Cockroach confidently explained that this was his armored warrior form, featuring a biological cockroach shell. It combined the elastic skin of a mutant toad with the hardened hide of a great horned beast, allowing him to continue upgrading these new features. Staring at his scale-covered arms, Chuya was stunned that such a massive volcanic eruption had only managed to slightly singe his outermost layer of armor. This synthetic bioarmor is truly reliable. In the distance, the armored beastman stood amidst the smoke and shouted irritably, "HMPH, even if you change your form, you will still perish under my dense lava attacks," it yelled, assuming Chuya was dead. Unexpectedly, Chuya's solid fist punched through the thick smoke, causing the armored beastman's eyes to widen in utter disbelief. It couldn't believe Chuya survived such a powerful strike. Meanwhile, the system displayed Giant Serpent King's long arm. Activating muscle extension and contraction while linking properties, Chuya's arm lengthened to strike the armored beastman directly. His body tensed as a powerful aura swirled around his arm like a storm, and he shouted his move, Super Long-Range Simian Serpent Punch. The cockroach god cheerfully reminded him that in combat mode, he could activate multiple features simultaneously to create combos. There was no cooldown for switching traits, and at that moment the armored beastman was sent flying in agony by Chuya's impact. Previously, it was difficult to even counter this monster, but now a single punch was enough to send it reeling. Chuya was stunned by his own power, as these combined traits allowed him to launch attacks that his opponent could never anticipate. Interrupting Chuya, the cockroach god added that in warrior form, his basic attributes like strength, endurance, and agility increased tenfold. Chuya was as overjoyed as a groom. He raised his fist and laughed with the pure, unbridled delight of a child. "Ha ha ha, this is incredible," he cheered, while the armored beastman lay motionless on a cliff as the tide of battle completely turned. Chuya's small figure watched from afar as the pained armored beastman looked at him and muttered, "Not even a single scratch." "I don't believe it," it roared, charging its massive, fatty body toward Chuya with every ounce of strength it had left to destroy him. Unlike before, Chuya faced it head-on without a hint of fear, his eyes widening as the armored beastman drew near. The system announced, Dynamic Vision, Muscle Elasticity, and Wasp Sickle linked, as Chuya stood his ground majestically. He used just one hand to block the monster's continuous fire attacks, countering every move with an expressionless face. He even used his extended arm to swat away the massive spear, leaving the beastman crying out in shock, unable to believe its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Chuya extended his leg and delivered a kick, finding the confrontation with the armored beastman quite simple now. With a sharp gaze, Chuya sent the armored beastman flying from the ground into the high sky within a matter of seconds. He treated the monster like a mere ball, battering it until it couldn't resist, before opening his hand wide. His fingers also extended as he reached upward, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at the armored beastman. He used those long fingers to wrap around the beast's forelimbs, leaving the monster utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Seeking revenge for the torture he had endured just minutes ago, Chuya used all his strength to slam his arm down. Raging flames surrounded him, but failed to diminish his power as he released his grip, slamming the massive body into the ground. He beat the armored beastman exactly as it had beaten him, causing the earth below to shatter into large fragments. Yet the beast was resilient. It landed in a defensive stance, its four eyes glowing as it glared intensely at Chuya. It threw a punch to block Chuya's strike and roared in fury, "You damn brat," as their collision created a violent shockwave. Neither yielded as the surrounding area trembled from the impact, leaving it unclear who would ultimately fall. In the end, the armored beastman was the one defeated, sent tumbling and skidding across the ground. Its massive frame trembled before a small human like Chu Yi as it propped itself up and glanced back at its spear. The weapon was lodged in the ground but far out of reach. It strained to grab it, its exhausted body shaking uncontrollably. The armored beastman muttered, "Even if this resets the world's expansion to zero, I must reclaim my full power," before slamming its spear down to erupt in flames. Chu Yi was startled and surprised by this sudden recovery, as a single thrust into the ground caused the earth to crack like a parched desert. In every direction, blazing barriers of fire erupted once more, spreading everywhere with even greater intensity than before, slowly creeping toward the spot where Zhou Yi stood. Zhou Yi felt a momentary unease at the sight of this powerful formation, as the heavy-horned beastman fully recovered its physical and mental strength. Regaining its arrogant momentum, the creature sneered, "Haha, you will regret failing to kill me just now, for that was your final opportunity." Zhou Yi did not underestimate his opponent, knowing the boss would be difficult to handle, so he quickly shifted into a combat stance and activated the system. His gaze sharpened as the system activated within his vision, meticulously analyzing the weak points on the heavy-horned beastman's head, chest, and abdomen. The god of extraction spoke in his combat form, explaining that he could now see the target's weaknesses and extractable traits, with the brightest spots indicating the strongest attributes. Having analyzed his foe, Zhou Yi shifted his weight and prepared to strike, seemingly indifferent to the 1,000-degree flames burning beneath his feet. Feeling no pain, Zhou Yi vanished in an instant with terrifying speed, leaving nothing behind but a small cloud of dust where he had once stood. The heavy-horned beastman was thrown into a panic. Its previous arrogance vanished as it looked around wildly, wondering where its opponent had gone. Before it could even finish its thought, Zhou Yi's foot was already inches from its face, and the creature had no idea it was about to be struck. With a dull thud, Zhou Yi delivered a powerful kick that sent the massive heavy-horned beastman flying like a giant ball. The forceful strike sent the beastman crashing violently into the stone wall behind it, leaving the creature completely defenseless and reeling. Zhou Yi landed with graceful precision, while amidst the scattered rubble and debris, the heavy-horned beastman struggled painfully to get back on its feet. It glared at Zhou Yi with eyes full of resentment and fury, its smoking body looking pathetic as it finally began to feel true terror toward him. "A monster? He is a true monster," the heavy-horned beastman stammered in disbelief as Zhou Yi remained poised in his combat stance before it. He appeared perfectly fine, capable of delivering 100 more such blows, as the system announced the synchronization of his frog jump and mantis blade traits. With his muscular, clawed hands, Zhou Yi picked up a fragment from the ground and chewed it mockingly, his eyes showing that he didn't consider the beastman a threat at all. The creature forced itself up, shouting with renewed bravado, "I have regained my strength, lava fire spin." Driven to madness, the heavy-horned beastman decided to fight to the death, tensing its massive body for a final, desperate confrontation with Zhou Yi. Flames erupted around it like a massive cyclone, radiating a terrifying heat as it roared that its soaring lava fire would turn him into nothing but ash. "The victor will still be me," it screamed, hurling the crimson fire cyclone toward Zhou Yi, who stood his ground firmly against the monster's assault. Without a hint of fear, Zhou Yi calmly waved his hand as the attack approached, summoning a sharp scale infused with a surge of golden spiritual energy. As the fire cyclone grew more violent and intense, Zhou Yi unleashed a slash from his newly summoned energy, catching the heavy-horned beastman completely off guard. The beastman was utterly shocked that Zhou Yi could neutralize its ultimate move with a mere wave of his hand, reversing the momentum of their battle entirely. Zhou Yi was now repaying the creature in kind, leaving the beastman to stammer in disbelief as he displayed a level of power that was truly untouchable. Gripping a spear summoned through his system, he remarked, "Has anyone ever told you that your horn tastes like black pepper sauce? I quite enjoy it." Zhou Yi then broke into a cruel, sinister grin, his pupils dilating as he stared directly at the heavy-horned beastman and let out a chilling laugh. The dungeon boss was now the one consumed by terror, its eyes bulging in sheer disbelief as it was overcome by an overwhelming sense of dread. Zhou Yi had successfully terrified a creature that was supposed to be humanity's nightmare, causing it to recoil and scream, "Mother, I want to go home. There is a monster here that eats monsters." Now it was time for Zhou Yi's revenge. Having absorbed the beastman's unique traits, he prepared to strike back using the creature's very own technique. Stepping forward with a relaxed tone, He asked if it could withstand its own attack, as the system displayed the newly acquired trait. The sharp horn of the heavy beast had been upgraded to the sharp horn of the heavy-horned beastman, granting him the lava attribute. Now able to summon it as a lance, Zhou soared into the air and conjured a fire cyclone identical to the one the beastman had used. Merging with the flames while hovering above the dense inferno, he shouted with conviction, "Burn! Lava fire spin!" The heavy-horned beastman completely surrendered, lacking both the will and the strength to resist, reduced to nothing more than a trembling coward. Cornered and screaming in utter despair, "No, no, please don't!" Zhou's expression grew increasingly ruthless. He seemed to find a thrill in the heavy-horned beastman's terror, his lips curling into a twisted smirk as he prepared to deliver the final blow. A vortex of corrosive flames surged toward its sole target, the heavy-horned beastman, who recoiled in midair, shrieking in anticipation of its demise. The very flames the heavy-horned beastman once used to slaughter others were now consuming it, a fate steeped in agonizing irony and despair. Its body seared with excruciating pain, the creature let out one final, wretched howl before the corrosive fire reduced it to nothingness. Only two glowing blue eyes remained, filled with an unyielding obsession as the air grew still and the thick dust began to clear. Zhou stood alone amidst the swirling plumes of smoke, the sole survivor remaining within this secret realm. As the smoke dissipated from the incinerated beastman, a peculiar spirit stone emerged, containing the creature's primordial bone. Zhou approached the stone with curiosity, wondering what it could be, just as the divine cockroach appeared to confidently identify the strange object. "This is a monster seal, a rare drop from secret realm lords that allows the Imperial Forest Iron Guard to unlock their monster collection. It granted them the power to transform into the corresponding monster, prompting a stunned Zhou to realize that the chubby fellow could finally be of use. After a moment's thought, Zhou reached out to touch the floating stone, only for it to shatter the instant his finger made contact. Startled, he jerked his hand back just as the system interface materialized right before his eyes. The screen displayed the chubby Imperial Forest Iron Guard, announcing that Little Fatty had successfully acquired the heavy-horned beastman collection. Zhou looked up as the cockroach's antennae twitched with curiosity, while the system prompt presented him with a clear choice. "Summon the Imperial Forest Iron Guard," Zhou immediately confirmed, his eyes fixed on the screen as he awaited the next development. A moment later, the chubby cockroach leaped from the system interface, fully resurrected and hovering in the air. Phantasmal images expanded behind it as the chubby cockroach underwent a transformation, growing from the size of a finger into a massive monster right before Zhou's eyes. Now massive and covered in thorns with the genes of the heavy-horned beastman, the fat cockroach landed with a heavy thud and approached Zhou with a dazed expression. "Boss, why did you get so short?" it asked, forcing Zhou to look way up at his new warrior, feeling quite satisfied with the result. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhou pumped his fist and laughed heartily, delighted by how incredible this transformation was. The massive creature then knelt before him, a heavy-horned beast cockroach now fully submissive to Zhou as he stood proudly in front of it. The chubby cockroach maintained its respectful kneeling posture before Zhou, while the system interface slowly faded away behind it. The details listed it as a Lord-level guardian avatar of the heavy-horned beastman, but despite its grand appearance, its simple mind struggled to adapt to its new body. "Boss, is this really me? Why am I so hideous?" it asked blankly, prompting the system cockroach to appear behind it and bark an explanation. "The Imperial Forest Iron Guard's avatar isn't just for decoration. You'll unlock even better forms as you defeat stronger monsters." The system cockroach's gruffness terrified it, but just then, a massive stone pillar nearby finally snapped in half after sustaining too much damage. The stone pillar was unimaginably tall and far larger than the chubby cockroach, and as it collapsed toward the three of them, they all jumped in surprise. However, the chubby cockroach quickly regained its composure, its expression darkening as it clenched its fist, brimming with newfound confidence in its strength. Zhou didn't panic, knowing this was a simple task for the chubby cockroach, who could easily catch a boulder 100 times its size with a single hand. With a powerful shove, the massive rock was tossed aside, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom that shook the entire area. Having wielded such terrifying power with its own hands for the first time, the chubby cockroach couldn't help but burst into tears of pure joy. "But wait, something's wrong. Boss, I can't squeeze through door cracks for you anymore. Please don't think I'm useless now." Zhou cut the chubby cockroach off with a flurry of blows, giving the dim-witted creature a thorough thrashing despite its massive new frame. Just as he had the first time they met, Zhou snapped irritably. "Show some backbone. You're working with me now. Do you plan on being a lowly cockroach forever?" A moment later, a murky surge of energy manifested within Little Fatty's three-fingered hand. It rapidly transformed into a massive spear, identical to the one wielded by the heavy-horned beastman, as Little Fatty entered a frenzied state just like a dungeon boss. With a dangerous glint in its eyes, it lunged forward and aimed the sharp tip of the spear directly at Zhu Yi, who firmly braced his stance. Zhu Yi tensed his muscles and raised his hand to block Little Fatty's thrust, as his skin was far too resilient to be easily pierced. A massive, raging inferno suddenly erupted at the point of impact, carrying a power and aura even more terrifying than before. Little Fatty bowed its head against the searing heat, but once the flames dissipated, Zhu Yi remained unharmed, standing amidst the smoke with his arm still shielding his face. Slowly lowering his hand to inspect it, Zhu Yi exclaimed in shock that even a boss's fire attack couldn't produce such devastating power. Seeing Zhu Yi's confusion, the divine cockroach appeared to explain that Little Fatty no longer needed to expend energy to maintain the secret realm. It is now a realm lord at 100% capacity, so you should finally understand the true strength of the Imperial Iron Guard. Now fully capable of controlling the fire element, Zhu Yi waved his hand to draw in the flaming waves and make them vanish. As his power continued to evolve, Zhu Yi looked into the distance with a determined gaze, contemplating the strongest traits of the sharp-horned creature. The heavy-horned beast had also upgraded and gained a lava attribute, yet he looked toward Little Fatty, who was still adjusting to its newfound abilities. Little Fatty can now transform into a heavy-horned beastman for combat, serving as my ultimate trump card for critical moments. I have done everything in my power to prepare, and now all that remains is to face the selection exam with these enhanced traits. With a realm lord ready to join the fray at any time, I am confident I can handle whatever challenges the selection exam throws at me. I must join the slaying squad, 3 days later at a massive arena hidden deep within the forest and far from the crowded city. It was a vast venue, and on this beautiful sunny day, the footsteps of a lone man could be heard approaching. Many people had gathered there in 3 large groups, while the man stood before the crowd as a solitary figure. This was none other than our protagonist, Zhu Yi, who stood quietly in a corner with his antennae visible, observing the names displayed in the stands. A massive crowd of spectators cheered for the participants below, among whom Zhu Yi was just one of many candidates. Unaccustomed to the frantic energy of the crowd after returning from the secret realm, he looked around and marveled at how many people were there. The arena Zhu Yi arrived at was hosted by the slaying squad, where people of all ages had been eagerly waiting in the stands since early morning. Being alone put him at a disadvantage, but fortunately, Zhu Yi received information from Aaron through a small earpiece regarding the slaying squad selection tournament. This was the most significant event in Minghai City. From a high tower behind protective glass, Aaron and the commander explained to Zhu Yi that this was more than just a competition. It was not only a recruitment drive for the slaying squad, but also a stage for the power struggles within Minghai City, and Zhu Yi listened intently to every word. Looking down at the bustling arena with her arms crossed, Aaron noted that all 4 of Minghai's great families had sent representatives to participate. The winner of this tournament would determine which family would hold the position of council chairman and wield supreme power for the next 4 years. Down below, Zhu Yi reflected on his upcoming challenge, remaining completely serious despite being alone and knowing no one there. As a group of people dressed in black passed by, Zhu Yi's antennae twitched as he watched them curiously, while Aaron observed them from above as well. She warily watched a cold-faced man with long hair, identifying the one wearing an eye patch as Bai Heiyu from the Bai family. She further explained that the Bai family controlled Minghai's intelligence agency, and those competing alongside him were all professional spies. The group was shrouded in thick black coats with unfriendly, murderous expressions, but her attention then shifted to a blonde-haired man. He appeared handsome and well-groomed, but Aaron identified him as the representative of the military. His name was Tony Olaf, the top contender in this year's tournament, as the military sought to turn the slaying squad into their subordinates. Their goal was to seize total control of Minghai's armed forces, meaning Zhu Yi's opponents were not only talented, but also backed by immense power. Numerous assistants followed behind as Bai Yuhao and Tony stood in opposition, each possessing a distinct style and demeanor. Their eyes met with mutual irritation before Tony spoke first, noting that since this tournament determined if Olaf Zada could win a fourth term as speaker, its importance went without saying. Bai Yuhao appeared to accept his inferior position, closing his eyes as he replied that the Bai family would continue their steadfast support for Olaf. In the stands, the male spectators erupted into a frenzy of cheers, all sparked by the arrival of a stunningly beautiful woman. Her presence sent a wave of excitement through the crowd of men, for she possessed an elite and untouchable aura. Even Aaron could not help but focus her attention on the newcomer, realizing it was Saintess Céline Joseph of the Church of Abilities making her public debut. Despite the enthusiastic reception, the girl showed no signs of arrogance, remaining as calm as still water as Aaron continued her explanation. According to my intelligence, her power likely involves mental control such as hypnosis, which is why the church followers are blindfolded to avoid eye contact. He processed the information carefully, now fully grasping the situation, and remarked in a low voice that he would be cautious since the cultists looked quite bizarre. Aaron quickly explained that the church's existence remained beneficial to them, as remote regions relied on their influence to maintain order. They also needed to study the church to deepen their understanding of abilities, while Tony and Bai Yuhao both noted the arrival of this formidable opponent, much to the latter's surprise. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered his surprise that the Church of Abilities had actually sent their Saintess to compete, while Tony gave a smug, low growl. He told him not to worry about her, as his target was not the church, but rather a group of people dressed in white standing directly ahead. This individual was small in stature, but followed by two large, cloaked men, while Aaron informed Zhou Yi that the uniformed youth in glasses was Zhang Ji, the young representative of the Zhang family. The youth was even younger than the protagonist, his face lacking confidence as he broke into a cold sweat before the match began. The blonde Tony immediately approached Zhang Ji to bully him, standing with hands on hips and loudly mocking whether the Zhang family had run out of people if they were sending such a useless brat to fight. With a malicious expression, he suggested that if the boy withdrew now, the council might still grant the Zhang family an honorary seat, but Zhang Ji refused to yield to such arrogance. Despite his small stature, he stood his ground and fired back, declaring that even if the Zhang family were expelled from the council, they would never become lapdogs for the military. Tony's face immediately soured at this fierce resistance, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he issued a silent threat. He told him to suit himself, noting that Minghai City would soon only have 3 great families anyway, while Zhou Yi observed the exchange and spoke into his earpiece to Aaron. He remarked that their relationship seemed quite poor, and Aaron, who was closely monitoring the conversation, began to explain the situation to Zhou Yi. The Zhang family managed the Ability Technology Research Institute and were allies of the Slayer Squad, but Zhang Ji was indeed the weakest among the 4 representatives. The military's objective was to seize the Zhang family's council seat, and Aaron felt a pang of sympathy as she looked down and continued speaking. To prevent them from expanding their power in parliament, the captain hoped he would achieve a high rank in the tournament so they could protect the Zhang family. Understanding the situation, Zhou Yi seriously promised to do his best, while Aaron held her earpiece firmly until the connection with him was concluded. Aaron removed her earpiece, and once she was certain the connection with Zhou Yi was severed, she turned and asked a hesitant question. She asked the captain if he truly trusted Zhou Yi that much, but the captain remained silent, offering only a faint smile while Aaron watched him with a worried expression. She thought that if the military monopolized the council, things would become difficult, but the captain calmly reminded her that he had rescued Lu Yao from the abyss. He noted that such a feat proved the man had skill, just as the opening ceremony began with the thunderous roar of fireworks echoing across the area. The venue looked magnificent and bustling from the outside, with fans cheering wildly under a shower of confetti as the entire arena surged with excitement for the upcoming battles. The competition drew as much attention as a major football match, when suddenly thick green roots began to sprout and spread across the ground. They grew and shifted rapidly until they formed a massive, beautiful flower possessed of healing properties. As the roots blanketed the floor, the giant flower suddenly bloomed to reveal the captain of Slayer Squad 10, Harley Kamen. A healer by profession, she stood amidst the exploding confetti with an energetic and radiant smile as she shouted to the crowd. Welcoming everyone to the Slayer Squad selection tournament, Harley Kamen introduced herself as the first-round judge, before announcing that the first round would be extreme mountain climbing. Harley stated clearly that behind her lay a mountain path with 100 stone steps, and reaching the 10th would suffice to pass. Many contestants then gathered around Harley, lining up to gaze at the steep path leading up the mountain as she continued. Based on predictions from previous years, Harley's expression darkened as she gave a sinister smile and spoke slowly while sucking on a lollipop. She warned that about 2/3 of them would die on this mountain path, shocking the contestants who were previously unaware of the danger. Stunned and confused, their jaws dropped in disbelief at the mention of death, yet Harley remained perfectly calm despite their shock. Possessing healing powers, she looked at everyone optimistically and promised that the 10th Extermination Squad would do their best to ensure safety. However, she cautioned them to proceed with care before raising her hand to start the first round of this year's Extermination Squad selection. As it began, a starting firework exploded in the air and released pink dust, while the candidates watched intently without blinking. Even so, many participants remained concerned, beginning to doubt and grow wary of one another. In their eyes, anyone could be their killer. One man, his face dark with anger, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Who are you trying to scare?" The overconfident man then rushed forward toward the steps, yelling that it was just a mountain climb and shouldn't be difficult at all. Many others followed his lead and raced up the mountain, while the man in front laughed, relishing his position at the head of the pack. They began jostling each other as some surged ahead, though several groups stayed back and hesitated to join the fray immediately. Watching the sacrificial pawns from behind, Saintess Selene Joseph and Zhang Ji stood their ground, observing before taking action. Both remained strangely calm, while the blonde Tony was smart enough to stay back and arrogantly mocked those rushing forward as a bunch of fools. He remarked that they wouldn't even know when they died. Beside him, Bai Heiyu watched silently as the leader remained unharmed for now. With an impulsive mindset, the leader looked back and scoffed at those waiting, calling the elites of the four great families cowards. He vowed to become the champion of the first round. While many raced to compete, others had yet to make their move. The steps of those ascending began to feel heavy, and as a boot stomped down, a mystical energy surged from below in shimmering layers. The man who was just gloating suddenly sensed danger, his eyes widening in fear the moment he stepped onto the stairs. Illusions immediately manifested around them, leaving everyone bewildered and completely unable to grasp what was happening. The leader looked around with wide eyes, his voice trembling with terror as he asked where this place had come from. Suddenly his gaze dropped, and the life drained from his face as his eyes turned vacant and dark. Many on the steps fell into the same state, their consciousness lost in illusions while their physical bodies remained motionless in reality. Realizing it wasn't easy, Zhuya stayed back and watched the strange scene, muttering to himself about why no one was moving. Harley stood at a distance with her arms crossed, smiling slightly at his reaction since she already knew the cause. Dropping her cute persona, she explained gravely that this was no simple climb, as the 100 stone steps were paved with the remains of demonic monsters. These belonged to one of the strongest monsters humans ever defeated. Though now just bones, they could still trap anyone in illusions to block their path. She warned that if they couldn't escape the illusions quickly, meanwhile, inside the contestants' shared nightmare. A horde of mutated monsters crawled out of the ground to attack, and in their minds, they were being captured and tormented as they screamed. They cried out in denial, but Harley solemnly stated that only death in reality awaited them. Although the damage occurred within a dream, it manifested as real, causing the front group to collapse unconscious on the steps in a terrifying display. Harley then calmly raised her fair hand, which began to glow with restorative energy as she spoke softly of their misfortune. She firmly declared them disqualified, as blue summoning circles appeared around each person to transport them back. Realizing the difficulty, Zhuya was terrified by the obstacle and exclaimed in shock, wondering if it was all over. From the observation deck, Aaron noticed Chuya's confusion and explained that every illusion had a specific objective. One must either survive until the countdown expires, overcome obstacles to reach a certain point, or perhaps defeat a specific monster. Once the objective is achieved, you will exit the illusion. However, while inside, communication with anyone else is impossible. You must rely solely on your own judgment, making Aaron's reminders to Chuya truly essential. He stood before the seemingly simple steps, yet they were a test of human resolve and willpower as he waited for the sacrificial pawns to finish. Tony began to move, standing arrogantly with his legs apart as he shouted that their mission was to become champions by climbing higher than anyone else. His followers responded with a resounding, "Understood." Tony's group stepped onto the first stair together, lined up horizontally as they all led with their right feet simultaneously. With Tony positioned at the center, his eyes narrowed, showing that he was fully prepared for any worst-case scenario that might occur. Soon it arrived. A forest path engulfed in scorching flames and desolate trees appeared before him, followed by a massive, intensely glowing fire displaying a 5-hour countdown. Tony stood tall, watching the events unfold as the flames grew larger and denser, swirling and twisting like waves in the ocean. This served as the grand entrance for a massive fire dragon, which let out a series of ear-piercing screeches. Intense flames burned within its throat as its wide, roaring mouth displayed its might clearly before Tony, yet he remained steady and did not change his stance. Showing no concern or confusion, Tony chuckled with delight and remarked that the illusion seemed to have been designed specifically to counter his abilities. Brimming with confidence before the monster, Tony gave a slight smile and glared at his opponent with utter contempt. "HMPH, at this level, you only need to endure for 5 minutes. I'll grant you a swift end," he said, as his teammates, seeing the same illusion, raised their hands and shouted, "Plan number 1." They reacted immediately as violent waves of water appeared in their palms, with Tony's team exploiting the elemental advantage of water over fire to destroy the dragon with an incredible deluge. As they fired directly at the dragon, Tony didn't need to lift a finger while his men handled it. After suppressing the beast, he wore a dangerous expression and a confident smile before snapping his fingers loudly. Suddenly, a powerful column of water resembling a massive waterspout erupted from beneath the fire dragon to attack it. The beast was overwhelmed before it could deal any damage, as the water effectively suppressed its flames. Overall, Tony's team was significantly stronger than the average participant, making their ascent up the numerous steps seem quite effortless. With Tony leading the way, the commander-in-chief looked down from the observation deck and praised them, noting that they faced almost no obstacles. "Are all his subordinates elite awakened? The military must have invested heavily to secure the championship this year," he remarked. This caught Aaron's attention while Chuyi had yet to make a move. If Tony's group were to win, it would be a complete disadvantage. Aaron looked unhappily at the relaxed commander-in-chief, wondering how he could possibly appear so at ease. Without even glancing at Aaron's expression, the commander-in-chief sensed her current state of mind as he stared intently at the contestants. With a mysterious smile, he said, "It's not time to worry yet, Aaron," startling the girl who stammered an apology for being read so easily. Observing the contestants as they began their ascent, the commander-in-chief noted that the first step was merely intended to weed out rookies unqualified for the assassin squad. While this posed no problem for these participants, the illusions would only grow more difficult the higher they climbed. Sooner or later, all expendable subordinates will be used up. The moment that decides the winner will be when they are left alone, he said, his expression turning grim. Looking seriously at the struggling contestants, he continued, stating that to reach the summit, they must utilize their full power to break through the illusions and push their limits just to survive. Otherwise, he trailed off, glancing at Chuyi, who remained alone at the bottom of the stairs, emphasizing the importance of being able to handle all problems calmly. As for our protagonist, he had yet to take a single step, which quickly drew the attention of many spectators. Those in the stands grew curious and annoyed that Chuyi had not moved. One frustrated man asked why someone was still at the starting area, while a man in red wondered if he intended to quit. Others mocked him with laughter, suggesting he was simply afraid, despite the wave of negative comments coming from the crowd. However, Chuyi closed his eyes and focused his mind with intense concentration, before snapping them open to glare forward with absolute resolve and determination. He boldly placed his foot on the first step with clenched fists, thinking to himself that it was finally time to charge forward. As he took his first steps, an illusion immediately swept over him, and sensing the shift, Joe-Yi narrowed his eyes in caution. Having just been ascending the stairs, Joe-Yi now felt himself plummeting from a high cliff in a complete free fall with nothing to hold onto. Startled and alarmed, he realized the illusion had cast him into a snowy landscape, where he was falling at breakneck speed into a deep icy crevasse. Isolated and desperate, he saw the cliff walls were as smooth as glass, so Joe-Yi summoned a flaming fragment of a heavy-horned beast. This occurred even as he continued to plummet through the air. He had to be extremely cautious, as even a minor mistake would result in real physical injury. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the spear of the heavy-armored beastman. Zhu thrust it directly into the cliffside to anchor himself. The spear lodged firmly into the hard ice wall, allowing him to perch there as skillfully as a bird. Thus, he temporarily escaped his freefall, but he didn't stop there. He was just beginning to devise a plan to escape this wretched illusion. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared above him. Startled, he looked up to see a giant bird with a beak large enough to swallow a crowd, diving down to claim Zhu as its prey. Not only was it enormous, but its entire body crackled with dangerous bolts of electricity. Misfortunes never come alone, as this cursed illusion was proving to be quite a challenge. It was too much for our protagonist. He glared up at the bird in frustration, cursing the fact that the cliff face was too smooth for his feet to find purchase. Now he had to fight these flying beasts simultaneously, putting him in a very difficult position. In this predicament, Zhu summoned the system. Immediately, the system's analysis of Zhu's body appeared before his eyes. Our protagonist focused intently, reading the data clearly. He concentrated deeply on his first move. With a beep, he selected the attack category and then chose to utilize a specific trait. Beep beep, Zhu selected Poison Spider Tail Sting and Elastic Sticky Tongue. The system announced the combination of the spider tail sting and the elastic tongue. In Zhu's hand appeared a whip possessing the flexibility of a cord and the elasticity of a frog's tongue, covered in numerous sharp thorns. He swung the whip with great momentum, feeling confident in his current state. Without hesitation, Zhu lashed out directly at the massive bird. It was instantly wounded, letting out a piercing shriek of agony as sparks of electricity erupted from its body. Zhu's bristled whip was effective. Not only did it inflict damage, but it also absorbed the bird's powerful electrical sparks. The electricity crackled as it was drawn into the whip. Very quickly, his whip and the bird's electricity merged completely, transforming into an even more potent and lethal weapon. The giant bird was battered and drained of its electrical spiritual energy. Unable to stay airborne, it lost all strength and plummeted toward the ground. Blood splattered everywhere near where Zhu stood as the giant bird cast itself into the deep abyss, leaving him as the ultimate victor. Zhu watched it fall without a shred of pity. Instead, our protagonist was filled with joy and excitement, flashing a confident, wide-toothed grin. Just some weaklings, easy as pie. Having successfully cleared the first stage, Zhu stepped firmly onto the second stair. He stomped down decisively and powerfully. Zhu clenched his fists, his spirit burning bright after completing the first step. Zhu now understood the mechanics of these peculiar stairs. He looked ahead with determination, realizing how formidable the monsters in this first illusion layer truly were. Their power was similar to the monsters in the dark forest. Aaron had previously revealed that upon reaching the highest level, the illusion's monsters would be upgraded. Now that he could handle them, he ascended to the next steps, where a massive maze appeared before him. It was filled with confusing paths, as if challenging him to a game. This made Zhu feel uneasy. A maze this time, furthermore, the walls were polished and reflective. This made navigation even more difficult. Standing between the maze walls, he thought that the hardest illusions were always the unpredictable environments. Once again, he summoned the heavy-armored beastman's great spear. Controlling the flaming weapon, he took a defensive stance and whispered to himself. Ordinary people would find it hard to overcome such a restrictive environment. However, using immense force, Zhu struck out, damaging the walls with the beastman weapon's flames. The force applied was both sustained and powerful. Zhu shouted, "Molten spiral," as the massive flames began to subside. All that remained before Zhu were destroyed walls, leaving a wide path. He didn't need to waste time thinking or navigating through every corner. The fire's destructive power was so immense that the exit door at the end of the room was now visible. Had Zhu really cleared this illusion so easily? His face now showed clear satisfaction with this stage. Zhu smirked triumphantly, thinking that his abilities could adapt to any situation. Excellent, just keep moving forward. After that, Zhu ascended to the third step. Though he was the last to start, he was gradually catching up to the others. This caught their attention, though they weren't pleased. HMPH, he's only climbed 2 steps and he's already acting so arrogant. A man nearby, displeased that Zhu was catching up, turned and said irritably, "Starting last on purpose. Do you think you're the main character?" Zhu merely gave a faint smile and didn't even bother to pay attention. He continued to step firmly onto the third stair with unwavering determination. Even more astonishingly, he prepares to ascend steps 4 through 8 in rapid succession, climbing as if nothing is holding him back. Those ahead are stunned by his prowess, feeling a mix of resentment and admiration. In a state of utter confusion, they jump up in disbelief, questioning how this is possible. They beg the master to lead them, but then the group turns back with looks of annoyance and hostility toward the person trailing behind. That man now appears weak and terrified as the ones in front gang up on him, delivering a harsh beating. They mock him, asking who he thinks he is to be putting on such airs. Now even the chance to rely on the master is lost. The victim pleads for them to stop, admitting his mistake and lack of foresight. From the observation deck, the commander watches Zhou Yi with his arms crossed. He evaluates the situation with satisfaction, noting that Zhou Yi is moving faster than anticipated. Having the clearest vision of Zhou Yi's potential, the captain speaks with absolute confidence about the current state of affairs. He believes the man might actually reach the summit. Erin, who knows little of Zhou Yi's true strength, looks at the commander with curiosity before lowering her gaze. Erin expresses her apprehension, wondering to herself if Zhou Yi can truly reach the top. She finds herself reminiscing about the first time she met him. Back then, he was just a shameless newcomer with no combat abilities. Erin recalls the moment she gave him a choice. Zhou Yi had bravely responded that he chose option C, suggesting they join forces to crush that hideous mushroom. Erin then remembers a date they went on. At Zhou Yi's request, he had been incredibly serious, telling her she shouldn't be so shameless as to forget to repay the favor after being rescued. Looking at Zhou Yi's back now, Erin sees a stark difference from when they first met. She realizes he is challenging a feat that even the captain couldn't achieve. Soon after, many contestants are forced to stop. However, the contestants from influential families continue to climb step by step. The one currently leading the pack is the blonde-haired man, Tony. Noticing Bai Heiwu's signal, Harley shouts out the announcement that Bai Heiwu has finished with a score of 38 steps. At the same time, the Saintess raises her hand to stop her ascent. Harley announces that Celine Joseph has completed her run with a record of 35 steps. Yet Tony and his guards refuse to quit. Harley shouts that the record for this round has reached 40 steps, with Tony Olaf still in the lead. One member of a powerful clan still refuses to surrender. Tony turns back and laughs at the small figure struggling to crawl up each step. Zhang Ji is exhausted and gasping for air. His limbs are trembling uncontrollably, yet he refuses to give up. He looks back with a pitiful expression in his eyes. Zhang Ji is horrified to see his teammate lying dead in a pool of fresh blood. Powerless to do anything, he grinds his teeth in self-reproach, cursing his helplessness. Zhang Ji's face is filled with irritation and discomfort. He bites his lip and thinks bitterly about how they chose the moment they entered the illusion to ambush him. Now that his strength is completely spent, Zhang Ji props himself up with both hands, struggling to stay upright. He cannot help but feel a deep sense of resentment. He feels a pang of despair, realizing he was sabotaged. At only 31 steps, he is still 9 steps short of his family's record, and he fears this is the end. Suddenly, someone calls out his name. The tone of the voice startles Zhang Ji, and he realizes it is the blonde-haired Tony. Seeing Zhang Ji's exhaustion, Tony turns back and threatens him, saying that if he barks 10 times and quits now, the Zhang family can still keep their seat in the council. He tells him to withdraw with dignity while maintaining an incredibly arrogant expression. He furrows his brows, looking fierce and menacing. With his mouth wide open, he speaks loudly with arrogance and contempt, suggesting that Zhang Ji should just sacrifice himself. By now, Zhang Ji has fallen into a position of total weakness. His small eyes begin to shed tears of frustration. He offers no response to the arrogant Tony. Zhang Ji closes his eyes as tears stream down his face. He bites his lip to steady his emotions. At that difficult moment, a rhythmic tapping sound is heard. Someone is running rapidly up the stairs, which catches Zhang Ji by surprise. He snaps his eyes open and realizes it is the sound of Zhou Yi's footsteps. He is ascending the steps at a very high speed. As he nears them, the sound of his footsteps gradually softens. Zhang Ji watches as Zhou Yi approaches his position. Tony, who was feeling smug just a moment ago, is now startled and stares in disbelief. Zhou Yi places a foot on the step where Zhang Ji is struggling and glares at the detestable Tony. Zhang Ji looks at Zhou Yi in total surprise. Tony turns pale with shock as he had not anticipated this interference. He wonders anxiously who this monster is. The very step that Zhang Ji is using all his strength just to crawl onto is being handled easily by Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi ascends with ease and composure. Zhang Ji watches him with admiration, his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open in awe. Zhang Ji is stunned by his power, thinking that if he had known Minghai had such a master, he would have invited him to represent his family. Zhou Yi then passes him. Aaron's voice comes through Zhou Yi's earpiece, reminding him to help Zhang Ji. Zhou Yi tilts his head and glares at Tony. The unfriendly blonde man was up ahead, and though Zhu Yi had clearly heard the order to provide support, he continued forward and said, "Hey, wait a minute." Inside the observation room, Aaron was shocked to see him not stopping to save Zhang Ji, while Justin glanced back at his own teammates. Every one of them showed signs of exhaustion, yet he continued to pressure them, telling them not to just stand there after the Olaf family spent so much effort raising them. He claimed this was the moment they were needed, completely ignoring the well-being of his companions and caring only that they exerted all their strength for his sake. Even if it meant their deaths, Justin feared Zhu Yi would surpass him, so he rushed ahead and shouted for them to follow him up several more floors. He aimed to break his family's 50-floor record, straining to climb one step after another while his two companions were utterly spent. By the time they collapsed, Justin himself had begun to feel the fatigue, leaning over and panting heavily. Looking up wearily, he thought that although his methods were extreme, his pace was very fast. Then he turned to look down for Zhu Yi, wondering where that brat had gone. There was no need to search, as Zhu Yi appeared right before him with a radiant smile, looking so healthy that Justin's face contorted in fear at the sight of this monster. Without hesitation, Zhu Yi sprinted straight ahead, jokingly remarking that second place now belonged to him, leaving the resentful Justin unable to do anything. He could only harbor his immense rage, wondering how this was possible, while Zhu Yi, having gained some distance, turned back and suddenly exclaimed, startling the man. Then, exhaling as his gaze dropped, he asked why he wasn't giving chase, taunting him that a man shouldn't say he can't do it so easily. Justin's face turned red with bulging veins as he told him to wait, while a moment later, Zhu Yi continued his relentless climb under Harley's observation. Currently in the lead, Zhu Yi reached the 60th floor without showing any fatigue, and by the 82nd floor, he was climbing like a mechanical war chariot. At the 99th floor, he matched the captain's highest record, and with just one more step to the summit, everyone was completely struck with panic. No one believed someone like him could clear the challenge, exclaiming in disbelief that they were witnessing history and wondering who he truly was. Those who placed their bets and faith in Justin were now overwhelmed with bitter disappointment, crying out to Tony Olaf that they had mortgaged their entire family fortune. Asking how he could lose, an old man nearby watching through binoculars was startled, revealing himself to be the casino owner. His face displayed clear terror as he realized it was the same boy from earlier, recalling the private conversation he had with Zhu Yi. He had wagered all his own organs on winning the championship, and seeing Zhu Yi in the lead now, the owner's eyes filled with dread as he realized he was going bankrupt. Zhu Yi planted his foot firmly on the final step and stood tall as the wind fluttered his clothes, turning around with joyful confidence and pride to speak. He asked if there was anyone else when suddenly his earpiece crackled, and Aaron, unable to sit still on the other end, screamed a reprimand at him, asking if he was done showing off. She yelled that she told him to help Zhang Ji, but he pretended not to hear, asking if he was letting loose just because he won, while Zhu Yi winced and shrugged in response. He insisted that wasn't the case and guaranteed he would complete the mission, then immediately took off at high speed to run back down the stairs. Zhu Yi flew past like the wind, leaving everyone in the stands staring wide-eyed and wondering aloud what on earth he was doing. Instead of leaving the stone steps to take the side path and avoid the illusions after finishing, Zhu Yi was heading straight toward Justin. Seeing him return, the man was bewildered and startled, only for Zhu Yi to zip past him while making a provocative face to mock and tease him. He asked if the man hadn't even reached the 50th floor yet, and if he was okay, while Justin watched him run up and down, fuming that the bastard hadn't insulted him enough. He intentionally returned just to humiliate others, but finally, Zhu Yi stopped on the step right in front of the struggling Zhang Ji. Zhu Yi looked down from above, his silhouette appearing massive and grand as Zhang Ji looked up, confused by the situation, but he simply acted without a word. Grabbing Zhang Ji with one hand, Zhu Yi hoisted him onto his shoulder like a sack of rice and began to sprint straight back up. Zhang Ji was stunned and confused by what was happening, while Justin's face paled at the sight, his skin becoming drenched in a cold sweat. He wondered if the man really intended to carry a burden upward, questioning if one person could overcome the illusionary difficulty meant for two as Zhu Yi looked straight ahead. His demeanor clearly radiated a murderous aura, and within the illusion on the steps where Zhu Yi stood, a massive fire erupted. Surrounded by scorching rocks and molten magma, he stood with his legs apart and raised one hand to create a protective circle for them both. Next is the forest of mutated monsters, filled with massive and bizarre creatures, but Zhou Yi makes it look simple as he swings through the trees while carrying Zhang Ji. He even shows off some basic moves against them while smoothly guiding Zhang Ji through the illusions, arriving at a vast ocean filled with sharp-toothed fish. Zhou Yi easily lets Zhang Ji cling to his legs while he spreads his wings and soars, leading him through one illusion after another. Zhang Ji is completely overwhelmed, having initially hoped to contribute his own strength so he wouldn't be a burden to the master. However, the master's speed is unbelievable. Zhang Ji barely has time to adjust to a new illusion before the master has already taken action. Small smile forms on his face as a wave of pure joy washes over him, realizing that he doesn't need to do anything at all. Simply acting as a quiet ornament is the best way he can assist the master, and within minutes, Zhou Yi's feet land successfully on a staircase. Although Zhou Yi carried the team, Zhang Ji is the one exhausted from gripping him tightly for fear of falling, and he lets go while panting heavily. Zhang Ji happens to spot a roadside marker and shouts out that they are at level 550A, to which Zhou Yi calmly turns and speaks. He remarks that they only need to be slightly higher than Tony Olaf, leaving Zhang Ji feeling intimidated, yet suddenly overcome with emotion. With tears streaming down his face, Zhang Ji takes a serious and sincere stance, bowing deeply to Zhou Yi and promising a reward after the match. He declares that Zhou Yi is now a benefactor to the Zhang family, but before he can finish, Justin bellows from the steps below. Zhou Yi looks annoyed the moment he hears that voice and glares back at Justin, who is furious at being overtaken and having his plans ruined by the spoiled noble. The man asks if Zhou Yi knows he is sabotaging the Olaf family's 4-year preparation, still talking trash despite his own struggle to climb a single step. He glares at Zhou Yi with murderous intent, cursing the brat from Narumi City for daring to cross the Olaf family. He continues to use his lineage to intimidate others, narrowing his eyes and declaring Zhou Yi a dead man, but the threat is met with indifference. Zhou Yi glances back with a look that says he's ready to teach this man a lesson, remembering a former captain who shared the same despicable personality. That man had hidden explosives in the 4 bags Zhou Yi carried, planning to detonate them once Zhou Yi drew the boss's aggro. His plan was to sacrifice a useless teammate, and upon returning, Zhou Yi was even assaulted and restrained by security personnel. They demanded to know what happened in the abyss, treating people like Zhou Yi as worthless while shouting in his face about why he was the only survivor. After a few moments of reflecting on those painful memories, Zhou Yi looks down pensively and wonders to himself. He questions if these people are so accustomed to being tyrannical that they expect everyone to cater to them, failing to see they are the ones creating enemies. Emerging from his thoughts, he suddenly turns to Zhang Ji, who looks back at him in confusion as Zhou Yi clenches his fist. He asks if Zhang Ji wants help venting his anger, and seeing a golden opportunity, Zhang Ji agrees immediately, offering to pay extra. As he speaks, dust rises from the ground, and in a single breath, Justin turns pale as he sees Zhou Yi's dirt-covered foot right in front of him. Zhou Yi delivers a powerful kick to Justin's face, sending him flying backward as blood spatters everywhere and his features are left bruised and battered. Even in agonizing pain, he harbors deep resentment, wondering how this man dares to be so defiant when even the extermination captain respects them. Justin tumbles down the stairs like a discarded toy, a scene captured on camera as he lies there in a highly unstable state. He coughs up blood on the spot while in a private room. Someone watches his every move from a large chair, accompanied by a subordinate. Witnessing Justin's fall, the man stands up in frustration, gritting his teeth to suppress his rage as he demands intelligence on Zhou Yi by tonight. The man in black, Bai Zhending, solemnly obeys the council chairman, who is currently a powerful figure. Bai Zhending is the intelligence minister of Narumi City and the current head of the Bai family, while the bearded man has lost all composure. Luz Olaf, the council chairman and patriarch of the Olaf family, growls that anyone who touches them must be taught a lesson. As the sun sets, Zhou Yi is relaxing in his apartment and eating snacks while reflecting on the events. He thinks deeply about the selection trial, noting that while the first round ended 2 days ago, things were far from perfect. Zhang Yi also praised someone's talent. Before the exam, Tony Orlov was highly regarded by everyone, yet he only managed to take third place, though he is still quite formidable. However, he still experienced failure. After I was kicked down the mountain, I climbed back up on my own but fell at the 49th floor, which is why I took precautions in advance. Before the exam, I used all the magic crystals I previously obtained from the abyss and bet my entire life on a massive long shot, with odds of 1 to 1,000. The man was grateful to Zhang Yi for sparing his life, thanking the master for giving him a way to survive, while he did not return empty-handed and gained quite a lot. That boss sold everything he owned to gather 50 gold coins for me, and since money is worth more here than before, Zhang Yi felt quite satisfied. 1 gold coin here is worth about 100,000 yuan from before the disaster. He had gathered this information beforehand, and AI Lin mentioned that 50 gold coins were roughly equal to her annual monster loot, so he had earned a small fortune. He did not forget Zhang Ji's efforts or the reward for the young master of the Zhang family who assisted during the competition. But while he was thinking, someone suddenly kicked open Zhang Yi's door. He was startled but still remembered to clutch his half-eaten bag of snacks as AI Lin walked in radiating a heavy murderous aura, and although he recognized her, he remained on guard. AI Lin walked up and pointed at his face, scolding him for living in this dilapidated apartment instead of the 3-story villa the Zhang family gave him for free, asking if he was a fool. Zhang Yi was stunned for a few moments by her question before he turned and pointed toward the adjacent building to speak. He explained that this place was near the extermination team's building and was safe, and she realized it was near her own home when she looked in the direction he pointed. Seeing this, AI Lin thought for a moment but still spoke to him with annoyance, telling him that money should not be wasted so carelessly. In the apocalypse, every bit of money must be invested in becoming stronger, so without further concern, she handed him an invitation and asked him to join her. She told him there was an auction tonight, and she would take him to broaden his horizons, and that night, she led him to the event through a secluded path while he held the invitation in confusion. The darkness made him stay on high alert until a rat suddenly scurried out, making Zhang Yi scream in fright and question why an auction would be held in such a godforsaken place. He asked if the auction was legitimate, and she revealed that the items sold here cannot be traded in the regular market despite high demand, meaning it was a black market. Upon hearing this, he shouted angrily that he could not accept such illegal activity, but AI Lin ignored him and continued toward their destination. Once they arrived, she walked up and knocked on the door without hesitation, and after a few knocks, the person inside slowly opened the door to let her in. After the door opened, the two were momentarily stunned by the sight, and AI Lin stepped forward boldly and told Zhang Yi to follow her closely. They ventured deep into the mysterious building, until a loud noise from a nearby door made him jump back in surprise. Immediately after, the lights flickered on one by one, and the sudden brightness was so overwhelming that Zhang Yi had to shield his eyes with his hands. However, when he opened his eyes, he was stunned to see that several members of the organization were surrounding the two of them. A man dressed in black with his face covered walked up to where AI Lin was standing and began to remove his hood in front of them. After removing it, he coldly reached out his hand and demanded their invitation, so the woman with her hair in 2 buns handed the man a piece of paper. The man took the paper and examined it carefully before walking toward a door and inviting them to follow him. Entering the strange room, the two walked cautiously while people whispered to one another, and Zhang Yi was surprised by the large crowd. He went to his seat and sat down before turning to AI Lin to ask if the place was legal, causing her to frown at him. She said that with the Bai family's backing, it became legal regardless, and since ordinary people didn't even have the right to enter, the impact wasn't very large. The scene shifted to the 2nd floor inside the Orlov family's private box, where the representative of the Orlov family, Hati, startled the man wearing a hat. The man in the hat bowed submissively and reported to Hati that AI Lin from the extermination team was at seat number 17, and Zhang Yi was with her. Looking at the two whispering below, Hati flashed a sinister smile at the small world before a woman with elegant legs walked out slowly to welcome the distinguished guests. Bunai stood on the stage and stepped forward warmly, announcing that this auction had 100 treasures waiting for a keen eye and hoping no one came in vain. She grabbed the red curtain and opened it to reveal the first auction item, which Bunai introduced as a flawless mermaid tail. Standing on the stage, She announced that this extremely rare monster meat could be eaten directly by ordinary people for its powerful anti-aging effects, with a starting price of 1 gold coin. The crowd was excited by the item and the low starting price, exclaiming that the auction was starting off with such an incredible item. "This item is incredibly rare. There is hope for my ancestor now," the golden fly hovering nearby said. "Mermaid tail detected, attribute level verified." Joya frowned in confusion and asked why so many people were competing for a monster part with such terrible attributes, causing AI Lin to scold him. "Can extend one's life. Are you stupid?" AI Lin snapped as Bunny moved on to the next item, which included treasures that had failed to sell in previous auctions. "Furthermore, there is an additional discount tonight with a starting price of only 100 silver coins," a man in sunglasses said arrogantly. "Another scam? What use is this trash?" The blond man crossed his arms and remarked that not all monster remains were valuable, suggesting they were trying to deceive ignorant newcomers. The golden fly hovered above his head with its arms crossed and reported several monster corpses with attribute grades E, A, D, D, and A. Joya smirked and raised his hand, shouting that he wanted them all, while Bunny stood on the stage with a delighted smile. "Fantastic, I've found a real sucker," Bunny thought, while Joya smirked at his huge profit. AI Lin whispered helplessly that he was truly a fool. She presented a table covered with a red cloth, announcing that the next item was one of the most anticipated highlights of the auction. "From a C-rank abyss, the Lord of the Eternal Winter Highlands," AI Lin said as she watched the stage intently and whispered into his ear. "I'm done talking to you. The item I need has arrived," Bunny said as she removed the cover to reveal the magic crystal of the Highland Ice Soul Spider Lord. She energized the room with a booming voice, stating the crystal had over 50% purity and was perfect for ice-type awakeners, starting the bid at 1 gold coin. AI Lin hesitated, recalling her battle with the Crimson Monster. The memory of her own fear at that moment made her feel uneasy. With the ice attribute power of the Vermilion Snow Blade, she would surely become even stronger, as she refused to endure such humiliation ever again. AI Lin decisively raised her bidding paddle, and Bunny smiled, asking if anyone else would challenge bidder 17 as a hand pressed a remote control. A powerful voice echoed from a distance as bidder 1 placed a bid, and Bunny cheered excitedly that their VIP guest had offered 10 gold coins. From now on, each bid would increase by 1 gold coin. He sat in his private room, smirking that she was also after the crystal young Master Tony had requested. AI Lin turned back with a furious glare, her eyes sharpening as she realized the Orlov family was also targeting the crystal, which meant trouble. As she raised her paddle, Bunny announced bidder 17's offer of 11 gold coins, but he angrily pressed his remote to bid 15 gold coins for bidder 1. AI Lin raised her paddle again for 20 gold coins, but he countered with 25. A man leaned forward, asking if bidder 17 was crazy to challenge the Orlovs. The man beside him pulled him back, whispering that she was a member of the Slayer team, while Zhou Yi anxiously glanced at AI Lin. The situation was grim. He sneered, questioning the worth of a Slayer team vice-captain before bidding 30 gold coins, earning a cold stare from AI Lin. She raised her paddle and shouted, 30 gold coins, as Bunny excitedly wondered if the treasure would ultimately belong to bidder 17. AI Lin worriedly told herself that this was her entire life savings and she had to succeed, but suddenly, Bunny's face was filled with surprise. He gestured provocatively from above, asking if it was over yet as he bid 35 gold coins for bidder 1, leaving the crowd below in shocked silence. Joya grew concerned seeing AI Lin's dejected expression when a voice suddenly called out from behind them, "Vice Captain, Joya." A burly man with his hands clasped behind his back said his boss had a message for them, sneering as he asked if they had run out of money. "If you can't afford it, don't come. This place doesn't welcome the poor." He laughed uncontrollably upstairs, wondering what expressions they were making. Bunny raised her hand for the final call, but the paddle was suddenly snatched from AI Lin's hand as Joya stood up and shouted enthusiastically. 50 gold coins! The entire room gasped in shock, while AI Lin looked at his smug expression with growing concern. Upstairs, he chuckled, finding it amusing as he mashed the remote buttons, noting he hadn't seen anyone so stubborn against the Orlov family in years. Bidder 1 launched a direct counterattack with a bid of 55 gold coins. Then he pressed it again, raising the price to 60. With a look of pure shock, she announced bids of 70 and then 80 gold coins from VIP guest number 1, while Zhou let out a soft chuckle. Sitting below, he raised a single finger and declared 90 gold coins, while AI Lin whispered frantically that they couldn't possibly afford such a price. He thought to himself that although they only had 80 gold coins combined, the villa he won should be worth at least that much in gold. "We can still fight," Zhou said with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, let's secure the item first and figure out the rest later. If all else fails, I'll go find Zhang Ji." A figure emerged behind them. "The benefactor is right, it's just a bit of gold," Zhang Ji said, carrying his bag toward them with a smile. "Rest assured, you two. I will cover whatever amount is missing," he added. AI Lin turned and called out to Zhang Ji, while a guard behind them shouted a warning. "Yi, we can't raise the bid any further. The current price has already far exceeded the maximum budget the clan allocated to us. Besides, Zhang Ji has arrived to back those two up." Zhou chuckled mockingly and gave a friendly wave. "If you can't afford to play, then stay out of it." "You penniless loser," the man roared in fury. Later, under the moonlight on the city street, AI Lin put her hands in her pockets and said, "Thank you both for tonight. Zhou, I will gradually pay you back for your help." Zhou gave her a thumbs up and smiled. "Hey, don't be so formal with me. All money should be used to make oneself stronger. I've been strictly following your teachings." Suddenly, a strange sound startled the three of them. Zhang Ji asked with a terrified stutter, What was that?" AI Lin checked her phone and saw an urgent alert. "Emergency, all slayers are to execute Class A disaster response protocols." Repeating, all slayers are to execute Class A disaster response protocols. Outside, the wind howled and flocks of birds fled across the mountains. A massive explosion rang out as a giant centipede monster erupted from the ground, leaving a hole crackling with red lightning. The ground where Zhou's group stood shook violently. "What's happening?" Zhang Ji panicked. AI Lin raised her phone to broadcast the emergency alert. Repeating, all slayers are to execute Class A disaster response protocols. She looked at the red screen and issued an order. "This is Vice Captain AI Lin. Quickly assemble the patrol team to cover the civilians as they evacuate to the shelters." After speaking, AI Lin glanced over at the two men. Zhou looked at her with a deep, confident voice. "Say no more. In a crisis like this, everyone's strategy is vital. Just give me my orders, AI Lin." Zhang Ji clenched his fists and shouted, "Me too." Hearing this, she decided to take them along. "Fine, follow me." In this sector, flames surged violently into the sky. Small reconnaissance drones flew over the fires and announced, "All citizens must evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately." Everyone began running frantically away from the blaze, crowding toward the train station. "Don't push, just keep moving forward." The crowd was then terrified by a sudden roar. A woman pointed toward the sky and screamed, "Look up!" High above, a swarm of monsters suddenly appeared. A monster spat out a white substance, and a person was instantly killed beneath its feet. A man witnessing the scene shrieked in absolute terror. As the monsters lunged, the crowd trampled over each other to escape. "Someone help me! Save me!" A little girl stood alone, clutching her dress and sobbing for her mother. A woman rushed over and pulled the girl into her arms. Massive boulders began falling from the sky, crashing down upon the fleeing citizens. A ferocious beetle monster charged toward the crowd, leaping at them and slicing a person in half with its mandibles before devouring others. The mother clutched her child and ran at full speed, only to be blocked by another beetle monster that lunged at them hungrily. Terrified and weeping, the mother held her child tight. In that life-or-death moment, Zhou leaped from behind and sliced the monster in two. Sensing the danger had passed, the mother opened her eyes in shock. Zhou stood before the people, looking like a magnificent hero. Immediately after, Zhou's arm was wreathed in flames as his spear plunged through the body of another monster. The woman sat behind him, speechless and pale with fright as she held her child. "Thank you," she whispered. Zhou's attention was drawn to a noisy commotion behind him. "Hey, you two!" AI Lin shouted as she lifted two men off the ground. The man with side-swept hair beside him remarked, "Aren't those two Tony's subordinates who appeared during the match?" Hearing this, Zhou thought to himself, as awakened ones, how could they just stand by and watch people be slaughtered by monsters? Did they really pretend to be ordinary civilians just to flee to the shelter? AI Lin grabbed them by their collars and interrogated them. "I am Vice Captain AI Lin of the First Squad. I am now conscripting you both into the reserve unit to help defend the city." The man with the tufted hair broke free from her grip and yelled, "I came here to make money, not to throw my life away. If my arms or legs get injured, how am I supposed to compete in the future?" The man with the buzz cut added, This is the Slayer's problem. It has nothing to do with us. The tufted-hair man then walked up to him, looking annoyed. Zhu Yi, since you enjoy making such a scene, he brushed past him with a faint smirk. I can only hope the monsters kill this year's championship candidate. A monster's hand spat silk toward the spiky-haired man. He was instantly bound in place as AI Lin seized him and threw him down. What do you want? She asked, stepping on the spiky-haired man's face. Have I not made myself clear? AI Lin rested her hand on her thigh, reminding him that this was a recruitment, not a negotiation. She glanced over and ordered them to be dealt with, then told him to follow her to Ping Island. The spiky-haired man screamed beneath AI Lin's foot. No, I'm a contestant from the Orlov family. I haven't joined the extermination squad yet. You can't do this. Zhu Yi approached and rebuked him. Monsters are at our doorstep, yet you still dream of being a lapdog for the 4 great families. Do you even deserve to join the extermination squad? AI Lin picked up the phone and issued a remote order. All combat personnel near the Zhuque Gate, reinforce the Zhuque Gate immediately. I repeat. Reinforce the Zhuque Gate immediately. A moment later at the gate, the two stood watching a corner of the city engulfed in flames and smoke. Seeing the massive fire, she ordered, Zhu Yi, follow me, he replied, understood. Soon, the two were racing ahead on a warhorse. As they left the fortress, an explosion suddenly erupted. Monsters charged aggressively. Zhu Yi, sitting behind, suggested, we can't wait for the others, let's go ahead. Right after speaking, they jumped off the motorcycle. AI Lin grabbed his hand and swung upward. They climbed onto the ruined fortress walls, where monsters lay scattered across the road. Seeing the corpses of the citizens, Zhu Yi blamed himself. Damn it, I'm too late. Watching the rampaging monsters, he asked AI Lin. Are we supposed to wipe them all out by ourselves? She looked down and hesitated for a moment before AI Lin spotted a nearby cannon. She looked at him and suggested, if that cannon still works, we can hold this position. Without hesitation, AI Lin leaped forward. Hold out for 2 minutes while I operate that cannon. As she left, a swarm of monsters surged toward Zhu Yi. He turned around, horrified. 2 minutes by myself? Looking at the monsters before him, Zhu Yi encouraged himself. All right, I will definitely hold my ground. He jumped and spun around. Mantis blade. Zhu Yi glanced at the monster's corpse. His tongue suddenly extended, sticky silk tongue bullet. A monster caught by his tongue was instantly pulled down. Zhu Yi used his skilled tongue to catch the monsters one by one. Not a single one shall pass. An aggressive monster charged, startling him. Upon reaching its target, the beast used its strength to strike Zhu Yi hard in the stomach. Flames suddenly erupted from his hands. Zhu Yi planted his spear into the ground to avoid falling off the wall. He gasped for air, exhausted. The monster continued its relentless assault on him. Realizing the situation, he leaned on his spear and observed for a moment. I suddenly understand why those two didn't dare come to the battlefield. Against these monsters, a single moment of carelessness means death. Zhu Yi glanced at the cold corpses of the citizens. Seeing a disfigured man made his heart heavy. Zhu Yi frowned with an indescribable expression. But then, a beetle monster charged at him with its sharp pincers. Seeing this, Zhu Yi jumped to dodge the monster's attack. He thrust his spear forcefully into its leg, putting all his strength into the blow. This is no excuse to choose cowardice and hide. He leaned down and reached out to take a piece of the monster's flesh. As soon as Zhu Yi ate it, the system notified him, trait acquired. His hands immediately evolved into dragon claws. Standing amidst the swarm of beetle monsters, Zhu Yi roared, get lost! As the monsters lunged, he used his hands to hurl them away. A monster's claw slammed down, creating a loud crash. Dust and smoke filled the air, slowly beginning to dissipate. Suddenly, a sphere fell from the monster, followed by a swarm of bizarre creatures crawling out. From its tail, it launched a mysterious object. It caused a massive explosion that thickened the smoke. The swarm of beetles rushed toward Zhu Yi, who was severely injured by the blast. Damn it! Seeing the massive swarm approaching, he felt a bit discouraged. If this continues, it will never end. Zhu Yi frowned in frustration. She said 2 minutes. Vice Captain AI Lin. He looked toward the city and encouraged himself. But if I can't hold this place, the city behind me will surely be destroyed. Zhu Yi looked down solemnly. Even more people will be killed by these monsters. His gaze turned toward the beasts as his hands caught fire. From the moment he stepped onto the wall, he drew his flaming spear. I have no path of retreat left. His body was enveloped in the spear's flames. Seeing this, the monsters charged in droves. He tossed his spear into the air and a fire vortex appeared. Heaven-burning molten fire. The monsters shrieked as they were incinerated. In the control room, the staff was in a panic. None of the city's defense facilities could be activated. A burly man shouted angrily, "Is there still no response from the main crystal?" He slammed his hands on the table and barked out an order. "Rerun the activation sequence. It's no use. The program has started, but the crystal isn't reacting at all," a man in glasses reported. "Let me try." He turned around in surprise. "You!" Every staff member in the office watched with curiosity, wondering if he was a newcomer. He is the young master of the Zhang family, the ones who developed the entire city defense system. Seeing Zhang Ji's nerdy appearance, the men in black whispered that no one understood this system better than him. Zhang Ji took his seat at the computer terminal. Two robotic arms emerged from his back, and Zhang Ji immediately began working with all four limbs. However, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Staring at the red dots on the screen, Zhang Ji noted that the crystal's feedback loop, the energy condenser, and the enemy surveillance signals were all functioning normally. His face turned pale. If the crystal and the equipment were fine, Zhang Ji swallowed hard, wondering if it could be something else. His fingers hesitated over the keyboard. After some investigation, Zhang Ji identified the issue. As he suspected, the power supply had been interrupted. He frowned, realizing someone had manually triggered the system diagnostic program. They had forced an emergency shutdown of the crystal's energy supply, cutting it off entirely. Looking at the monitors, Zhang Ji checked the surveillance stations and the automated defense fortresses outside the city. He watched the cannons on screen with concern. The city's entire defensive firepower across 3 layers of fortifications was paralyzed without the crystal's power. Zhang Ji glanced around the room. This specific program was rarely used even during routine maintenance. The men in black fixed their eyes on him. Someone had intentionally sabotaged the city's defenses to let the monsters overrun Minghai City. Zhang Ji suddenly began typing at a furious pace. The inner city's defensive weapons were behind the priority zone. He pressed a key, and energy from the central stone immediately began to surge. The cannons atop the city walls roared to life, loading shells and unleashing a barrage upon the monster horde. Seeing this, the people below the walls erupted in cheers. The system had returned to normal. Relieved, Zhang Ji continued to operate the computer, feeling a sense of quiet triumph as he watched the monitors. It was fortunate that the extermination squad frequently held citywide disaster drills. Zhang Ji felt a wave of relief seeing the wounded being treated. Members of the church were on the ground evacuating civilians and tending to the injured. Seeing the men in black taking charge gave him some peace of mind. The Intelligence Bureau had also maintained order within the underground shelters. A figure in a black cloak stood to the side, directing the flow of the evacuation. Sector C's corridor was full, so the remaining people moved to the rear. Armed personnel were also deploying to the front lines, including these military forces. They had originally intended to let the extermination squad face the monster invasion alone, hoping to use this opportunity to weaken the squad's power. Watching the monsters pour and made Zhang Ji anxious, but given the current situation, the entire city was on the verge of collapse. They had no choice but to join the fray. He felt a surge of anger looking at the screen. If the military had acted sooner, the monsters wouldn't have caused such devastation even with the system failure. Seeing 2 burly men shaking hands, Zhang Ji reminded himself that this was no time for complacency. He had a bad premonition, even though the defense system was back online. However, the remaining defensive firepower could still prevent a total collapse. Zhang Ji resolved that nothing must go wrong at that section of the wall where the fire vortex continued to blaze. If the wall fell, everything would be over. Zhu Yi gasped for breath, his body severely wounded. Watching the monsters continue their advance, he cursed under his breath. Zhu Yi gritted his teeth in fury. They weren't giving him a single second to rest. That previous flame was so powerful he couldn't use it again so soon. "Are you done yet, AI Lin?" he shouted as a fanged beast lunged. A giant centipede reared up to swallow Zhu Yi whole. Enduring his burning body, he mustered his strength and drove his flaming spear through its head. He landed and glanced back at the cannon. Dragging his battered body, he complained that they had agreed on 2 minutes, but it had been extended repeatedly and was now nearly 10. Zhu Yi was so busy complaining he didn't notice the monster behind him. "Aren't you finished yet, AI Lin?" he called out as a centipede hissed and crawled toward him. It lunged its head toward Zhu Yi, who seemed to realize its intent as the creature charged forward aggressively. The monster twisted its body, flying toward the cannon. Realizing it intended to attack the fortress, a shocked Zhu Yi leaped into the air. Zhuya landed on the monster's head and ignited his spear with all his might, driving it deep into its skull and killing it instantly. Suddenly another one lunged. Unable to counter in time, Zhuya watched helplessly, thinking it was over when a shell suddenly fired from the cannon. The projectile blew the monster's head off instantly. Seeing the cannon operational, he felt a surge of joy. "Is it ready?" AI Lin crawled out from the machinery. With a soot-covered face, she explained it took a bit longer, but the crystal's power supply was restored. One by one, the cannons began their bombardment. The monsters were being torn apart by the fire. Hearing the sound of rapid footsteps, Zhuya frowned as dozens of armored soldiers with rifles arrived. They had finally arrived. AI Lin stepped forward to give orders, stating the wall's defenses would soon be fully restored, but they had to hold the line until then. Soldiers dispersed along the ramparts to intercept the insect swarm as the creatures crawled up the walls, spraying black fluid from their tails. Seeing the enemy assault, the soldiers shouted for everyone to fire, aiming their rifles to pick off the monsters one by one as they held their ground. One soldier was suddenly bitten in the neck by a leaping bug, and as the monsters began to overwhelm them, a man with a gun yelled for everyone to get back up. A monster lunged at him, and he screamed as it bit him, while the soldiers were quickly devoured despite their relentless and desperate gunfire. Agonized screams filled the air as the bugs swarmed forward, the desperate cries of "Die!" and "Save me!" mingling with the screeching of the monsters. Enveloped in flames, Chuyi unleashed a barrage of strikes at the insects, gasping for breath as he leveled his fiery spear toward the swarm. He turned around and asked breathlessly if they were all right, offering to hold the position while they retreated, but he received no response. Chuyi turned fully only to find that no one was left alive, sending his rage to its peak as he cursed under his breath. Watching the monsters fly toward him, he spat out a curse and unleashed a massive wave of fire across the ramparts, shouting for them all to die as the signal light suddenly flickered to life. A door suddenly appeared and swung open to release a cloud of hot steam, and as Chuyi looked toward the massive cannons, something suspicious emerged where AI Lin stood. She muttered, "Vice Captain AI Lin," just as the black-clad staff in the control room worked feverishly to ready the external cannons for the monster's destruction. Once the Guardian cannons were fully charged and the monster swarm drew near, AI Lin did not hesitate to give the order to fire. The moment the command was issued, the cannons erupted in a flash, sending their projectiles hurtling directly toward the mass of monsters. A massive explosion erupted, tearing the monsters apart and killing them with the shockwave, while Chuyi watched from the wall and relaxed his expression until a screech echoed through the smoke. As the smoke cleared and the ground was emptied of monsters, Chuyi gripped his spear and told AI Lin that they were nearly all dead or gone, to which she solemnly noted the immense power of the Guardian cannons. However, she added hesitantly that the cannons required a full recharge period after every discharge before they could be fired again. Normally, we can detect abnormal energy waves days, or even a week before an A-rank abyss incursion occurs. We would have been prepared at the potential entrance site, but this time, she said while trembling and clenching her fists as Chuyi watched her in silence. There wasn't a single warning sign, she continued, and Chuyi looked at her warmly before placing a hand on her shoulder as they surveyed the devastation. Chuyi comforted her by saying it wasn't her fault, to which AI Lin hesitantly replied that she was aware. She wiped her eyes and admitted she just felt uneasy, but they were both startled by a sudden, massive sound as something mysterious burst through the ground. A massive tentacle erupted from the earth and coiled around the ramparts, its gargantuan limbs reaching toward the cannons. Chuyi gritted his teeth as the situation turned dire, watching a cannon shatter under the tentacle's blow before he was thrown from the wall. He looked down in shock as AI Lin slipped, but he quickly transformed his arm into a giant ape limb to catch her while his other hand gripped the wall, leaving them dangling amidst the debris. AI Lin's expression twisted in horror as she looked up and screamed that all the cannons had been destroyed in a single moment. Chuyi stared ahead in astonishment, wondering what it could be, and then shouted in disbelief as the monster fully emerged. The monster crawled onto the ramparts and let out a roar, prompting them both to shout that they couldn't let it destroy the wall as he leaped upward with all his might. Chuyi and AI Lin joined forces to strike at the monster's head, their combined powers converging into a single, devastating blow. Their attack failed to leave even a scratch on its head, and a stunned Chuyi wondered why it hadn't reacted before he quickly leaped away from the creature. Chuyi focused his strength for a powerful strike, deciding that if its body was tougher than armor, He would target its eye, followed by the sound of something cracking. He thrust his spear directly into its eye but found not even a scratch, and a look of fear crossed his face as the monster suddenly shifted its weight. It coiled its body and lunged downward, its teeth sinking into the ramparts and dragging him along as it tore away a chunk of the wall and surged upward. Chu Yi and Ai Lin were thrown into the air by the crumbling debris, and as he cursed, she watched the wall in terror, fearing it was about to collapse. Standing beneath the creature, they realized its intent as it opened its toothy maw and lunged at the wall again, an angry glint appearing in its eyes. Suddenly, a massive red hammer swung down and slammed into the monster's head, leaving them both watching in utter astonishment. A familiar silhouette emerges, prompting the two to shout in recognition, "Captain Ling Xiao!" He is the leader of the Extermination Squad's division. Zia Ling Xiao. The pair stands behind him as Zhou Yi asks in disbelief, "Captain, is this old man really a captain?" Ai Lin replies excitedly, "He is my captain." He is the leader of the strongest first squad, second only to Commander Qi Rui within the Extermination Squad. She carefully details Ling Xiao's abilities to him. The captain looks this way because his power involves manipulating his own blood for combat, and he is constantly deployed across various battlefields. Consequently, he now suffers from chronic anemia. Every drop of blood in his body exits due to Ling Xiao's ability, forming a fist made of blood. She cautions him while observing Ling Xiao's control over the blood strikes, "Don't be deceived by his looks." Each blood punch descends, causing the beast to howl in agony. Zhou Yi is also stunned by the man's sheer power. The monster groans feebly before its strength suddenly begins to recover. It lashes out at Ling Xiao with its tentacles. One tentacle thrusts directly toward his position. The monster repeatedly stabs at Ling Xiao's spot with all its tentacles like a machine. Zhou Yi leaps up and cries out in terror. A single blow collapsed the entire city wall. "Is the captain?" Ai Lin, standing nearby, says, "Do not worry." The monster pins Ling Xiao down with two tentacles while he resists with a slender spear. An attack of this caliber won't trouble the captain. With a flick of two fingers, a massive blood hammer knocks the monster's head aside. The blood hammer dissolves and reshapes into a different weapon. A blood shackle appears, pinning the monster's head to the earth as it shrieks. Ling Xiao calmly watches the roaring beast. He bites his hand, and blood gushes out as he addresses the souls resting in eternal peace at this sight. Summoned by Ling Xiao, blood from the corpses converges. "I am well aware of your fear, your resentment, and your fury." Every drop of blood coalesces into a single mass. A massive sword of blood manifests in Ling Xiao's hand as he coldly declares, "I shall use your remaining blood to eradicate this monstrous beast." The creature struggles to break free from the shackle as Ling Xiao leaps up and swings the blood sword. A vivid streak of blood marks the air. Watching from the sidelines, Zhou Yi breaks into a heavy sweat. The monster's body is sliced in half by Ling Xiao's blade. Blood erupts violently from the creature's head. Simultaneously, a crimson rain begins to fall from the sky. Zhou Yi watches in awe at the terrifying pressure. Is this the true power of the first squad captain? Amidst the blood rain, Ling Xiao covers his mouth and coughs. He then turns to Ai Lin and offers his praise. "You truly are a worthy member of my squad." No one faltered at the final moment. Their lingering fighting spirit remains within the blood. Ai Lin points to his finger and gives him a reminder. "Captain, you should stop that bleeding first." He looks at his finger in surprise. "I just finished warming up. I suppose I got a bit too excited." Ling Xiao searches his person. "Hey, where did my bandage go?" Ai Lin pulls one from her pocket and hands it over. "Here, I brought it with me." Ling Xiao bandages the wound and proclaims, "I will personally settle this debt once we defeat the Abyss Lord." Zhou Yi thinks to himself, "I cannot afford to be complacent. Although I have improved significantly since my rebirth compared to the captains of the Extermination Squad, the disparity in power is still vast." Suddenly, a strange sound echoes behind him. Looking down, he is shocked to see dozens of aircraft passing by. Pods suspended from the planes are released as reinforcements. An orange-yellow blur streaks down following the drop command, "Landing right." On the ground before Zhou Yi, he is distracted by Zhang Ji's voice calling out from inside a robot. "Benefactor, from now on, leave this to the Zhang family's technology." The young man reports with confidence. "The defensive fortifications of all Minghai City were constructed using our family's engineering. Before daybreak, these repair units will restore the city walls to a functional state." Facing the robotic reinforcements, Zhou Yi exclaims, "Incredible!" He praises the countless robots. Compared to the advanced technology here, the previous stronghold was like a primitive tribe. No wonder everyone wants to reach Minghai City. The first squad captain announces, Zhou Yi, the commander, wants you and AI Lin to report to the High Council. Zhang Ji, you should come as well. Zhou Yi expresses concern. Captain, this wall won't be fixed immediately. If we all leave, what if the monsters? He laughs and reassures them. With me here, it makes no difference whether you stay or go. I'm actually looking forward to them coming to their deaths. He then responds, understood. The scene transitions to the conference room within the Minghai City Parliament building. Inside the room, large rectangular screens are mounted in a row. By now, Zhou Yi, Zhang Ji, and AI Lin have arrived in the hall. He begins his report. Captain Zia Ling Xiao of the Extermination Squad's 1st Division finally arrived in time to slay the giant monster. And currently, the Jiangxi Science and Technology Group's repair units are working to fix the breach in the city wall. With her hands clasped behind her back, Vice Captain AI Lin of the Extermination Squad's 1st Division concluded her report, her expression as solemn as Yuzi's. Zhang Si, the CEO of the Jiangxi Science and Technology Group and head of the Zhang family, provided a comprehensive summary of the current situation. The reason the Abyss invasion caused such severe damage to Minghai City was that someone intentionally sabotaged the core power supply of the city's defensive fortress. This caused all 3 defense systems to fail to respond instantly, and AI Lin's report proved that once the power supply was restored, the defense systems could ensure the city's safety. I propose that the Supreme Board of Directors order an investigation into this matter, suggested by Zhenting, the Minister of Intelligence and head of the Bai family. The Intelligence Department will handle the investigation later, but I believe we should discuss more urgent matters now, he interrupted with a look of displeasure. Seeing that they couldn't shift the blame onto us, they intend to downplay the whole affair, Tasia mediated, saying, enough for now. The most vital task is to quickly resolve the sudden appearance of this A-rank Abyss. She spoke as the head of the Ability Church and leader of the UZ family, Tasia UZ. Tasia glanced at the communication screen and asked Commander Qi Rui when the Abyss subjugation team could be deployed. When addressed, Qi Rui explained that the elite forces from the Extermination Squad and the city's families had already been fully assembled. However, an unexpected situation has just arisen right before this meeting began, he said as the LED screen flickered on. The screen showed a multi-tentacled monster coiled around the cab of a truck, and a man cried out in desperation, "Hurry, save us! Research Institute number 12. Then another monster appeared and turned its attack toward him, causing him to panic as Research Institute number 12 was being overrun by monsters. Zhou Yi asked about Research Institute number 12, and AI Lin explained it was the most highly classified research facility belonging to the Zhang family. Zhang Ji's older sister is the primary person in charge of that institute, and even I am not authorized to know what projects are being researched there. Zhang Ji looked worried and thought of his sister, asking in bewilderment why such an important place was located outside Minghai City. Research Institute number 12 was originally meant to be built inside the city, but the counselors rejected the plan, citing technical safety concerns, AI Lin explained. Zhou Yi nodded, realizing it was a deliberate move, and he stepped forward urgently to ask if they had been told to evacuate and if his sister was safe. Qi Rui replied that since they received no warning, most people in the institute were trapped, so he planned to delay the subjugation team so Captain Zia Ling Xiao could lead a rescue. At that moment, Tasia expressed her opposition with a cold expression, looking at him with a serious gaze. Commander Qi Rui, our church senses that the energy within the abyss is constantly rising, and if we don't kill the Lord quickly, the situation will become irreversible. Qi Rui immediately adjusted the plan, suggesting that Captain Pharaoh of the 2nd Division lead the rescue while the subjugation team proceeded as scheduled. Zhenting disagreed, stating that the current subjugation team lacked the minimum requirement of 10 rank 1 awakened to handle an A-rank abyss. Even with the commander leading personally, we must ensure the first strike kills the Lord, as every rank 1 awakened with captain-level strength is vital, C spoke up in frustration. You were the ones who forced Research Institute number 12 to be built outside the city, and now you're the ones leaving them to die, C snapped as UZ reminded them. C, the priority now is to kill the Abyss Lord and end this invasion, as every second of delay puts Minghai City in greater danger, so let it be decided. Commander Qi Rui, The subjugation team must depart immediately as planned, ordered Rodolphe Olaf, the speaker of the Minhai City Council and military leader. You stubborn fool, he thought smugly. You refused to join our Olaf family when I asked before, and now you expect my support. He inwardly despised the man, who feigned righteousness while actually wanting to use this chance to cripple the Zhang family, which was his true motive all along. How can you still think about internal power struggles at a time like this? Zhou spoke up. I understand now. It seems you have no intention of saving anyone. His words struck a nerve with the high-ranking officials, and not a single one of them dared to speak. Zhu resolutely stepped forward to take charge, declaring that he would go as the roar of helicopter blades churned through the night sky. Black hole emerged alongside flashes of red and black lightning that surged from within, while a silhouette stood by the open helicopter door. Erlin looked at the armored vehicle and told Zhu that even she had to join the Abyss Crusade, leaving him to lead the rescue team alone. Zhu crossed his arms and listened intently as she explained they could not offer more help, recalling his previous meeting with Oz. Through the screen, Oz informed Zhu that the Supreme Defense Council denied the rescue mission, ordering the entire Slayer squad to the Abyss. I apologize, but since I am not yet a member of the Slayer squad, I am volunteering to rescue Research Institute 12 on my own. Zhu pondered with a grim expression, realizing the captain had already helped immensely by defying the council to give them a ride past the monsters. He looked at Zhang Ji, whose teammates had also volunteered, and silently noted the young man's anxious expression. While Zhang Ji worried for his sister, Zhu observed the two who once doubted him and felt reassured by Lu Jiao's composed demeanor. Having befriended Lu Jiao during Abyss training, he approached the group and declared that this mission would be far different from defending Minhai City. He admitted the level of danger was unknown, but Buzzcut excitedly replied that following the boss was the right call as Lu Jiao smiled. After Lu Jiao thanked him for saving her life, he saw the group had gathered and announced they were nearing the designated drop-off point. The rescue team quickly prepared as Zhu clenched his fist and thanked them for their trust, stating there was no need for further words. The rescue team departed as the aircraft touched down and the doors creaked open, allowing their vehicle to speed out into the night. Zhu gazed out the window until Zhang Ji, who was behind the wheel, called out to him as his benefactor. With a somber tone, he shared that his father regretted being too weak to personally rescue his sister, regardless of the mission's outcome. He then looked at him gratefully, promising that the Zhang family would never forget how he had saved them twice during their darkest hours. Zhu rested his arm on the window frame, remarking that those trapped must be desperate for rescue, a feeling he understood all too well. He told Zhang Ji that he simply wanted a clear conscience, as failing to help when possible would have left him feeling deeply unsettled. He joked that being called a benefactor made him sound like an old man, suggesting that since they were close in age, brother would suffice. Smoke and embers drifted into the night sky as the vehicle entered the burning city, where Zhu and his team finally disembarked. He shouted in frustration, realizing the monster onslaught here was just as devastating as in Minhai and fearing they had arrived too late. A scream from the rubble caught their attention as a hand emerged from the debris, prompting him to rush over and call out to the others. As a man struggled to crawl out from the wreckage and reached out weakly, Zhang Ji hurried forward to pull him to safety. Just as Zhang Ji reached for the man, Zhu noticed something wrong and screamed for him to watch out for the water monster. The creature instantly lunged at Zhang Ji with a predatory gaze, leaving him in a state of panic as he realized they had been ambushed. The monster tightened its grip on Zhang Ji's arm, while the man it was parasitizing begged with a trembling voice for them to kill him. Seeing his hand being corroded, Zhang Ji realized the man was merely bait, just as a flash of light signaled Zhu's sudden intervention. He severed the creature's limb, but it instantly regenerated and tightened its hold on Zhang Ji, as the system identified it as a Goliath fluid. Realizing that physical strikes were ineffective against its liquid body, Zhu shouted to Zhang Ji that normal attacks would not work. He ordered him to destroy the crystal near its shoulder, but Zhang Ji cried out in pain that he could not locate the creature's weak spot. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Ji channeled all his power into his free hand and vowed to freeze the monster solid instead. He braced himself against the creature and delivered a powerful blow that caused the monster's frozen body to shatter into two pieces. As the monster crumbled into fragments under the moonlight, Zhang Ji reached out to touch the cold, lifeless body of the man who had been used as bait. He lamented that he had just seen the man at a meeting the previous week, while Zhuya watched somberly and recalled his own time at the base. Scavenging teams sent outside rarely return with all their members. Such is the grim reality of this apocalypse, Lu Jiao called out to the captain from behind. She approached him with a light source to report that no one was trapped nearby, and despite trying various frequencies, they received no response, making her doubt if anyone was still alive. Zhang Ji's eyes quickly welled with tears as he turned, and shouted that the research institute's main structure was actually located deep underground. The defensive systems down there could surely withstand those monsters, Zhang Ji thought, his heart aching as he stared at the ruined building before him. My sister's group must still be trapped somewhere beneath the surface, he said, just as a massive block of ice suddenly erupted from the ground. Zhang Yi and his companions were startled as the water monster summoned its minions, and together they launched a fierce assault. Turning pale, Zhang Ji risked everything to charge at the water monster, using every ounce of his strength to strike the creature. His metal hand quickly began to dissolve, as the water monster revealed 3 heads and lunged toward Zhang Yi's group. It expanded to engulf the entire group, prompting Lu Jiao to raise her staff and summon lightning just as one of the monster's heads lunged at her. The creature's body coiled around Lu Jiao's team, and looking back, the mohawked man saw they were being encircled by something crimson. The water monster's body tightened around the 3 of them as it peered at its prey, prompting Zhang Yi to manifest his armor in a desperate attempt to resist. His efforts were futile as the 3 were dragged backward by the red tendrils, leaving Zhang Ji trembling in the midst of the monsters. He could only bite his lip and sob for his sister until a voice suddenly shouted his name, "Ah Ji, can you hear me?" as his phone began to ring. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Ji's face lit up with joy as he grabbed his phone and cried out, "Sister, is that really you?" The screen displayed Zhang Ji surrounded by the water monsters, while a commanding voice echoed from within the control room. "Listen to my instructions," Zhang Dai commanded firmly. "First, you need to slice those monsters right down the middle." As Zhang Yi's group remained surrounded and his arm began to smoke, Zhang Ji sprinted toward them and shouted from the outside. "Everyone follow me," he yelled, while Zhang Dai guided their escape over the line, telling them to run right and then turn left at the intersection. They scrambled over obstacles with the water monster in pursuit, until Zhang Dai spotted an open door ahead and shouted that they had reached their destination. "Hurry, get inside now," she urged, and as soon as they entered, Zhang Dai ordered the door shut just as the monster slammed against it. Unable to break through, the creature frantically circled the base while Zhang Yi and his team collapsed inside, gasping for breath. Zhang Dai's image appeared on the monitor, and she smiled upon seeing everyone safe, prompting Zhang Ji to call out to her excitedly. "Sister Zhang Dai, I'm so glad you're safe. I was afraid I wouldn't make it in time," he said, to which she happily replied, "Ah Ji, we did it. I've successfully created a crystal that can continuously evolve," she announced, but Zhang Yi raised his hand to interrupt the siblings' conversation. "Forgive me for interrupting, but could you explain exactly what is happening here?" he asked, prompting her to adjust her glasses before responding. "My apologies, I was just overwhelmed to see my brother. After the Abyss invasion began, we were surrounded by monsters before we could evacuate." Her hands flew across the keyboard as she displayed images of the water monsters, explaining that they had headed straight here after emerging from the Abyss. "It's clear they are desperate to infiltrate the underground levels," she noted, showing them a mysterious object contained within a test tube. "I believe these creatures are thralls summoned by this entity," she said, leaving Lu Jiao shocked that they were researching live monsters. Zhang Dai calmly explained that currently, awakened individuals must obtain increasingly powerful monster crystals to enhance their own strength. Once your strength surpasses the level of the crystal you carry, you can no longer utilize your full potential, she continued slowly. Goliath organisms consume one another to grow from weak to strong, and we have exploited that trait, she shouted excitedly as a crystal appeared. "We've created a crystal that evolves alongside the wearer's cultivation level," she exclaimed, leaving Zhang Ji looking absolutely thrilled. "Did you really succeed, sister?" he asked, and she beamed from the control room, confirming that everyone could now possess a crystal to unlock their full potential. However, the drawback is that it doesn't provide the immediate power surge one gets from using a high-level monster crystal, she added. Zhuya suddenly spoke up to stop them, telling them to wait. He hesitated for a moment before asking, saying he knew he should be offering congratulations. But given the current circumstances, They couldn't possibly clear out all the monsters from the main building's entrance to rescue those trapped underground. "Is there any way for us to support you?" Zhang Yi asked, her brows furrowed in anger. "Just leave us be," she said, pressing a key to display the surrounding area. "This place is beyond saving. I will guide you to the internal database. Just make sure you retrieve the research data stored there." Zhang Ji cried out in a panic. "Sister, what are you saying? Do you want me to just stand by and watch you die?" Zhang Yi immediately spoke up to soothe him. "Eiji, the development of crystal technology is more important than anyone here." A voice rang out that silenced her instantly. "I refuse," Zhu Yi said, stepping firmly toward the screen. "If you don't have a better plan, then I'll attempt to break inside on my own." Zhang Yi remained somber and silent for a moment before projecting an image of a railcar onto the screen. "There is one other way. Every underground level has a supply transport track. These routes are sealed off and haven't been breached by the monsters yet. We can use them to escape." Projecting another screen, Zhang Yi continued her analysis. "However, the underground control center has already fallen. The power supply to the tracks has been cut. First, you must go to the underground power station to restore it." She showed the entrance on the screen and gave a warning. "Furthermore, the gates leading to Minghai City must be opened, but the loud noise from the gates will surely attract the monsters outside. Whoever opens those gates will be walking into a death trap." Zhang Yi tried to dissuade him, saying it was too dangerous. Zhu Yi just cracked his knuckles and chuckled. "We'll move together. For now, get yourselves to the railcar." He stepped forward with a loud laugh. "Zhang Ji, you and the others handle the power restoration. Leave the gate opening to me. It's settled." The scene shifted to the power station, where the sight before them made the buzz-cut youth exclaim in shock. "What is all this?" Zhang Ji stepped forward to give instructions, telling the two of them to wait for his command and press whatever buttons lit up. They both replied in unison, "Understood." He approached the control terminal, extending a robotic arm to plug wires into the console. Zhang Ji then tapped his headset to make an announcement. "I've successfully patched into the system. The power will reboot in 600 seconds. At the same time, he checked on the others. "Brother Yi. Sister, how are things going on your end?" The scene shifted as Zhu Yi and Lu Jiao drew closer to the gate. Once the gate was in sight, he notified Zhang Ji through the headset. "We've reached the barrier gate. We'll definitely be ready before you restore the power." Upon receiving the message, he immediately urged the others. "Once the power is back, you'll only have 30 seconds to activate the barrier gate. Otherwise, the gate won't open wide enough by the time the railcar arrives." Zhang Ji spoke with great urgency. "You must be fast." Uncle De ran out clutching a crate, not forgetting to remind everyone that these items and the documents in the box had to be taken along. He turned back and added, "Wait, copy the video logs from the previous experiment as well." Someone approached Zhang Yi to report that the director and all the wounded had been moved onto the car. Hearing this, she informed the boy that they were ready. Zhang Yi then gave a hurried command. "Everyone, get on the car now. Leave behind any documents we couldn't pack." Amidst the sound of rushing footsteps, only a few people remained. She urged them on, "Quick, hurry up." On the other side, Zhang Ji asked anxiously, "Final 10 seconds, is everyone on board?" Zhu Yi announced that the barrier gate was in position and everything was ready, while Zhang Yi confirmed that the railcar was also in place. Having received confirmation from both, he initiated the controls and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, power on. The lights in the station began to glow as the engine roared to life. Consequently, the lights throughout the railcar flickered on as power was restored. A look of joy appeared on her face. "The underground station's power is back." Suddenly, a wounded young man saw something writhing outside the window. Seeing the sea monsters lunging at the railcar, he screamed in terror. "They're here." Zhang Yi ordered everyone to hold on tight before pressing the red button. The train lurched forward and sped off, but the creatures refused to give up and clung to it. A massive sound echoed through the tunnel as the train carrying everyone raced outward. The sea monsters pursued them, corroding everything in their wake. He Zhang, standing near the window, screamed in a panic for the driver to go faster. Seeing them closing in, he shouted a warning. She replied helplessly that the power was already at maximum. The sea monster opened its maw full of fangs and roared as it lunged. A loud explosion rang out, and He Zhang saw the gunners on both sides firing rounds at them. Through the smoke of the explosion, he saw a familiar figure. It was Zhang Ji operating the defense cannons. Those inside the train sighed in relief, thinking they were finally safe. Suddenly, the control panel flashed a warning signal that the command to open the barrier gate could not be detected. Zhang Yu was suddenly struck by an ominous feeling. What is happening at the barrier gate? It suddenly stopped moving. He cried out in alarm, "Damn it, the gate is jammed." Zhuya's expression grew increasingly tense. If the gate doesn't open in time, the entire plan will be ruined. Scene change. Zhang Yi suddenly dons her armor. Seeing this, Zhang Ji asked in a panic, "Sister, what are you doing?" She turned her head and gave instructions in an irritated tone. "A kid like you shouldn't worry. Just control the train well and get everyone back safely." Then, Zhang Yi leaped off the train despite his desperate cries of "Sister." She hurried back to the bottom floor, muttering that she had no choice but to open the lowest basement level to lure the monster's master over there. Lu Jiao and Zhu Yi saw that the gate remained completely motionless. He wondered aloud if the gate was malfunctioning. Scene change. Returning to the moment before Zhang Yi jumped off the train as she saw the locomotive rushing toward them. He signaled to the two people beside him that the train had arrived, and all three prepared to jump onto the roof at the right moment. Zhang Ji jumped into the control cabin and cried out, "Sister," with tears of joy. He hugged Zhang Yi, sobbing that they had finally made it out, but she simply punched him in the head and told him to stop messing around. The gate still wasn't open. Scene change. While checking the gate, Lu Jiao suddenly discovered that the hydraulic press was broken. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Ji helplessly suggested that they should abandon the train if things didn't work out since time was running out. Zhang Yi refused to give up and shouted that they couldn't do that, noting that the outside was crawling with monsters. Abandoning the train meant certain death, as only the train could return them to the city safely. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi transformed and used his great ape long arms to force the gate open before the train arrived. Witnessing his effort, she informed everyone on the train that the captain intended to push the gate open himself. Hearing this, the bearded man spoke up in disbelief. "What are you talking about? Pushing that gate open? It takes 4 10,000-ton hydraulic presses to move that thing." He realized the man was right, as even with the strength of the great ape long arms, the gate wouldn't budge. Zhu Yi decided to unleash his skills, encasing his body in armor and vowing to become a gate-opening machine as he activated the sticky tongue bullet system. Zhu Yi fired 4 strands forward, planning to use the pulling force of the sticky tongue bullets before activating the venomous tail spike system to anchor his feet firmly to the floor with sharp claws. He used his tail spikes to secure his stance and activated muscle tail contraction, roaring as he pushed the gate with all his might. The system warned that his muscles were tearing and regenerating as Lu Jiao watched in shock. She noted that he was compressing his entire body's power through his muscles. Despite coughing up blood, he continued to scream for the gate to move. The gate finally showed signs of movement and opened slightly, prompting Lu Jiao to cry out in amazement that it was actually opening. Everyone on the train stared in open-mouthed shock, and Zhang Yi shouted in disbelief, wondering how such a reckless plan could actually succeed. Zhu Yi's eyes gleamed with confidence as he asked for 3 more minutes. No, just 2. Suddenly, a slimy substance began dripping down behind him. A water monster lunged forward and constricted Zhu Yi's body. He cursed in frustration at the timing, as both of his hands were occupied holding the gate open. He couldn't let go to deal with them, and although Zhang Ji saw the situation, he was powerless to help and could only offer words of encouragement. He wondered if Zhu Yi could hold on. Suddenly, he noticed Zhang Yi donning her armor. Scene change. Lu Jiao unleashed bolts of lightning to attack the swarm of monsters. The monsters shrieked in pain as lightning pierced their bodies. She observed that the situation was dire, as a massive number of creatures were converging on their location. While Zhu Yi struggled to keep the gate open, he suddenly felt a slimy substance clinging to him as Zhang Yi shouted from behind. "Zhu Yi, we must release the master of these monsters now. That's the only way to lure them back underground." "Hang in there, you must keep the gate open until the train arrives." He was horrified to see a water monster's head emerge right in front of him. Without a word, it lunged at Zhu Yi's head. Elsewhere, the train commanded by Zhang Ji was hurtling forward at high speed. The crew-cut man shouted in alarm, "Young Master Zhang, look!" Seeing how narrow the gate opening was, he cried out that they wouldn't be able to fit through. He was also deeply worried, noting on the control panel that the train was at half speed and would stall if it slowed down any further. Strange noises suddenly erupted from the roof, terrifying everyone inside. Uncle De looked up to see slime seeping into the cabin and screamed that they were on top of the train. The water monsters on the roof were trying to force their way inside. Sensing the dire situation, Zhang Ji helplessly made a final decision to increase their speed. He pressed the red button on the console, causing the train to accelerate so violently that the monsters were thrown off the roof before they could react. The spiky-haired youth ran to the window and pressed his face against the glass to look outside. But after observing for a while, he saw no sea monsters on the top or sides of the train. Feeling slightly relieved, the spiky-haired youth stammered that they must have lost them. But suddenly, tentacles shot out as the sea monster attacked from inside the train, making him spin around in shock. Before the spiky-haired youth could flee, the tentacles tightened around his body as the monster slowly began to swallow him, leaving him to scream in despair while the people in the distance heard the screams and turned back, horrified to see it approaching as they cried out in terror, "We're doomed. We're definitely going to die." Only Uncle De stood at the back, silently staring at the monster as he fell into deep thought, and after a moment of consideration. Uncle De donned his combat armor, and seeing this, you shouted anxiously, "Uncle De," as he looked at Zhang Ji with eyes full of hope. His voice was filled with trust as he said, "Young people like you are the future," before Uncle De rushed toward the monster, adding, "Now let us old men be of some use one last time," while you cried out in tears, "No," as he used his entire body to tightly embrace the creature. Then Uncle De activated the thrusters on his legs to push the monster and himself away from everyone while simultaneously triggering the armor's self-destruct sequence. Once they were far enough away for everyone to be safe, a massive explosion erupted, and Zhang Ji struggled to hold back his tears in agony. Elsewhere, Lu Jiao and Zhou Yi were struggling against the creatures as he slammed his hand on the control panel and shouted helplessly, "Damn it!" Piercing sound suddenly emanated from the building, forcing Zhang Ji and the buzz-cut youth to cover their ears as he wondered what was happening, only to be astonished to see all the monsters rushing toward the main building. Scene change. Zhang Ji is pulling the jammed handbrake with all his might, shouting, "Forget about the outside. The braking system is malfunctioning and we can't slow down." The buzz-cut youth rushed over and said, "Jump off the train or we'll crash," but he immediately rejected that foolish idea. Jumping off at top speed is no different from crashing, and even if awakened like us survive the jump. What about the others on board? As everyone on the train placed their trust in Zhang Ji, shouting, "Captain, our lives are in your hands," while Zhou Yi's body trembled, nearly unable to hold the gate open. As the train neared the gate, everyone cheered loudly, "Hurry, hurry, keep going," as he pushed the gate with all his strength, roaring, "I told you to leave opening the gate to me." At the perfect moment, Zhou Yi leaped away to avoid the train so everyone could escape safely, and he and you wept with joy at the success before Lu Jiao used light body techniques to jump onto the train. Seeing her board alone, Zhang Ji ran to the window and shouted, "Why aren't you coming up?" as he replied, "Zhang Ji, take the others back to the city," as Zhou Yi said with determination, "I will definitely save your sister." He watched the train pull away until it vanished from sight. Scene change, an underground lab, the lowest level. Zhang Yi held a camera, stealthily recording the sea monsters, noting, "All the Goliath fluid bodies outside must have been drawn here by it." The master stared at the monsters with red eyes for a moment, and suddenly they turned aggressive, roaring and lunging at the master. Watching this, the woman muttered in shock, "What? They're attacking the master." But not only did they fail to hurt the master, they were easily absorbed. They gradually merged into the master's body, and Zhang Yi adjusted her glasses and exclaimed, "So that's how it is," as she understood after observing for a while. These monsters weren't voluntarily being devoured, as she thought. The master was using some method to lure them in. Zhang Yi saw them devouring each other, realizing what they wanted to do as a monster stood before the master and roared after merging. She was curious if it was challenging its master after evolving by devouring its own kind, as it lunged with claws and sliced the master in half without resistance, making Zhang Yi gasp. Is their attempt at self-salvation succeeding? As suddenly, tentacles sprouted from the master's severed body. Those tentacles immediately constricted the monster, as the master slowly swallowed it after having absorbed enough. The master's evolution began as a blinding light forced the woman to shield her eyes, and once the process was complete. The light dimmed, and Zhang Yi curiously opened her eyes to see that a complete Goliath had been created, leaving her horrified. The Goliath turned its gaze toward Zhang Yi, appearing in a human-like form but emitting a blue glow. Seeing this, Zhang Yi excitedly recorded it, stating, "This is a new evolutionary stage of the Goliath fluid body, recorded by Zhang Yi of Research Institute No. 12. She hoped that someone would eventually find this video footage. Holding a controlled device in her hand, she looked on. Two guns emerged from the ground and aimed at Goliath. As blue smoke drifted from the barrels, Zhang Yi pondered how to deal with him. The blue mist gradually enveloped Goliath, causing cracks to appear on his legs. Witnessing this, Goliath stared in wide-eyed confusion. He struggled to flee despite his severed limb. Surprisingly, the wound on Goliath's right leg began to heal. He landed safely with his leg fully restored. Seeing this, Zhang Yi could hardly believe her eyes. Next, 3 freezing beams shot down from above and pierced Goliath's shoulder. As his shoulder turned to crystal, Goliath reached out to touch it. Realizing this was the kind of energy humans used, he crushed the crystal into pieces. Zhang Yi was stunned and worriedly wondered if even freezing beams were useless. Zhang Yi unleashed even more freezing beams. Goliath remained motionless, simply watching as the beams pierced through his body. Then something incredible occurred. The freezing beams vanished, leading Zhang Yi to wonder if they had been absorbed. Though stunned, she felt a surge of excitement at this unique evolution. In this new stage, Goliath could adapt to enemy attacks and develop resistance. This was no joke. Goliath was ready for battle. He fixed a sharp gaze on Zhang Yi as his arm grew unnaturally long to seize his enemy. Zhang Yi hadn't expected the high railing to offer so little protection. Goliath's massive hand snatched Zhang Yi up like a toy. Lifting her, he spoke, realizing she was the one who had imprisoned him there. While she grimaced in pain, Goliath wondered aloud what the result would be if he devoured a human in his current form. He moved close to Zhang Yi's face with a wide grin, declaring his desire to taste her. Goliath then expanded, his body tightly constricting her. Just as Zhang Yi thought her end had come, a sudden golden light pierced through and disrupted Goliath's structure. Startled, the creature quickly turned around. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yi carried Zhang Yi away from the creature's grasp. He walked with a divine aura, but her words, asking if he was a fool, snapped him back to reality. With a pained expression, she argued that only her sacrifice was necessary, but now they would both perish. Chu Yi shouted back in agitation. I despise plans that sacrifice one person to save everyone else. I gained strength specifically to prevent such things from happening in my presence. Zhang Yi looked on with disdain, seeing him as a fool delusional about his own power. Meanwhile, Goliath stood at a distance, watching their exchange. Finally, he exploded in rage, shouting that they had said enough. Hearing the scream, Chu Yi immediately turned his head and observed Goliath. Is that the monster leader? Why is he so small now? Chu Yi asked. Zhang Yi explained that he had devoured all the other monsters. Goliath pointed directly at her, accusing her of being the leader of the facility. His tone was resentful as he recalled the miserable days spent buried underground. He hesitated, remembering the relentless torture he endured day and night. Even then, the scientists never stopped, constantly seeking new signals to repeat their experiments. Goliath had been in despair, as his pleas for mercy were treated as mere entertainment. From that suffering, he resolved to make her experience the same agony. Chu Yi's gaze turned cold as he prepared to strike. Having understood the situation, he looked at Zhang Yi and remarked that it seemed her methods were quite harsh. Your research methods are indeed a bit excessive, he said. Zhang Yi's expression grew serious as she noted the magic crystal inside him allowed for continuous evolution. Chu Yi suddenly gave a meaningful smile and offered some reluctant praise. He reminded the creature that monsters like him had already turned the world into a wasteland. So what if you have to contribute to human research? He challenged. Offended, Goliath charged forward, declaring that all humans truly deserved to die. He lunged at Chu Yi with his elongated, mutated arm. Chu Yi struggled to withstand the immense force behind that powerful punch. Goliath quickly overpowered Chu Yi, squeezing him tightly until he was unable to move. Then he wound up and hurled Chu Yi across the room, slamming him into a wall. Chu Yi was battered until he coughed up blood. Before he could recover, he faced his next threat as Goliath stood over him and raised a foot to stomp him down. As expected, Goliath's strike sent Chu Yi falling from heaven to hell. The massive impact kicked up a thick cloud of smoke, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. On this side, Zhang Yi called out anxiously, "Zhou Yi!" as Goliath leaped from the thick cloud of dust and stood waiting patiently for the situation to unfold. As the bone layer dissipated, Zhou Yi miraculously survived, panting heavily as he realized that despite the creature's small stature, its strength was immense. The system explained that its diminutive form was merely a compressed state, and by consuming its own kind, it could acquire their full power. Zhou Yi seemed to be calculating his next move as a sphere appeared on Goliath's chest, and he told himself that he only needed to spot the weakness. Zhou Yi resolutely charged forward like a storm with the mantis sickle blade in hand. believing there was nothing to fear as long as he struck. Goliath extended both arms to meet him, preventing Zhou from reaching the weak point, as the system warned that the creature could completely suppress him. Goliath could continuously evolve to adapt to an enemy's attacks, prompting Zhou to curse helplessly, asking why the system hadn't mentioned that sooner. Held firmly in its grasp, he was momentarily at a loss for what to do next, while Goliath smiled with satisfaction at having the upper hand as Zhou suffered in agony. Suspended in midair with both arms pinned by Goliath, Zhou's gaze momentarily faltered as he gritted his teeth in pain before suddenly snapping his eyes open. With a look of absolute determination, he struggled until his body broke free from the creature's restraint, leaving Goliath to look up in shock, wondering how such a thing was possible. Zhou's eyes turned blank as he gripped his weapon tightly, and the system immediately announced that the corrosive blade trait had been upgraded. Combining the mantis sickle blade and corrosive fluid traits, a sharp blade flickering with fire emerged from the sole of his foot as the system interface clarified the change. The molten fire blade trait, upgraded from the mantis sickle blade and molten fire traits, allowed Zhou to swing his leg and send a sharp arc slicing through the creature. Goliath recoiled in pain, its body stumbling backward, before it gritted its teeth in rage and launched a powerful punch that he met without a hint of fear. With murderous intent in his eyes, he rushed forward to attack, and as their fists collided, the surrounding space trembled while debris scattered everywhere. The swirling dust forced Zhang to step back and shield her eyes, and while the two were locked in a stalemate, the system announced that the tail, sting, armor, and venomous spider sting had struck the enemy. Paralyzing toxins were injected into its body, slithering like silent serpents deep inside to cause immense pain and leave Goliath in a weakened state. It tumbled backward, its back slamming hard against the stone floor, a sight that left Zhang wide-eyed and stunned as she panicked internally. Aji said he possessed a rare transformation ability, but it seemed his entire body had turned into a monster as Zhou immediately closed the distance. With a cold gaze, he gripped the flaming spear tightly while Goliath lay helpless, its face contorted in pain as the spear tip prepared to plunge down, casting a brilliant red glow across the area. He paused for a moment with a confused look, because the spear could not pierce its body or inflict damage, causing Goliath to laugh gleefully with a provocative stare. It stood up and gripped its weapon, declaring triumphantly that his chance was over, which made Zhou frown in dissatisfaction at how quickly it had evolved. It had already developed a resistance to the molten fire blade, but suddenly, 3 arrows whistled through the air from a distance, making Goliath freeze in pain. It turned its head with a furious gaze while Zhang stood tall, gripping her bow and calmly offering to help Zhou, who was momentarily startled. Goliath immediately extended its massive, long arm and lunged forward, but Zhang remained calm and faced it without fear, telling him to get out of the way. She leaped high into the air and tightened her grip on the bow, firing an arrow that struck the creature and began absorbing its energy, leaving Goliath trembling in agony and rage. It jerked to a halt in momentary shock as Zhou quickly closed in from behind, swinging his blade to slash across Goliath's arm. It frowned with a pale, sweat-drenched face and labored breathing as Zhang landed calmly beside him, noting that simultaneous attacks from different abilities seemed effective. The two calmly observed Goliath's movements, seeing that they could indeed harm it as its arm began to dissolve, accompanied by a voice filled with rage and resentment. Humans who steal divine power and rely on strength that doesn't belong to you. This is, Goliath's arm immediately sprouted a fully formed hand. Your greatest weakness. Zhang's expression shifted to one of panic as she realized the danger while a murderous aura radiated from its entire body. Goliath's most dangerous ability was its capacity to emit a series of medium-frequency harmonics that caused mana crystals to lose their surface functionality, preventing the normal release of energy. Zhang immediately drew her bow and spoke urgently, saying they had to act now because they only had one chance before it used that move, leaving him shocked. An arrow flew rapidly toward it and passed straight through Goliath's body, causing Zhang to frown and pause as the creature remained unharmed. With its hand raised high, a series of rings shot out in rapid succession, forcing the two to dodge as the bow in Zhang's hand suddenly fluctuated. Suddenly it malfunctioned, causing her to furrow her brows as her gaze dimmed, while Goliath burst into triumphant laughter. Humans without mana cores are nothing more than insects to be crushed, he sneered, as Zhang knelt helplessly and muttered that it was too late. Her expression shifted as her mind raced, realizing its power perfectly countered human awakeners, and they had no way to stop it. It approached slowly with an arrogant tone, savoring her look of despair while Goliath smirked with a provocative glint in his eyes. "I will merge you into myself slowly," he sneered, telling her to scream loudly when the time came, but a sudden fist came hurtling toward him. The thunderous blow sent Goliath reeling, his face contorted as he crashed violently into the ground before he struggled to stand with eyes full of rage. Chuya's gaze was somber and cold, leaving Goliath in shock as he wondered why the man remained unaffected while calmly rubbing his wrist. Zhangya was left speechless by the sight, her eyes filled with confusion as she wondered if Chuya could use his abilities without relying on crystals. Three figures stood facing each other in the middle of the clearing as Goliath screamed in a fit of rage, demanding to know how a human could still use such power. One of his arms suddenly bulged as Goliath roared a defiant challenge, claiming that Chuya being alone meant he could do nothing to stop him. "I will make you feel the despair of giving your all only to achieve nothing," he hissed, but Chuya merely crushed something in his hand and offered a contemptuous smile. "You just reminded me," he replied, waving his hand to command something to charge forward as a sudden flash of light streaked across the sky. A massive foot slammed into the earth as Braun appeared, shaking the very ground and leaving Zhangya wondering if he had just summoned a beast. Braun dropped to one knee, prompting a surprised Goliath to ask the familiar creature why he was there. Chuya frowned upon hearing the name, realizing that the horned insect beastman lord from the secret realm actually had a name and a potential connection to his foe. The monster remained silent, instead raising a massive fist as Braun swung a direct punch that Goliath was unable to dodge. Goliath managed to block the strike and screamed in fury, accusing the creature of betraying them to become a lapdog for humanity as he retreated. Braun pointed toward Goliath and continued his assault, manifesting a blade from his arm as Goliath lunged forward with his own weapon in hand. He raised his sword to parry the blow while Zhangya watched the clash in stunned silence, never having seen such a terrifying creature before. Its overwhelming strength surpassed even the evolved Goliath, leading her to wonder if Chuya was truly a human or something else entirely. Zhangya watched Chuya with growing curiosity, amazed that such a powerful monster obeyed him as the two beasts clashed with earth-shaking force. He swiped his hand to knock aside flying debris before turning back with concern to ask if she was all right, only to find Zhangya wearing a sinister smile. Chuya gave a forced laugh, telling her that her strange gaze was starting to frighten him, but she merely clasped her hands together in delight. "Please let me dissect. I mean research. No, let me perform a health check on you after this," she exclaimed, leaving him terrified by her words. He realized that as a dedicated scientist, she had likely uncovered all of his secrets, leaving Chuya standing there in a frozen daze. His finger trembled as he tried to explain, but she placed a hand on him and smiled, telling him there was no need to lie as she would keep his secret. Zhangya ran ahead cheerfully, telling him to finish Goliath quickly while she found a safe place to hide as the two monsters continued their duel. Goliath overheard her and gnashed his teeth in anger, demanding to know if they were looking down on him by talking about finishing him off so easily. He challenged them, claiming that as long as he adjusted his internal resistance and speed, their attacks would never be able to harm him. Braun struggled against him and called out to his boss, wondering why this opponent was so durable, but Chuya only smirked and asked who said he had only one attribute. He hunched his back as four vibrant tails emerged behind him, manifesting the venomous spider hunter's poison fluid attribute. With fire and lightning from the horned insect beast and the corrosive toad secretion, he boasted of his countless attributes while a terrified Goliath backed away. Goliath trembled at the thought of a human possessing such power, and in his moment of distraction, Braun unleashed a flaming punch from behind. He pulled his arms in and leaped back in terror, but as the flames engulfed him, Chuya had already lunged into the air from his blind spot. Four distinct colors erupted from his tails and struck Goliath, triggering an explosion that sent earth flying as the villain screamed in agony. Zhangya stood to the side and covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers as she screamed for him to be careful when a silhouette appeared in the dust. The figure became clearer through the smoke, causing her eyes to widen in shock as blood dripped and Goliath impaled him, making her shriek Joya's name in rage. "As long as I kill him, there is still a chance to win," Goliath thought, but Joya suddenly soared through the air and swung his blade. A single strike sent the creature's head flying as he looked down coldly and remarked that he forgot to mention his undying cockroach attribute. Goliath's head rolled across the ground as it whimpered about him cheating, while Zhou Yi stepped forward to stand directly in front of it. Zhang Yi watched with deep anxiety while Zhang Ji looked on with pure excitement, and Ron cheered loudly for his boss. Ron happily rushed over to hug Zhou Yi's leg, but he responded with a look of disgust before kneeling down and reaching toward Goliath's head. As Zhou Yi reached for the head, the system issued a notification stating that a series of traits had formed during Goliath's evolution. It was impossible to predict which trait he would obtain, but he looked on with joy as his hand touched the green slime on the ground. Believing he would be invincible if he gained the power to nullify magic crystals, he put the substance into his mouth and swallowed it. Strange growths began to appear on his body, triggering a system warning as the substance spread all the way up to Zhou Yi's face. His body was gradually encased in an ice-like substance on the second day, following the successful rescue operation. In a recovery room within the Zhang family's private estate, Zhou Yi lay motionless with his entire body covered in ice. Standing by the bed, Erlin asked anxiously why he had ended up in such a state, while Zhang Yi held a report with a grim expression. Zhang Yi noted that his vitals were stable and he would wake soon, but she solemnly informed Erlin and Zhang Ji that there was something they needed to know. She pointed to the research board and declared that Zhou Yi was not human, despite the fact that he looked exactly like them. She suspected that although he spoke and thought like a human, his DNA was entirely different, and he was using this image to infiltrate their world. Erlin looked at her in confusion as Zhou Yi began to stir, peeking his eyes open and wondering why it was so noisy and what had happened. A strange yellow creature hovered before him, explaining that he had swallowed Goliath's crystal and the traits within were far too chaotic. It was the first time the creature had seen such conflicting traits, noting that Zhou Yi's body was actually having a rejection reaction. The yellow cockroach assured him the side effects would fade quickly as Erlin stepped toward Zhou Yi's side to observe him. Zhang Yi mentioned that they had detected dozens of different monster characteristics within his body. She warned that if he possessed the same ability as the evolved Goliath to nullify magic crystals, he would be a massive threat to humanity. Zhang Yi told Erlin that this was their final opportunity to act before he regained his senses. Erlin irritably asked if she meant they should lock him up, causing Zhang Yi to fall silent for a moment before continuing. She argued that he was more dangerous than the evolved Goliath and suggested a course of action that left the others completely shocked. Zhang Ji rushed to the bed and shielded Zhou Yi with his arms, declaring that he would not agree to eliminate him. He shouted that even if she was his sister, he wouldn't let her touch his big brother, prompting Zhang Yi to snap back at him. She explained that she only called them there because he had helped their family, but he would certainly be killed if this news leaked out. Erlin clenched her fists and argued that Zhou Yi had fought monsters since his first day in Minhai City and was clearly on their side. Zhang Ji tearfully added that even if he was a monster, there was no reason he couldn't be a good one. Erlin and Zhang Yi both yelled for him to be quiet, while Zhou Yi lay there worriedly wondering if they were planning to dispose of him. Zhang Yi sternly asked how he could be sure the help wasn't just a disguise, telling him not to forget the past. She recalled how they once found a Goliath larva and thought it was harmless, only to be proven wrong later. Zhang Yi remembered how the Goliath grew up and summoned its own kind to surround and attack their outpost. The children who once looked after it have all perished, and every building in her memories was consumed by flames, yet it was raised by humans. It grew up to destroy the largest imperial outpost outside Minhai City, Zhang Yi said as she clenched her fists with an irritated tone. If we spare him, but he truly is an enemy of mankind, then hundreds of thousands in this city will die because of our momentary soft-heartedness, causing AI Lin to hesitate. AI Lin, he is a monster, but she suddenly recalled the moment Zhou Yi reached out to help her and the memory of him standing against monsters with a mere stick. Have you not finished with the fortress yet, AI Lin? He stood before her with a serious expression, stating that if they wouldn't save the people, he would. AI Lin gritted her teeth in hesitation, telling herself that Zhou Yi would never become their enemy, before telling the older sister to go ahead and strike. Zhang Yi watched silently as the older sister held the remote and pressed the button, causing the engine above Zhou Yi's head to roar to life. The needle above announced it was accumulating power, but Zhang Yi was suddenly startled by the warning that whoever opened the door would face a lethal danger. She remembered Zhou Yi's cheerful smile when he insisted on handling the door himself, and she frowned uncomfortably, knowing he had saved her life. Childhood memories of laughing with Goliath flashed by, causing her eyes to waver as Goliath's bizarre smile appeared in her mind. Looking at Zhou Yi's attire, Zhang Yi told herself that he was still a monster, even as the image of him holding her affectionately surfaced. She wondered if she could truly trust him as the needle electrified toward him, her hand trembling on the button until AI Lin shouted a reminder. He was the one who helped Zhang Ji defeat Tony Orlov in the tournament, and the one who held the wall against the monster assault. When everyone had to go to the research institute to rescue you, he was the one who brought you out, and Zhou Yi lay still, listening to her defense. You fear he might one day become our enemy, but without him, we wouldn't even have the chance to stand here and have this conversation. AI Lin's words touched her heart, as the Zhang Yi she knew would never consult others about a decision she had already made. If you truly intended to kill him, why did you even call us here? She clenched her fists and shouted at Zhang Yi to admit the truth. In reality, you don't want to harm him either, and Zhang Ji stood protectively before Zhou Yi's bed, pleading with his sister to stop. Zhang Yi slammed the remote onto the floor, and hearing the needle stop its operation, Zhang Ji rejoiced that everything was finally all right. AI Lin also breathed a sigh of relief until a voice suddenly spoke up, startling the three of them as Zhou Yi slowly sat up and thanked them. He thanked them for choosing to believe in him, leaving AI Lin shocked as she wondered when he had woken up while he propped a leg on the table. He revealed that he had been awake since their argument began, offering a slight smile while Zhang Yi adjusted her glasses with a conflicted look. Zhou Yi looked at the three of them with a serious expression and asked them to rest assured, even though he couldn't explain the full situation. He promised never to betray their trust, and AI Lin noted that the secret of Zhou Yi's body must be kept from everyone else. She turned to Zhang Yi and declared that the four of them were now accomplices, just as the phone in her pocket began to vibrate. After reading the message, she anxiously shouted that something had happened and urged the vice captain and Mr. Lin to hurry to Minghai City Hospital. The four of them rushed into the lobby, where Zhou Yi froze at the sight of countless injured people lying scattered across the floor. A soldier with a bandaged eye told his comrade to endure the pain a bit longer until he could find someone to change his dressings. The other soldier gritted his teeth, lamenting that there was no one to care for them, a sight that filled AI Lin with pure rage. She demanded to know why the injured Slayer squad members were left in the lobby and where the medical staff had gone. An arrogant man pointed at his face and barked that his wound was hurting again, prompting a nurse to rush over in a panic to assist him. The nurse hesitantly asked the patient to lie down instead of wandering around, only for a man in black to tell her to stop complaining. The men in black were excitedly playing cards in the ward, and Zhou Yi frowned in annoyance as he watched them ignore the rules of the game. Seeing the medical staff attending to these men while the wounded soldiers were left neglected, he wondered about the military's priorities. Does the army expect the Slayer squad to bleed in battle only to be left to die, he thought, until a loud shout caught his attention. Vice Captain Lin and Director Zhang watched as a man in black grabbed an injured person and barked, demanding to know who authorized the use of the medicine. The arrogant man in black seized the injured youth's collar and shouted a warning that all serums and equipment were strictly under military control. He asked if they were unaware that these were allocated by the Unified City Defense Force as veins began to bulge on Zhang Yi's face. Scene changed. Zhang Yi shouted that these supplies were sent by the center to support the Slayer squad and did not belong to them, but a silver-haired man cut her off. He claimed he didn't care about the source, stating that since it was here, the City Defense Force had the right to seize it before ordering his men to take everything. The man in the cast bit threw his bandages and lunged forward desperately, drawing a knife from his waist and pointing it at the man's face while cursing. He screamed that he would fight them to the death, causing the spiky-haired man to retreat in fear and stammer, unaware of the true danger lurking behind him. Zhou Yi suddenly delivered a thunderous punch to the spiky-haired man's face, deforming his features and causing blood to spray from his mouth. The force of the blow sent the spiky-haired man flying backward until he slammed violently into the wall behind him. Witnessing this, the man holding the medicine crate gaped in shock as Zhou Yi approached him slowly with a face clouded by murderous intent. Even a slight breath from him made the man tremble so violently that he couldn't move, allowing Zhou Yi to calmly reclaim the medicine crate. Without needing to strike again, he helped the injured man up, who looked at Zhou Yi with gratitude while the spiky-haired man coughed and began to hurl accusations. He asked if the Slayer squad intended to rebel, but Zhou Yi turned and replied that he wasn't actually a member of the squad yet. Zhou Yi extended his rubber-like arm to seize him, shouting that he was merely a passerby who found the man's behavior intolerable. Suddenly, Thabit reached out and blocked the strike, leaving Zhou Yi stunned as he watched the man effortlessly catch his arm. Seeing his savior, the man screamed for Major General Thabit of the City Defense Force, who then tightened his grip with a single hand. The pressure was so immense that Zhou Yi's hand bones cracked and shattered into pieces, triggering a system alert warning of a fracture. Without a word, he lunged like a predator, moving as fast as lightning to seize Zhou Yi by the throat and slam him violently into the ground. The impact shattered the surrounding ground, prompting Erlin to rush forward and call out to Zhou Yi, but Zhang Yi reached out to stop her. She shouted for her not to be impulsive as it was a trap, warning that if the Slayer squad retaliated, the situation would escalate, while Thabit glared at him. In a cold, low voice, he accused him of attacking soldiers on duty within a military-controlled zone and suspected him of involvement in a rebellion. He declared he was arresting him immediately as Zhou Yi lay pinned to the ground, struggling with all his might. Scene changed to the building's exterior. At the highest defense conference in Manhwa City, a voice spoke within a closed meeting room regarding the recent battle to protect the city. A freckled man flusteredly reported that 2/3 of the urban area was damaged and that the Slayer squad's casualties had exceeded half their strength. Hearing this, Raz slammed his hand on the table in anger and interrupted, stating that they should stop wasting time before offering a concise suggestion. He mentioned he had already reviewed the data and urged them not to waste any more time now that the Abyss threat had been neutralized. He suggested it was time to resume the selection competition, causing Qi Rui to look over warily at Tai Zia, who appeared perfectly composed. Zhen Ting frowned slightly upon hearing that, while Raz harbored his own schemes, noting the heavy casualties the Slayer squad had suffered. He saw it as a perfect chance to plant military personnel into the Slayer squad, allowing them to control the organization from its very foundations. He remained silent, observing everyone's reactions as Raz announced that the second round of the competition would be finalized for tomorrow. Hearing this, the bespectacled girl standing behind Qi Rui protested, pointing out that many contestants were still recovering from their injuries. They were still awaiting treatment, yet the military representatives hadn't even been to the front lines, she noted, as Raz remained silent with a stern expression. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared directly at her. Scene change as Qi Rui raised his hand to signal the girl to stop. She called out to her captain in frustration, but he calmly told her it was enough before Raz looked around and finalized the announcement since no one else objected. He declared that the City Defense Force would take charge of the competition, with Major General Thabit serving as the supervisor for the second round. The scene shifts to the prison, where Ta Bai, his voice heavy with rage, speaks of the man who humiliated his beloved disciple, Tony Orlov. After the disgrace in Manhwa City, he had Chu Yi bound and hung upside down on a wall for interrogation at the Feng military prison. Bound and suspended high above, he could only endure the helplessness as Ta Bai turned around and issued a stern command. "I expect that none of these individuals will be able to compete in the upcoming tournament. Is that clear?" The soldiers shouted their compliance as Chu Yi glanced at the others. He realized these captives weren't representatives of the 4 great clans and wondered about their intent just as the prisoners began to tremble. Terror was etched onto their faces as soldiers carrying spiked iron maces approached the shivering crowd with diabolical grins. Suddenly, he shouted to draw their attention, causing the man with the mace to turn toward Chu Yi, who issued a confident challenge. "If you're so brave, let me down so I can take on all you pathetic weaklings by myself," he said, fully aware of his own unique abilities. Worried for the others, he thought, "I have the undying trait and can recover quickly, but these people might actually be beaten to death." Enraged by his grating words, the soldiers shifted their target to Chu Yi, deciding to deal with the arrogant brat first. One ordered him to be lowered, and as soon as he was down, a soldier lunged forward and drove a spiked fist into his abdomen while another swung a mace. A heavy blow struck Chu Yi's head, and the 2 men pinned him down, beating him relentlessly as blood began to pour from his body. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving Chu Yi's body covered in bruises and severe wounds while the soldier laughed with sadistic satisfaction. "Still acting tough, kid." Cotton Boxer appeared and advised him to find a way to keep the beating going, leaving him momentarily confused. It explained that remnants of the previous essence remained in his body, and this was the perfect opportunity to refine them through the physical trauma. Realizing the plan, Chuya followed Cotton Boxer's advice and mocked them. "Haven't you eaten? If you're so strong, try hitting my face." Infuriated by the taunt, the soldier frowned and delivered a devastating, merciless blow directly to Chuya's face. Seeing him sacrifice himself to protect them, the man with the tuft of hair felt a deep sense of gratitude and urged Chuyi to hold on. The soldiers continued their brutal assault as blood sprayed across the scene, while Chuyi goaded them to hit his stomach harder. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of crimson blood directly into a soldier's face, causing the others to recoil in sudden panic. Wait, did we actually kill him? They wondered as Chuya's head slumped forward and his body went completely still. Worried he had scared them off, Chuya suddenly sat up and joked that he hadn't felt a single thing, provoking the soldier's rage once more. As the soldier ordered the beating to continue, a strange light suddenly appeared on the wall, followed by a massive explosion. Ki Rui's team emerged from the cloud of dust, causing the soldier's face to turn pale as he screamed in terror at the sight of the commander. After Ki Rui shattered the gate with a single strike, Erlin stepped forward and loudly demanded the release of the prisoners. From the shadows, Ta Bai clapped his hands in mock admiration and remarked that Ki Rui truly lived up to his reputation as the strongest awakened. He noted that the prison gate, made of 36 layers of alloy, had been sliced apart with one blow before Ta Bai began his mockery. He claimed that while the city guards were often called arrogant, the slaying squad was just as bad, before approaching with a provocative smile. He argued that the prisoners were suspected of rebellion and that the arrests were legal, asking if the commander had come for an explanation. Despite the provocation, Ki Rui remained patient and silent as Ta Bai put a friendly arm around his shoulder and smirked triumphantly. Claiming it was all a misunderstanding, Ta Bai spoke with feigned respect and dripping sarcasm, stating he would yield to Commander Ki Rui. He told them they could take the prisoners and leave, prompting the girls to glare at him with pure hatred as he turned to walk away. Suddenly, he paused to announce a shocking piece of news to the group. He revealed that he would be the judge for the next round of the selection trial and warned that he had memorized all their faces. Ta Bai issued a final challenge, stating he would see them at the competition tomorrow while glancing at the battered Chuyi. Especially for him, as the scene shifts. Once released, everyone was transported back to the city's research institute following the conclusion of the conflict. Members of the extermination squad were moved to temporary medical wards established within the research institute, where everyone was receiving treatment and resting in their beds. Meanwhile, Erlin was occupied with organizing supplies, placing excess medicine in temporary spots, when she suddenly glanced toward his hospital bed. Noticing Zhou Yu was missing, Erlin asked about his whereabouts, to which the curly-haired man pointed toward the roof, mentioning he had seen him head up there earlier. Up on the rooftop, he was venting his rage on a punching bag, cursing under his breath. Erlin watched from a distance as Zhou Yu lashed out frantically, leaving her sighing in silence. He struck the bag to release his inner turmoil and confusion, suddenly shouting out, "Why? Isn't the extermination squad humanity's final hope? Why are we treated like the enemy?" As each blow reflected Zhou Yu's deep-seated resentment. Despite risking his life to protect the city, he was discarded like trash. As he punched, Zhou Yu's rage spiraled out of control. He vented his frustrations, noting that the Goliath Research Institute could have empowered the awakened, yet they preferred letting monsters destroy it over sharing their breakthroughs. He was incensed by the rigged competition overseen by corrupt judges, his heart filled with a bitter sense of injustice as he let out a roar. Isn't this selection meant to find the strongest awakened for the Slayer Squad to help humanity reclaim our lost lands? Why has it turned into a playground for the elite families? Zhou Yu shouted, relentlessly battering the sandbag while hurling curses at the world. Suddenly, a hand reached out to stop his fist. Zhou Yu looked up in surprise to see Eileen, his confusion growing as she slowly drew closer to him. Without warning, Eileen leaned in and planted a sweet kiss on Zhou Yu's cheek, leaving him wide-eyed and blushing as his heart hammered against his ribs. Zhou Yu scrambled back, steam practically rising from his head as he realized she had kissed him, while Eileen remained composed and asked if he had finally calmed down. He nodded obediently like a child, and Eileen turned to lead the way, inviting him for a drink while a still flustered Zhou Yu hesitated before responding. All right," he muttered, grabbing his shirt from beside the sandbag and pulling it on before following her like a well-behaved student. Later at a small whiskey bar, Zhou Yu sat at the counter with a flushed face, staring at his glass and wondering if her actions meant she actually had feelings for him. His heart raced with a surge of excitement, as he couldn't help but wonder if he should agree if she invited him back to her place. Suddenly, Eileen stood up and smacked him hard on the head, snapping him out of his trance and asking what he was daydreaming about. Rubbing the painful bump on his head, he claimed he heard her, and Eileen, now slightly tipsy, told him he should drop out of the competition the next day. Joe-yi instinctively agreed before jumping in shock and shouting, "Wait, quit! Why would I do that? Are you actually serious?" Eileen took a sip of her drink and explained that the military intended to become the sole armed force in Minhwa City. They had replaced the judges with their own people, intending to torment the candidates until they were too broken to join the Slayer squad. Their ultimate goal was to annex the Slayer squad, but hearing this only made Joe-yi's resolve grow stronger as he refused to back down. She slammed her glass onto the table and snapped at him, "Don't you get it? The Slayer squad doesn't stand a chance anymore." Her head dropped as her voice turned somber, explaining that without resistance, the military would slowly swallow them whole. "But if we fight back with force, they'll label us as rebels and wipe us out completely," she added. Joe-yi looked at Eileen with a heavy heart and remained silent as the night sky stayed eerily still before the coming storm. Completely intoxicated, she slumped onto the table, still mumbling for him to listen to her advice even in her stupor. "You're strong now," she stammered. "You'll have a better life if you just leave this place," while he said nothing and simply watched her drift off to sleep. Joe-yi took a sip of the alcohol and wondered if he really should leave, but having never tried it before, he immediately spat it out in disgust. "Have you never had a drink before?" a voice asked from behind, causing Joe-yi to turn in surprise to see Ki-Rui standing there. The commander-in-chief sat down beside him and explained that back at the base, only the high-ranking officers were allowed to drink. The owner approached, and Ki-Rui ordered his usual bottle before a dejected Joe-yi asked if there was any hope left for the Slayer squad. Instead of answering directly, Ki-Rui asked him how he felt about living in Minhwa City, and Joe-yi couldn't help but offer a faint, nostalgic smile. "It feels like the world before the apocalypse," he replied, and Ki-Rui smiled, saying the Slayer squad existed to ensure everyone could live like that again. "Until that dream is realized, there will always be people who want to join us," Ki-Rui said, looking at him. "Joe-yi, do you share our vision?" Joe-yi responded with a look of absolute conviction, and satisfied with the answer, Ki-Rui smiled just as the owner returned with his bottle of liquor. Ki-Rui took the bottle and turned to leave, telling the owner to put the tab on Joe-yi and Eileen's bill, to which the owner readily agreed. "Hey, are you just here to freeload?" Joe-yi shouted, but Ki-Rui let out a loud laugh, telling him he looked forward to seeing his performance the next day. The following day at the stadium, the announcer's voice boomed, "Brave citizens of Minhwa City, under the magnificent leadership of Chairman Orlov. Once again, we have defeated the monsters plotting to destroy our city," he shouted excitedly from the stage amidst the boisterous atmosphere. In this joyous moment of victory, the long-awaited selection tournament officially begins. As the audience cheered and roared, the host pointed toward the arena and announced, "Allow me to introduce everyone. The judge for the second round is Tabit." Annoyed by the host's long-winded speech, Tabit suddenly flew forward and struck him. A single kick sent the man flying, leaving the spectators gasping in shock as they realized it was Major General Tabit who had just shoved the talkative host aside. With a cold, stern expression and arms crossed arrogantly, he declared, "I am a soldier and do not care for idle chatter. The rules of this competition are simple." Tabit leaped onto the arena and announced the regulations, stating that anyone who could remain standing on the stage for 3 minutes would pass. Standing in the center of the ring, he shouted haughtily, "Who will be first? Step up!" Meanwhile, in the contestant seating area, the mention of Tabit's name caused a stir. Lu Jiao's eyes widened in surprise, and she muttered Tabit with a look of confusion. Noticing her strange reaction, Joe-yi turned to her. He asked if she knew the man, and she explained that he was the instructor for the current intern class. Lu Jiao recalled that he was known as the God of 100 Destructions, having set a record for killing 100 Abyss Lords within his first year in the military. To this day, no one has been able to match his feat. Meanwhile, the first contestant stepped onto the arena floor. The host shouted the signal for the match to begin, and upon hearing it, a young man wielding a hammer immediately rushed forward to strike first. The youth's eyes filled with shock as a thunderous kick slammed directly into his face, allowing Tabit to easily take down the first contestant with a single blow. The hammer-wielding youth was hurled out of the ring and slammed into a wall, coughing up blood. With eyes glowing red like a predator in the dark, Tabit smirked and said mockingly, "I forgot to mention earlier. There are no restrictions in this match, so those who fear death should withdraw immediately." Hearing this, the remaining contestants recoiled in panic, whispering anxiously about his cruelty. "Isn't this round meant for us to show our abilities? I've never seen a judge act so ruthlessly," someone muttered as a contestant with spiky hair stepped down. The host called for the next contestant, but the man suddenly turned and bolted in the opposite direction, leaving the announcer bewildered as he shouted that the participant was running away. As the spiky-haired man ran for his life, he recalled his time in prison and muttered that since he had just escaped yesterday, he only needed to hold out for 3 minutes in this vast arena. However, reality was harsh. In an instant, Tabit appeared behind him and delivered a hammer-like kick that shattered the man's spine, the force of the impact cracking the ground beneath them. Witnessing the destruction, Joe muttered in astonishment that someone with such a massive physique could possess such incredible speed. He had closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Joe carefully analyzed the situation, realizing that with no terrain to use for cover, running would not last long. Meanwhile, Tabit stood arrogantly and called for the next contestant. Before he could finish his sentence, an iron fist flew forward and struck Tabit squarely in the stomach, prompting the host to scream in excitement. A hit, a contestant finally landed a blow on Major General Tabit. Watching from the side, Zhang Ji rejoiced inwardly. "As expected of our representative," he thought. However, Tabit merely looked at the insignificant pest before him with utter disdain. Tabit exhaled softly, and the sound of cracking armor echoed, leaving the attacker confused about what was happening. Suddenly, the contestant's body was thrown back as his arm shattered, spraying blood everywhere. Seeing this, Joe recoiled and cried out in shock. "What happened?" he asked. Lu Jiao explained that this was Major General Tabit's ability, which allowed him to reflect any damage his body sustained back onto the attacker. Upon hearing her explanation, he recalled their first encounter and realized that was why he had been injured back then. Zhang Ji shouted in a panic, "Then what do? We can't fight him and we can't run away." Meanwhile, Tabit called out for the next person. Next, this time, a man from Tabit's faction wearing a military cap stepped forward and saluted, causing Tabit's expression to soften slightly. Tabit did not attack. He simply nodded and announced that the man had passed, leaving the entire audience stunned by how easily it happened. Zhou Yi and Lu Jiao had expected unfairness with him as the judge, but they never imagined Tabit would be so blatant about it. A man with a buzz cut in the audience began to complain, "Hey, isn't he just going easy on him?" Hearing this, the man in green next to him signaled for him to lower his voice. "Do you want to die?" he whispered, glancing at the seats in front of them. "The people sitting right there are from the military." The buzz-cut man finally noticed them. His eyes widened in terror, and though he was frightened, he forced a nervous laugh and stammered, "Great, that was great." The man in green nudged him and told him to start clapping. Thunderous applause erupted from the stands, and seeing the audience's strange reaction, Zhou Yi and Zhang Ji stood up in confusion, looking around. Neither of them could understand why the crowd would cheer for such a blatantly unfair result in the match, as the scene shifted to the stands. Forced, enthusiastic cheers rang out from the audience while in the tunnel. An injured contestant who wanted to join the extermination squad waited. One was carried out on a stretcher, while on the other side, a military contestant entered with a relaxed and smug smile, boasting that the competition was nothing. Two nearby contestants watched the injured man being brought in with tense, worried faces, whispering about what they should do. Suddenly, the massive figure of ROZ appeared at the entrance and announced that this was their final opportunity, leaving the contestants stunned. With a stern face and a deep voice, he asked if anyone else wanted to join the city guard, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy with tension. The blonde youth and the bearded man frowned with anxiety, until the youth decided he had no other choice but to submit. The cowardly blonde youth knelt at ROZ's feet and kissed his boots to show his loyalty, prompting ROZ to express his satisfaction. In response, the military contestant laughed loudly and mocked him, saying he looked just like a dog, which made the older man shout in anger. "This is too much. Damn it, I withdraw." Hearing this, he said nothing, his face cold as he looked at the bearded man. A spray of blood filled the screen as Tabith stood tall with his hands in his pockets, looking down at the unconscious contestant he had brutally beaten. With a deep voice, he called for the next challenger while the announcer pointed to the board displaying number 21, Lu Jiao, and spoke excitedly into the mic. As the next contestant, Lu Jiao, slowly approached from a distance. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes and confirmed her identity in utter shock. Lu Jiao stepped out with a tense expression, knowing she would face Tabith, while the two soldiers stared at her and threw out mocking insults. Calling her a traitor, the scene flashed back to the waiting area where Zhou Yi looked at her with concern and offered a word of caution. He told her to be careful and not to force herself if she couldn't hold on, but Lu Jiao stood up calmly and hinted at her resolve before returning to the arena. She stared straight ahead with unwavering determination, muttering that there was no chance of surrendering as she entered the arena with dignity. Tabith was stunned to see his former acquaintance and stared at her with a murderous gaze that radiated pure hostility. With a voice full of resentment, he remarked that he hadn't expected her to dare face him, but Lu Jiao only responded with a look of firm resolve. She gripped her spear tightly, ready to fight Tabith to the end, as the announcer excitedly shouted for the match to begin. Immediately upon the signal, she struck first by raising her spear to the sky, unleashing a terrifying surge of electricity for her wrath of the celestial thunder pool as Zhang Ji stood up in shock. He marveled at her incredible casting speed, but Zhou Yi smiled and explained she had been gathering power since the previous match. After Lu Jiao unleashed her move, sparks of lightning scattered around and the atmosphere grew heavy as the crowd watched in awe. The announcer shouted in excitement at the spectacular attack, wondering how Lu Jiao would handle the judge's inevitable counteroffensive. She looked at Tabith with a confident smile, leaving the announcer confused when it seemed as though nothing had happened to him. Despite taking the full force of the hit, Tabith's body smelled of burnt meat as his eyes glowed red, and he realized her clever strategy. He understood she avoided direct contact to prevent a countershock, so he immediately rushed her while the announcer questioned if she could strike again. With the eyes of a predator and a smug grin, Tabith arrogantly claimed that a single attack of that level wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Witnessing his wind-tearing speed, the announcer feared she had no chance left, but suddenly Tabith's eyes widened in surprise. His body suddenly froze as he looked down to find black lightning surging from the pools of blood on the ground and striking his legs directly. Tabith muttered in disbelief, wondering how the lightning appeared from the blood, but as he struggled to escape, the electricity only spread further. The lightning soon enveloped his entire body, leaving him paralyzed and stuttering in shock as Lu Jiao smirked at him for falling into her trap. She asked if he really thought she was just charging up for another strike, revealing that she had intentionally lured him there before the match even began. Lu Jiao explained that she had carefully observed the arena, using the blood left by previous contestants to conduct the lingering electricity into a surprise trap. "This is the second phase of my attack," she declared, and seeing him restrained, the commentator cried out in excitement. "I never expected Lu Yao to have a backup plan," the commentator exclaimed, while Tabith, firmly restrained by her strike, muttered about the overwhelming paralysis. Seizing the momentum with confident eyes, she spun around and generated a surge of lightning, declaring that she only needed to hold out for 2 more minutes. The scene shifts to the arena where Tabith is at a disadvantage, as Lu Yao uses the puddles of blood he created in the previous match to anchor her binding technique. The commentator clenched his fists in excitement, shouting that Lu Yao's strategy was a success, and she had successfully restrained Judge Tabith. Suddenly, he silently flexed his muscles until his clothes shredded into pieces, while she gathered lightning on her spear and continued to warn Tabith. "Before I stepped out, every contestant you brutalized helped build my victory. Their blood and my lightning have formed a cage that even a captain cannot escape quickly." Despite her bold words, Lu Yao was internally plagued by anxiety, her eyes betraying her tension as she worried about what would happen if he escaped. "How should I handle this?" she wondered, but then Tabith spoke up, staring at Lu Yao and saying there was something he wanted to clarify. He questioned her, pointing out that she was already an elite squad member with a bright future, yet she chose to betray them. Tabith roared, "Why?" with eyes full of rage, and realizing that stalling for time was to her advantage, Lu Yao finally gave her answer. "You want to know why? Fine." Lu Yao replied with a hint of sadness in her eyes, hesitating before telling him she would help him remember his past actions. Flashing back to the past, the scene returns to the recruit training grounds where she and Shen Qi first met among the soldiers training fervently. Lu Yao was panting heavily with a body covered in wounds, yet her gaze remained resolute as she clenched her fists tight. "Stop wasting time and come at me together," she challenged arrogantly, provoking the other soldiers who grumbled about her looking down on them. As the group rushed to attack her, Shen Qi's unexpected kick suddenly landed squarely on the face of one of the soldiers charging at Lu Yao. Her powerful kick sent the man flying as blood sprayed from his mouth, leaving the other soldiers wide-eyed in shock at the sight of Lu Yao's best friend, Shen Qi. Dazed by Shen Qi's sudden appearance, Lu Yao watched as her friend wasted no time and lunged toward another target. Clenching her fist, she lunged at the curly-haired man and delivered a whistling punch to his face before he could react, distorting his features. The blonde soldier watched in horror as his curly-haired comrade was knocked unconscious, his face paling with panic as he scrambled backward. The blonde man forgot she was still watching him from behind, and soon, only his agonizing screams echoed amidst a spray of crimson blood. The aftermath showed a pile of soldiers lying scattered across the ground, while Lu Yao collapsed to her knees, gasping for air in exhaustion. Shen Qi walked over and offered a hand to help her up, looking Lu Yao in the eye with determination as she suggested they pass the final test and rank up together. With resolve shining in her eyes, Lu Yao gripped Shen Qi's hand firmly and agreed, just as the scene shifted to a torrential downpour. The rain seemed to herald an ill omen for the final exam, where the opponent she had to overcome on the stage was her own best friend. In the trial to join the elite squad, they were forced to become rivals while Tabit watched them from a distance. He flashed a sinister smile and gave the signal to begin, prompting both of them to charge at each other without a moment's hesitation. As the scene shifts to their promotion battle, a fateful bolt of lightning struck during their tragic clash in the pouring rain, where only the sound of their fierce blows echoed. In a brief moment of vulnerability, Shen Qi grabbed Lu Yao's shoulder, causing Lu Yao's eyes to widen in shock as her face tightened with stress. Seeing Shen Qi leap into the air with a determined gaze and raise her hand for the finishing blow, Lu Yao could only stand frozen and mutter to herself. "She's faster than me," Lu Yao thought, helplessly accepting her fate as she closed her eyes and bit her lip, certain of her defeat. Suddenly, she froze with her head bowed, her hair masking her face as if she were trying to hide her true emotions. Sensing the sudden silence, Lu Yao slowly opened her eyes to see what had happened, only to be met with a sight that left her in utter disbelief. Lu Yao was stunned to see her friend kneeling at her feet as Shen Qi looked up, gasping for air with weary eyes while whispering. "You win," she said, and as Lu Yao stood frozen before the witnesses, she realized her friend had let her win on purpose. Ta Bai took a drag of his cigarette and glared at the two of them with a scowl before suddenly tossing a gun at their feet. Lu Yao and Shen Qi stared at the weapon in confusion and deep thought while Ta Bai stood at a distance, sighing with boredom. Claiming his memory was failing with age, he mentioned a forgotten rule as a malicious glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. His words felt like a death sentence, as he declared that the only way to win was to kill their opponent. Their pupils dilated in shock upon hearing this, realizing that the loser would never have another chance at life. Lu Yao reacted instantly with a loud, fierce protest, while Shen Qi remained silent, her brow furrowed in thought. She seemed to be weighing the most difficult decision of her life, as the other soldiers behind them began to shout their refusal to participate. They pleaded to be released, but were met with thunderous gunshots as Ta Bai's men executed the protesters on the spot, terrifying a brown-haired soldier. He recoiled with his hands raised in panic, his voice trembling as he begged for his life before he could even finish his sentence. A bullet tore through his head, sending blood splattering across the screen as Lu Yao watched the horrific scene in absolute terror. Both Lu Yao and Shen Qi realized that disobedience meant certain death, leaving Shen Qi visibly trembling with indignation. Her face contorted with rage as she screamed at him, questioning why he would do this to soldiers who had fought so hard to win. Ta Bai exhaled a cloud of smoke with a look of utter disdain, offering them only two choices, obey or die. With a look of unwavering trust, Lu Yao turned to her friend and whispered that she would never raise a hand against her. Seeing their hesitation, the guards aimed their rifles at Lu Yao and Shen Qi and began a cold countdown. Realizing there was no other way out, Shen Qi leaned down and heavily picked up the firearm. Lu Yao watched in surprise as Shen Qi turned toward her with a faint, sorrowful smile filled with regret. Lu Yao looked back in agony as Shen Qi's expression softened into one of quiet resignation, stating that Lu Yao deserved to be the winner anyway. Admitting she lacked the courage to shoot her friend, Shen Qi did the unthinkable and pressed the barrel against her own temple. She whispered a final wish for Lu Yao to live on amidst the pouring rain before a heart-wrenching gunshot rang out. Lu Yao watched in horror as her best friend took her own life just so she could survive, blood spraying everywhere. As she stared at the cooling corpse, the memory of their promise to achieve promotion together echoed painfully in her mind. Standing behind her, Ta Bai watched the tragic display and let out a mocking, cynical sigh. Through the relentless rain, he sneered at her, questioning why she was the one who got to live before the scene shifted back to the present. On the arena floor, Lu Yao gripped her spear tightly, her eyes burning with resentment as a powerful surge of lightning enveloped her. She condemned him for destroying her most precious memories with his barbaric rules, calling him more loathsome than any monster. Consumed by an inextinguishable hatred, Lu Yao let out a piercing scream of fury. Just as she vowed to take her revenge, a group of men rushed in and aimed their weapons at Zhu Yi, led by none other than Tony. Tony shouted, accusing Zhu Yi of refusing to leave the stage, injuring the judge, inciting the crowd against the military, and attacking the stands. He claimed Zhu Yi was intentionally disrupting the selection process and ordered him to come with them for questioning. Suddenly, the crowd stepped forward to shield Zhu Yi, leaving him completely bewildered by their sudden support. They challenged Tony, declaring their long-standing hatred for the military and their readiness to fight back if provoked. Qi Rui's voice suddenly rang out from behind, reminding everyone that the competition was not yet over. ROJ followed with a stern warning, ordering Tony to leave immediately instead of bringing people there to cause trouble before his turn to compete. Tony was silenced instantly and reluctantly obeyed, leaving Qi Rui to issue a final warning after they had gone. Zhu Yi, from the moment you defeated me, I knew you were the most prominent rising star in Minghai City. Whether you like it or not, both good and bad fortune will soon find you, so be careful, he said before departing. Leaving Zhu Yi with an inscrutable sense of foreboding, the hours passed until night began to fall. The scene shifts to the Yunjiang Pavilion, a luxurious restaurant in Minghai City, where Zhu Yi asks in surprise if the entire place has been reserved, only for the staff to politely ask him to return another day. Feeling too dejected to even respond, he prepares to find another spot when someone suddenly approaches from the other side and calls out, "Brother Zhu Yi, please wait a moment. I have reserved the Yunjiang Pavilion today to invite you all for a meal," says the man, who is Bai Heawu from the Bai family's intelligence department. Being suddenly invited to dinner by a stranger leaves Zhu Yi feeling quite perplexed, yet he follows along without any suspicion. The scene shifts to a large round dining table where Eileen stares pensively at Bai Heawu, wondering why a member of the Bai family, an ally of the military, would want this. Suddenly, Bai Heawu claps his hands, prompting a series of large platters to be brought out, and the first dish is finally revealed. "This is the hand of the bear god Ursus, a B-rank abyss lord," he says, leaving Zhu Yi wide-eyed before he presents the spine of the ferocious beast Scudarus. "This is a rare A-rank abyss monster, the wings of the dragonman Buge. You won't find anything more intact than these in all of Minghai City." Even Eileen is stunned, as these are the remains of incredibly rare monsters that cannot be purchased anywhere else. At that moment, the system notification appears, detecting multiple rare traits and urging him to find a way to consume them as Bai Heawu notices his target's delighted expression. Bai Heawu offers a friendly smile and makes his request. "Brother Zhu Yi, I wish to befriend you, as I heard you are extremely interested in collecting monster remains. I have prepared these gifts for you," he says, leaving Zhu Yi wondering how he knew, while Zhang Ji loudly demands an explanation. "Hey Bai Heawu, are you trying to threaten Brother Yi?" Zhang Ji asks, but the man simply smiles and tries to reassure them, telling them not to be so tense. "There is nothing in Minghai City that I do not know. I didn't specifically gather intelligence on you. It is simply a requirement of my profession. I truly consider you a friend. Will you agree to be an ally of our Bai family?" he asks, before a woman's noble voice suddenly rings out, declaring that flesh is merely bait for a decaying world. Only by dedicating one's physical form to the holy power can the corruption be purged, the soul purified, and a future open for all living beings. Her gaze is incredibly sharp as she looks upon this tainted land, showing blatant disgust toward a slave prostrating on the ground and warning the filthy creature to stay away from her. She steps forward with an air of elegance, causing Bai Heawu to grimace at the freak's grandstanding as she approaches Zhu Yi and reaches out to strike up a conversation. However, a moment later, she grabs his head and presses it against her chest, whispering, "Lord Holy Son, can you hear the voice of my heart?" This leaves Eileen staring in bewilderment, while Zhu Yi's nose begins to bleed, as he wonders what she means by Holy Son. Suddenly, an annoyed Eileen rushes over and grabs his collar to pull him back, asking how much longer he plans to embrace her, while the woman happily begins a bizarre tirade. According to the prophecy of the Holy Church, a Savior known as the Holy Son will appear with divine power to lead us out of this reality filled with suffering. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter shall share a spiritual connection. Zhu Yi, I am certain that you are the Holy Son I have been waiting for all these years. Come now, return to the embrace of the Holy Church, where thousands upon thousands of believers across the world will be at your command, she says, much to Eileen's visible irritation. To think they would go as far as fabricating a prophecy just to win Zhu Yi over, Eileen thinks with a look of pure annoyance. Do they want him to become a leader of the church? Suddenly, footsteps approach. It seems young people like you all enjoy this place. This catches the attention of her and Bai Heiyu, who bow respectfully. Chairman Roz, they say. Then he walks over to him and speaks. Zhou Yi, I'm not a man of many words, so I'll be blunt. I have high expectations for a promising young man like you. Are you interested in joining our city defense force? He stares in surprise. Then the chairman signals to the subordinate behind him. Upon the signal, he pulls out a smart tablet. This man, Ta Bai, allowed the heroes guarding the city to sleep outdoors. He is beyond redemption. He cheated publicly as a selection judge for personal gain and forced recruits to slaughter one another during training. A corrupt man like that deserves death. He then approaches and presses a remote into his hand, saying, "Press this and Ta Bai dies." His life is now in your hands. Behind him, Ai Lin is utterly stunned. Would the military really discard a major general like Ta Bai for Zhou Yi? After a moment of reflection, he suddenly tosses the remote back to the man and says, "I have no interest in execution." This makes the man burst into laughter. "Good, you truly are a decent person. I like you." He continues to recruit him, saying, "Little Joe, join me, and I can elevate you to become a leader among the youth. I'll make you the hero of Minghai City." Hearing the word hero, Zhou Yi suddenly pauses. A hero? Ai Lin watches anxiously, wondering if he is actually tempted. Then she curses herself. Damn it, Ai Lin, those are the three great families. You cannot let your selfishness cause Zhou Yi to offend all three great families at once. As long as he doesn't join the military, it's fine. After thinking for a while, Zhou Yi begins to raise his hand. The man is momentarily thrilled, thinking, "That's right, Zhou Yi. A smart man knows how to choose." A second later, his jaw drops at the young man's words. "I appreciate the high regard you have for me, but I know I am not the prodigy you imagine. Before arriving in Minghai City, I encountered a monster that nearly killed me in the wilderness. Even now, the memory of its gaping maw terrifies me. I am unworthy of such generous treatment." All three of them stare at him in bewilderment. Then Zhou Yi turns to look at Ai Lin. Hearing his declaration, a smile spreads across her face. Even Zhang Ji and his sister cannot hide their joy. Seeing this, he feels happy as well and leaves with them, right in front of the three leaders. "Let's go, we'll eat at a street stall." A short while later, after leaving the table, it turns out the three leaders had already reached an agreement. Zhou Yi cannot be considered a member of any of our families. Therefore, according to the plan agreed upon by the three houses, we will eliminate him in the third round. Bai Heiyu is too bored to even speak. "What a pity," the woman adds, feeling sorry for him. "May the gods grant him peace." Scene change, the opening day of the selection's third round at the training hall. At the Abyss teleportation gate, Ai Lin and Kirui stand tall, staring at a flower monster as others begin to arrive. Many others are gossiping, wondering if she is the final round's judge. Captain Haley of the 10th Squad steps out from the flower bud and speaks. "First, congratulations to all of you for persevering this far. After the first 2 rounds, the current rankings are as follows." The scoreboard displays the information. Zhou Yi round 1, 100 points, round 2, 100 points, total 200 points. Tony Olaf round 1, 49 points, round 2, 95 points, total 144 points. Bai Heiyu round 1, 38 points, round 2, 90 points, total 128 points. Karen User round 1, 35 points, round 2, 92 points, total 127 points. Zhang Ji round 1, 50 points, round 2, 71 points, total 121 points. Lu Jiao round 1, 21 points, round 2, 98 points, total 119 points. Currently, Zhou Yi holds a commanding lead of over 56 points. However, you could still be overtaken in the third round. Next, I will introduce the rules for this stage, which takes place in the C-Rank Abyss, Qiang Mountain. In the third round, you will face a 240-hour survival challenge on Qiang Mountain while hunting the monsters within this abyss. Throughout Kiang Mountain, there are 4 ranks of monsters: Soldier, Knight, Guardian, and Leader, worth 1, 10, 50, and 100 points respectively. Over these 10 days, your kill points plus your previous scores will determine the top 10 candidates who will join the Slayer squad, considering your average skill level. Even the strongest leader rank monsters can be defeated with proper coordination. You may form squads of up to 3. Teammates cannot attack each other and will share points equally. Teaming up increases your chances of survival in the abyss, but it also means your relative rankings may remain unchanged. So choose your teammates wisely. Haley pulls a lollipop from her mouth, tosses it into the flower bud, and smiles. Squads 1 and 10 will do their best to ensure your safety. If we fail to rescue you in time, I'll simply use your remains as fertilizer for my lovely little pets. Her words leave the entire crowd paralyzed with fear. She then announced that the official competition would begin once the 30-minute preparation period ended. Suddenly, someone rushed toward Zhou Yi and pleaded eagerly for the Great Master to lead him, as he was currently ranked 13th. This caused others to scramble after him, shouting for the captain to let them join his team and promising not to get in his way. However, Zhou Yi flatly refused, leaving the crowd stunned and speechless as he told them he couldn't form a team with them. He warned them to stay as far away from him as possible once the match started, but they stubbornly insisted they could help him with their numbers. Suddenly, the people who were just pleading with him turned and shouted at the other young man, while Zhang Ji signaled his approval of the situation. He cheered for his big brother, but his joy lasted only a few seconds before the woman who had begged him to join her team reappeared. She stood behind Zhang Ji, and sensing his awkwardness, he instinctively turned to see the strange group following her. Lu Jiao then confirmed their grim premonition. The military is determined to win the championship this time, and they believe that by eliminating the captain, they will secure the top spot. A heavy silence fell over the group as she explained that they had humiliated the military in the previous round, and knowing them, they wouldn't let it slide. Zhang Ji realized that after he rejected the 3 families, he had to be wary of an ambush, and if they didn't strike outside, they would do it during the match. Panicking, Zhang Ji wondered what to do since more than half of the finalists were members of the 3 great families. He questioned if the 3 of them could take on such a large group, but Zhou Yi calmed him down before Hao Yu approached with a friendly smile. He remarked that the 3 of them forming a team was exactly as he predicted, but noted that they weren't the only ones capable of soul-beast resonance. He warned them that the 3 families had joined forces to deal with them, and suggested that Zhou Yi withdraw now to keep their previous agreement. Zhou Yi stubbornly thanked him for the kind offer, but remained firm in his decision to continue the competition. He mentioned that he wanted to become the first person to ever take the top spot in all 3 rounds of the selection trial. Suddenly, someone from behind him rushed forward, recalling when Zhou Yi, Zhang Ji, and Lu Jiao had cautiously exited the gloomy portal earlier. He scanned the surroundings, certain they intended to attack him within the abyss, and then turned to give his companions their instructions. He told the 2 of them to split up and head in different directions, while he stayed behind to hold their enemies at bay, despite Zhang Ji's protests. He looked back and explained that against the 3 families, it made no difference whether there were 3 of them or just him alone. He urged them to lead the others to earn points while he drew their attention, as a defeated fire snake bird now lay motionless on the ground. Zhang Ji's group watched the creature struggle for breath as he wept, moved by Zhou Yi's sacrifice to face the 3 families alone for their sake. The followers also cried, vowing to win the championship for him and promising to follow their big brother for the rest of their lives. They praised the great master's righteousness, admitting they never thought they would have a chance to reach the top 10 before entering. Elsewhere, a bolt of lightning struck as Lu Jiao used her abilities to bring down a massive gorilla, leaving it collapsed on the earth. She stood silently watching it, while the others nearby encouraged everyone to kill more monsters and earn points to honor Zhou Yi's kindness. She sadly recalled the times he had saved her, wondering how many times Zhou Yi had come to their rescue now. As his image appeared in her mind, her face turned bright red as she wondered if he might actually have feelings for her. She thought about his ambiguous relationships with Vice Captain A.I. Lin and the girl from the Zhang family, covering her face in embarrassment. She felt flustered by the thought of being his secret lover and wondered how she could ever repay such a massive debt of gratitude. Behind her, an archer smiled and remarked that they all owed Zhou Yi a great favor, which a nearby female assassin agreed with. The girl joked about offering herself to him since she had never spoken to him, causing Lu Jiao to scream in a sudden outburst of jealousy. The others were confused by her reaction and told her to focus on the battle as someone else dashed through the trees with pursuers in tow. A man shouted that Zhou Yi's soul beast resonance power would eventually run out and ordered his subordinates to stay close as they checked their trackers. "Boss, the points for Liu Dao and Zhang Zhai have already surpassed yours." Hearing this made him even more anxious. "Don't worry about that, we just need to kill Zhou Yi. There will be plenty of time to deal with the others later." From above, Zhou Yi looked down at them with a smug smile. "Did you really think I was just acting as bait to buy time?" He chuckled to himself. "Of course not. It's because traveling with those two isn't as flexible as being alone. I couldn't have carried out the next part of my plan with them." An ape blocked his path, forcing him to stop midair. "You guys have no idea, do you?" In front of him, a pack of monsters glared at Zhou Yi with pure rage. Hundreds of eyes stared him down as he thought proudly, "I have the ability to hide among these monsters." Then he suddenly dashed out of the forest. Before him lay a lake filled with beasts soaking in the water. The group chasing him finally burst out from the woods. One man shouted, "Boss, those are spiky-thorn beasts." Another noted, "He's trying to lure us toward them." Tony, still fearless, replied, "What's there to be afraid of? We have the numbers on our side." Immediately after, he transformed, gaining the fur of a great serpent ape and the sharp horns of a heavy-horned beast, while Zhou Yi vanished into the herd of monsters. The group stood at the water's edge, staring at the monsters. He roared as the crowd lost their sense of direction, "Do you really think you can keep hiding?" He glared and barked an order, "Find him! Search now!" His subordinates began scouring the herd of beasts. As darkness fell, he shouted to those deep within the pack. "Have you found Zhou Yi yet?" They replied, "No, not yet." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi hid behind a beast, silently observing. He looked at his hands and thought, "Things are getting much livelier now." He then dug his nails into a monster, making it shriek in pain. At the same time, the other beasts began to howl, sending the group into a state of panic. The stampeding beasts attacked everything in sight, scattering the men. Outside the chaos, Tony continued to scream, "You blind mongrels, kill them all, we'll take their points for ourselves." Only then did he notice the cold, red eyes watching him. Apes and giant birds surged out from the forest, roaring with fury. Tony's men were surrounded on all sides, forced to huddle in a circle. As the angry cries drew closer, he turned and issued another command. "These blind beasts, slaughter them all and claim their points." Soon after, the humans and monsters engaged in a fierce, bloody battle. With a wave of his hand, an ice pillar impaled an ape. His face was twisted with rage as he shouted, "Finish this quickly, don't let Zhou Yi get away." Whistling blades flew through the air amidst the screams. Time passed until the final blow was struck. The men stood panting heavily, staring at the carcasses of the beasts. Tony then turned to the saintess. "We haven't lost him, have we?" She checked her device and the blood-stained compass, confirming, "He's still in the vicinity." One man stared at his bracelet in shock. Looking at the score, he stammered, "How is this possible? Why don't I have any points?" The system display flickered. "Tony Olaf, current points 0. The group was bewildered. "How can this be?" Another notification appeared on the leaderboard. Current leader, Zhou Yi, 73 points. The area suddenly fell silent. High up in a tree, Zhou Yi hid and looked down, feeling smug about the system's announcement. He recalled the rules for stealing points. According to the regulations, only the one who delivers the killing blow to a monster receives the points. He had delivered the final strikes, leaving the subordinates in a state of confusion. "So I just need to steal the last hit, and the points will be mine." He became more proficient as he went on. "Go Ziopan, kill all the monsters that are near death." Ziopan lunged forward, biting and finishing off the beasts as he laughed triumphantly. His score continued to climb. "Giving me so many points for free? Much appreciated." Behind him, Hao Yu recognized the weapon Zhou Yi had left behind, the feather whip. He pulled out the weapon and held it up for Tony to see. "It's Zhou Yi." Seeing this, Tony grew even more enraged. "Damn it, he played us for fools again." Up in the tree, Zhou Yi held a large rock with a savage grin. "That was nothing." He bared his teeth and hurled the stone downward. "This is what it really means to be played." The rock hit the water with a massive splash. The group looked toward the sound in alarm as something began to surface from the depths. A massive beast lunged out of the water, roaring in anger at the group. Its eyes glared at the people standing by the lake, leaving them in a state of panic. The saintess's eyes widened in horror, and Hao Yu recognized the king of the lake. He gritted his teeth in fear as the system displayed the information. King of Mirror Lake, the giant serpent. Danger level, boss grade. The serpent looked down at them and demanded, "Who dares disturb my slumber?" One of the men recognized it immediately. "The king of Mirror Lake, it's a boss grade," he shouted as a warning. "Everyone prepare for battle." He turned around in a rage. "Joe, provoked it on purpose. He wants it to attack us. Should we retreat?" But Tony stubbornly rejected the idea. "Retreat! Everyone here is an elite from a great family. It's just a single boss-grade monster. What is there to fear?" From the tree, Joe sat cross-legged and watched with excitement. "That's right. Don't be afraid. Just do it if you all run away." With a smug expression, he wondered how he could possibly take points from them as the python roared, and the man ordered his team into formation. They reached out to reveal the gems within, forming a barrier that successfully intercepted the python's lashing tail. Joe shielded his face from the shockwave atop the tree, scoffing at the lack of damage while staring at Tony through the translucent shield. Nearby, the cloaked figures charged forward, as one of them leaped into the air to activate soul beast resonance alongside his comrade. The punch to the python's face did absolutely nothing, leaving him wide-eyed with shock as he recalled Bai Heiwu's previous warning. "You two aren't the only contestants capable of unleashing soul beast resonance in this place," he thought as his expression grew increasingly anxious. He wondered if even Bai Heiwu's subordinates possessed the power of soul beast resonance when Zio Pan suddenly appeared and told him to look closer. As his body shifted into a serpent-like warrior form, Joe watched with wide eyes while the others continued their grim struggle against the python. He realized with a start that they were grafting monster parts onto their own bodies, just as the saintess below ordered the two giants to advance. The two men discarded their cloaks and knelt, revealing turtle shells embedded in their flesh and covered in enchanted talismans. Clasping their hands, they prayed for their lord to command their sinful bodies to annihilate the enemy and manifest his divine might. The talismans on the shells ignited on command, causing strange scripts to appear on their bodies as they writhed in agonizing pain and bled. Turtle-headed creatures emerged from their backs and opened their maws to drain their life force, gradually replacing their entire bodies. As the two men shriveled away, Joe watched in horror from above while the python lashed its tail toward the group. They dodged quickly, and one lunged to bite the python, causing it to shriek in pain as he clung tightly to its retreating form while the audience watched in terror. "Is this some kind of joke? What is happening?" The commentator shouted before explaining that these were awakened members of the Ability Church. He explained they were using prayer to activate their inner power during the bloody battle, adding that while it looked eerie, it was their normal state. This was simply their standard combat form, and after a fierce struggle, the python finally collapsed onto the ground in defeat. He pointed and ordered them to finish it off, just as Joe leaped from the tree and dove down with grim determination. Tony noticed him and smirked, turning back with a cold gaze as he remarked that Joe had finally taken the bait to steal the kill. Ice pillars erupted and startled Joe, trapping him within an ice prison as Bai Heiwu moved in to block his path. The saintess charged from the other side while Tony stared him down smugly, yet Joe remained calm despite being surrounded by icy spikes. The commentator marveled at the brilliant plan, noting how Tony Olaf had used the King of Mirror Lake as bait to finally trap Joe. The camera focused on the composed Joe as the commentator wondered if he would be forced into a 3-on-1 direct confrontation. Silence fell as Tony laughed and challenged him to try and escape, but Joe only smiled back while hooking something with his finger. Darts flew out from the forest and struck the old python to finish it off, leaving Tony to turn around in utter disbelief. He turned back in frustration, only to find that Joe had vanished, until a voice from behind the feathers startled him. He noted the beast only had one breath left, and mockingly suggested that he couldn't have stolen the kill if they had just finished it themselves. Confused as to how he had reached the monster so quickly, the man recalled Joe's earlier escape and the activation of his transformation. In his serpent form, he smugly thanked them for their hard work and claimed the 100 points while the other man gnashed his teeth in rage. The commentator shouted in excitement at the unexpected turn of events, marveling that they still hadn't managed to capture him. Joe had toyed with another squad once more, successfully securing 100 points by delivering the final blow to the King of Mirror Lake. Amidst a gloomy forest of white bones where two others fought a giant beast, Erlin watched from a distant cliff as the commentator's voice echoed. It was an unpredictable development, as Joe had turned the members of the three great families who came to hunt him into his own personal laborers. Erlin covered her mouth and stifled a laugh, thinking to herself that Zhou Yi's latest tactic was truly quite devious. Tony's group must be furious by now as Zhou Yi and Tony's faction stood facing each other on the vast grassy field. Hao Yu glanced at the panting, wolf-handed man and bit his lip, thinking that chasing Zhou Yi at this rate was a complete waste of time. If he could convince Tony to stop and give up his rivalry with Zhou Yi, he might still be able to build a relationship with him later. With a cold expression, he spoke up, suggesting to Tony that the score gap would only grow, so they should each leave a team to harass Zhou Yi. The three of them should focus on gathering points first as a swift figure leaped from the ground, and Zhou Yi landed on a large branch. To the astonishment of the crowd, he smirked and reminded them that their break was over and it was time to work, just as the ground began to tremble and a two-horned beast charged toward them, leaving Tony and Hao Yu wide-eyed with shock. A small, teary-eyed snake flew over, leading a blade-wielding monkey riding atop a roaring, spotted bear as it screamed in terror. "Boss, I've lured the monsters here," as two red-eyed creatures approached majestically, including a corporal bear knight of leader-level danger, causing Tony to grit his teeth in a cold sweat, sensing trouble. Hao Yu frowned and growled that it was happening again as the corporal bear roared with a bloodshot maw, while Zhou Yi watched silently with a sinister smirk. The vast forest was submerged in the quiet night with peaceful clouds drifting across the sky, marking 2 days since the competition began. Sharp stone claws shattered a massive boulder as the creature repeatedly lunged at the airborne Zhou Yi, who effortlessly evaded its strikes. While Tony's group watched in awe from behind, Zhou Yi touched 2 fingers to his forehead in a farewell gesture, smiling as he looked down and spoke. "I'll leave this to you," he said, followed by a thunderous explosion and billowing dust as someone shouted that Tony's camp was under enemy attack. A massive beast with glowing red eyes and murderous intent charged forward, revealing itself as a heavy-horned beast that began wreaking havoc. Tony snapped that they weren't even allowed to sleep in peace, while Zhou Yi stood watching the empty space filled only with swirling dust. A deformed humanoid creature covered in sharp stone layers stared at him, and returning to the present, Tony's brows furrowed. His eyes focused on his wrist as the screen displayed the names of Zhou Yi, Lu Jiao, Zhang Zhebai, Hao Yu, Karen User, and Tony Olaf. He gritted his teeth in fury, wondering why someone so powerful didn't just lure a horde of monsters to eliminate them directly. Regaining his composure, Tony glanced back and calculated that if they were all eliminated, he could easily win the competition in first place. There was no need for such complexity, yet sweat dripped down his face as he realized the boys' current actions felt more like a special training session. Someone shouted about their breakthrough while another man waved his arms joyfully, claiming he could now trigger soul resonance, just as someone else yelled for everyone to get out of the way. The monster delivered a lethal blow that shook the earth, prompting Tony to rush forward in worry as the man from before squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth. Feeling no impact, he opened his eyes to see Zhou Yi had arrived just in time, swooping in to grab him and safely setting him back on the ground as the man offered his thanks. Zhou Yi warned with a smile that losing focus during battle was extremely dangerous, leaving the man stunned and forced to admit that despite being an enemy, he was a good person. Tony clenched his jaw with a darkened face and roared at Zhou Yi, asking if he was trying to humiliate them, but Zhou Yi dismissed the idea and pointed his finger. With an overwhelming aura, he stated firmly that they were not his enemies, as his only foes had always been the monsters ravaging the human world, leaving the other man wide-eyed. Rocks flew as the monster kicked up dust, and someone cheered that the kill was theirs and they had earned points, leaving him questioning what was happening. He was no longer competing for kills as Zhou Yi hovered above, indifferently looking down and asking who else wanted to slay monsters and earn points. "Then follow me," he said, and despite their nerves, they exchanged glances and followed him as he watched from above while they attacked the giant beast. Zhou Yi commanded the contestants from the 3 great clans in the forest valleys and by the lakes to battle monsters, and Tony approached, realizing that although no one admitted it. In reality, the plan to surround and kill Zhou Yi had failed the moment the SRTE stone puppet fell, as the deformed creature opened its hairy maw. Afterward, Zhou Yi only killed monsters when saving people, leaving almost all the points to them, leading him to suspect Zhou Yi knew the unannounced special rule that contestants only needed to earn points in this round. To ultimately join the monster-slaying squad, he explained, noting that Zhou Yi was willing to help anyone who aspired to join the unit. Face the monsters, Zhang Zhebai and Lu Jiao waved at Zhou Yi as the tension vanished, transforming a life-or-death competition into a massive live combat training exercise. The warriors stood together against the ferocious beasts, as both the three clans' contestants and those close to the slaying squad began cooperating to wipe out the monsters in the area. He spread his wings and hovered before the light like a descending deity, drawing the gazes of everyone behind him and shifting their allegiances. They now stood on the same front under his leadership, while Tony broke into a cold sweat, deeply reflecting on Zhou-Yi's focus. Is he truly the unstable, destructive element my father warned about? Inside the military camp, Tony sat on a rock with his head bowed, wondering why he was being compared to that man. I feel like a villain myself. Beside him, his subordinate continued to instigate, saying that Zhou-Yi would never let their people be killed by monsters. We can exploit his principles by setting a trap with explosives, so when he comes to the rescue, we can take him down with us. Hearing those words only fueled his frustration, confirming his role as a villain, yet the subordinate persisted, claiming this was the only way to eliminate Zhou-Yi. Otherwise, Zhou-Yi would emerge victorious. Tony ignored him, lost in thought as memories of his childhood began to resurface. Back then, he was just a young boy wielding a wooden sword and playing superhero, dreaming of becoming a great hero who would save the world. With an innocent face, he declared he would become stronger than his father, just as his parents, a young Roder and Sina Anby, approached him. Tony rushed to embrace his mother, who smiled and encouraged him, telling him that he must grow up quickly then. He had truly wanted to save the world, but happiness was fleeting, and on a day of torrential rain, his mother, Sina Anby, passed away. Still a young boy, Tony wept before his mother's grave, while the attendees ignored his grief and whispered among themselves. Have you heard? Sina's expedition team suffered from internal strife in the abyss, where members of the slaying team, the Bai family, and our own people clashed for unknown reasons. Their lack of cooperation led to their slaughter by the Abyss Lord. Tony remembered his father's cold expression, realizing that his mother's death taught his father that if the factions of Minghai City did not unite, humanity's precious strength would be wasted on internal conflict. As time passed and Tony grew, his father assigned him a mission, stating the perfect time had come to seize control of both the Zhang family and the slaying team. He promised to provide the strongest team, insisting that Tony must win this year's selection competition, and Tony resolved to succeed by any means necessary. He had to consolidate humanity's power in his own hands, following his father's path, which he fully supported, while Tony was lost in these memories. Some of his teammates were discussing how they thought they were about to be killed by a stone monster until, in a flash, they opened their eyes again. Zhou-Yi had carried them to safety, and hearing those conversations made Tony question if their current path was truly the only way forward. His subordinate continued to urge him, suggesting that since using such underhanded tactics would bring infamy, Tony should let him handle everything and claim he acted without orders. Tony replied firmly that under his command, the leader takes full responsibility, and he would never let a subordinate take the blame for his actions. He ordered the plan to proceed, staring into the flickering flames and declaring that he absolutely could not afford to lose this competition. The next day, Tony continued his journey, raising his hand to activate his power and freezing the path of a massive beast right in front of him. His team provided support from the air, and through their coordinated efforts, the beast was quickly brought down as his subordinates approached him. They informed him that the sacrificial soldiers were ready and asked for the order to strike, but Tony hesitated when he saw a subordinate saluting him. Someone nearby called out to him, but Tony was lost in thought, realizing that with just a single command to attack, he could eliminate his greatest threat, Zhou-Yi, yet he found himself unable to speak. The previous night, he had held a private meeting with two subordinates. They planned to lure Zhou-Yi into a rescue by pretending to be overwhelmed by a monster, using secret miniature explosives they had developed. This trump card was specifically meant for Zhou-Yi, intended to detonate once he was close, as the organization had invested heavily in training ghost soldiers like them. He warned them not to disappoint him, and they assured him that the mission would be successfully completed. "Young master, do you wish to say a few words?" Tony replied irritably. "What is there left for me to say? Haven't you already planned everything out?" "I think father's arrangements are quite good, so why pretend to ask for my opinion? Are you mocking me? I'm going out for some fresh air, do not follow me." The moonlight that night was quite full. It illuminated the area where Tony stood as he walked away, unable to quell his rage. To eliminate Zhou-Yi, how could they use the lives of their own people as bait? While lost in thought, voices ahead caught his attention. "Brother Ye, what are you thinking about? You even led members of the three great families to compete for points." He watched from behind the trees. It was Zhu Ye's group, and he was talking with Zhang Ji and Lu Jiao. "What is the point of all this constant infighting? Everyone has seen over the past 2 days that we can clearly cooperate. The monsters are our true common enemy." Only then did he realize his hand had been scorched by the fire this whole time. Zhu Yi immediately jumped up and cried out in pain. Tony watched the scene secretly, lost in thought. "Father, can we only unite humanity by eliminating those who refuse to submit? Is Zhu Yi truly the terrorist element you claimed must be eradicated?" Returning to the present, Tony's expression was conflicted while his subordinates stood ready. "Commence the operation." "Understood." They charged toward the massive beast, and the chaotic battle officially began as one of them shouted the order to move out. He carried many strange items while running, and seeing this, Tony's face darkened with extreme fury. He shouted angrily for them to return, causing Zhu Yi to turn around in surprise. Just then, a scream rang out as the monster approached, crying for help before the beast lunged at him. Suddenly, a strange feather appeared out of nowhere. In this life-or-death situation, Zhu Yi managed to turn back in time to save him, and that person was none other than he. Once rescued, he flashed a bizarre smile, and then a man standing behind Tony shouted gleefully that Zhu Yi's head would now belong to him. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped him, followed by a massive pillar of radiance striking the ground from above, leaving the man stunned and contemplative. "What, is this not a bomb explosion?" At that moment, a surge of light carrying a powerful electric current blasted the man away while Zhu Yi struggled to fly, filled with confusion. "What is happening?" As the man lost consciousness, he fought to push through the chaos, and then the monster began to roar. It lunged wildly at him while he tried to break free. Zhang Ji stood by, speechless with horror, as Lu Jiao suddenly shouted that the monster had lost control. Tony and his subordinate were also struggling to grasp the situation, and the henchman fearfully asked the young master what was happening as Tony stood there in shock. He wondered if the boy was actually undergoing a tribulation here. A pack of ferocious beasts suddenly charged forward, growling as they converged on Zhu Yi's position, reminding him of the monsters from the abyss. Giant birds also flocked toward that spot, leading him to conclude they were all gathering around Zhu Yi. Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands stood up in outrage, shouting that the monsters had gone mad and everything was in chaos. "Can anyone explain what is going on?" The commentator began to speak, explaining that as everyone likely knew. Human awakeners rely on monster crystals and remains to use their abilities, but to the abyssal world where these creatures dwell. This is viewed as an invasion by foreign entities. He continued his explanation more loudly, noting that according to the Church's teachings, the abyssal world possesses a world known as the Supreme God, which seeks to destroy any human it senses is about to become a powerful elite. Zhu Yi's body appeared on the screen within the pillar of light as the commentator asked if everyone had seen the lightning strike the contestant, calling it a lethal attack. If an awakener survives the Supreme God's ultimate strike, their strength will ascend to another level. This is the tribulation we awakeners often speak of, though he worriedly added that no one had ever undergone one within the abyss before. "This is a severe incident, and the match must be stopped immediately." Suddenly, unfamiliar footsteps approached, and it was none other than Roz who issued a stern command. "Open the abyssal teleportation gate." At that moment, the captain of the first squad arrived to report bad news as a dark object appeared within the portal. As he explained that they were currently unable to enter, the scene shifted back to the forest where the battle was raging. Zhu Yi was struggling through intense pain, worrying that he was doomed and feeling a growing fear upon realizing the monsters were targeting only him. He summoned his remaining strength to make a decision, knowing he needed to enter his combat state to deal with so many monsters, yet. Despite being surrounded by terrifying beasts, he hesitated, knowing that transforming into a monster here would reveal his secret. The monsters growled at him with eerie eyes as 4 figures dashed through the raging wind. Tony looked back at the pack and laughed gleefully, thinking that heaven was on their side, and Zhu Yi was surely dead without them needing to lift a finger. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and wondered where the young master had gone, while Zhu Yi was currently facing off against 3 ferocious beasts. Suddenly, sharp shards of ice shot out. Fortunately, Tony had appeared just in time to cast an ice spell to protect him. His veins bulged with effort as Tony thought to himself that if even the abyssal world considered Zhu Yi a threat that had to be eliminated, I definitely can't let it achieve its goal, Tony shouted, ordering, "Hey, Zhuye, get up right now." Zhuye's face was filled with shock. Suddenly, an unknown force hurled his body into the air. He was bewildered, wondering why he was suddenly floating. A massive bolt of lightning struck his body with immense energy. Zhuye screamed in agony, his eyes turning completely white. Zhang Zhai reached out and spoke urgently. "The monsters are about to surround us. We must take Brother Yi and retreat." Tony stopped him, saying, "Wait, don't touch him." Zhuye was currently being tormented by a massive surge of electricity. He explained that for an awakened undergoing tribulation, they must endure 3 trials. First is surviving the heavenly lightning strikes. Second is dealing with the beast tide stirred by the will of the abyss. Third is confronting the monsters they have previously slain within their own mental realm. He stood frozen as the other's body writhed in intense pain, explaining that awakened who undergo tribulation in the abyss usually die a tragic death. During tribulation in the real world, one wouldn't face a beast tide. Even setting up lightning rods nearby would hardly mitigate the heavenly lightning. An awakened only needs to defeat the illusory monsters in their mental realm to succeed. Tony's face was filled with deep concern. However, it seems Zhuye had no idea what a tribulation entailed, which is why he entered the abyss now. Interrupting his process at this moment would only cause a fatal backlash. He might die instantly. Lu Jiao spoke in a panic. "What should we do now?" Tony summoned an ice sword and commanded, "Stop these monsters before he wakes up." Facing the situation where they were surrounded by massive, grotesque monsters, he assigned each person a side to defend, and Lu Jiao complied. "Understood." The red-eyed beasts roared in fury. Tony used all his strength, swinging his sword to deliver sharp, lethal strikes. Lu Jiao used her staff to discharge bolts of lightning. Zhang Zhai unleashed an attack and shouted, "Don't even think about getting past me." The battle raged fiercely as dust filled the air. Suddenly, the other teammates appeared and charged into the fray with burning determination. "Charge with me," he exclaimed. "Didn't I tell you all to retreat?" They showed great resolve, saying, "We were all saved by Zhuye. How could we abandon him and run away?" Suddenly, a massive black hand lunged at the young man. It snatched him up and crushed his body within its giant palm. The others, still undeterred, shouted to continue the fight. Witnessing their fighting spirit, Tony was utterly stunned. Before his eyes were these small yet incredibly powerful individuals. They were confronting terrifying beasts. He secretly admired them for risking their lives to save Zhuye. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from behind Tony. He turned around in shock, only to find a monster's palm right in front of him. The hand tightened around his body, causing blood to gush from his mouth. Tony's face was tense, masked with agony. On a cliff, another group appeared. They witnessed the entire heroic battle below. One of them spoke. "Another group has arrived. They won't be able to hold them off much longer." The leader spoke up. "Everyone, look at what Zhuye has done for us until today. I believe everyone has seen it clearly. Now that he's in trouble, we should be the ones helping him." One man disagreed, exclaiming, "Zhuye is our primary enemy, yet you want to save him. The young master isn't here. You should listen to me now. Retreat, that's an order." In response to those words, the others stood in silence. An angry voice then echoed throughout the forest. "As soldiers, do you really intend to disobey orders?" Meanwhile, Tony was still struggling within the monster's grip, shouting for it to let him go. Suddenly, he saw a giant bird diving down to snatch Zhuye. However, it was instantly frozen solid, even though Tony was being restrained by the monster. His hand could still channel his power. The bird was crushed along with the shattering ice. The monster then slammed Tony violently onto the ground. Blood poured from his mouth as the ground beneath him caved in. He spotted another monster rushing to attack Zhuye, yet Tony still tried his best to protect him. With his last bit of strength, he thought, "Damn it, I still can't stop it, no." Sharp claws were closing in on Zhuye. He thought to himself, "It's too late." Unexpectedly, the sharp claws were blocked by a shield. It turned out to be the city defense sergeant, Ru. Seeing this, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. He exclaimed, "Ru!" Along with him, powerful footsteps approached. The soldiers simultaneously created a barrier, and they were now safe within a sturdy protective layer. Tony sat up and asked, "Why are you all?" Ru turned to look at him with a determined gaze, saying, "Young master, the brothers all returned of their own free will. We won't abandon you to retreat first." Tony was stunned by his sincere words, but Ru added, "Furthermore, it's not just us." Just then, a group of people in cloaks appeared and charged at the beasts. He spoke, "The others have returned as well." It was Hao Yu, Qi Rui, and the rest. He ordered his comrades, "Follow me." A pack of ferocious monsters rushed in to attack. The saintess immediately took action, commanding her spirit beasts to repel the monsters. Lu Jiao gripped her weapon, observing the situation, and asked, "Why did you all come here? Didn't we tell you to go on ahead? Even the members of the three great families have returned, so how could we just stand by and watch?" She hesitated for a moment, but seeing this, the man replied that he knew it was very dangerous. "However, Chu Yi has saved us numerous times, and now it is finally our turn to step up." Just then, someone approached Tony and remarked that it was a pity. "That monster failed to kill you." It was Zhang Ji, who calmly looked at Tony and asked if he could still hold on. "You possess the most extensive combat experience here. For the past few days, Chu Yi has been guiding our tactical training to revolve around your troops." He somberly stated that the battle command was being entrusted to him, leaving Tony utterly stunned as he stood before the crowd. He asked seriously if they still trusted him, to which the saintess reacted with an expressionless gaze, while Hao Yu silently nodded instead of speaking. Lu Yao also remained silent for a moment, and seeing the quiet response before him, Tony was left in a state of disbelief. His hands clenched and trembled as if he were struggling to endure, but after gathering his courage, Tony loudly ordered the Cheng Feng army to follow him and defend the front. Everyone else was told to take their defensive positions as rehearsed and move quickly because another wave of monsters was approaching, to which they all responded in unison. Over here, Chuya looked up to see a massive map, just as his handheld phone rang with a suggestion to cut the signal. Chuya disagreed and barked that it must not be cut, leaving the person on the other end flustered since this was already a live broadcast mishap. If it continues, the impact will be negative, but Chuya shouted in frustration that this was the first time the awakened of Minghai City had set aside their differences. They were united in battle as the song continued to echo, not just for the audience on site to encourage them to hold on for victory. It was also so that all the citizens of Minghai City could witness it. As time passed after a grueling battle, Tony strained himself while shouting. The number of monsters was not decreasing, and at this rate they would not last much longer, causing him to roar in anger, wondering if Chuyi was finished yet. Just then he appeared with eyes full of power and a cold demeanor before tightly closing his eyes. With a determined attitude, Chuyi opened his eyes after a moment as if perfectly timing it, only to be stunned by the sight of a nearly abandoned city and wondering how he arrived there. At that moment, Chuyi was startled and turned around to the sound of war drums as a series of dark shadows gradually emerged before him. Sensing that the situation was dire, he frowned and focused on his surroundings, recognizing the shadows as the Mirror Lake Lord and the great sand monster from the city wall battle. The heavy-horned beastman and the bear knight, Goliath, appeared. He froze for a few seconds, wondering why these lord-level monsters he had already killed were here before little Roach suddenly appeared. This place is a consciousness domain created by the Abyss will to eliminate you, and as the monsters rose one by one, their appearances seemed slightly altered. Suddenly, a monster wielding a spear lunged forward and leaped toward him without hesitation, forcing Chuyi to retreat as little Roach provided further explanation. These creatures only resemble the monsters you encountered before, but the Abyss will has strengthened them to a level equivalent to your own. Suddenly, the shimmering water reacted violently with fire, but little Roach continued to reassure him and told him not to lose focus. Within this consciousness space, you will sustain damage that affects your spirit, and if you die here, even your undying power will not be able to save you. As soon as it leaped from the water, the monster charged again with its spear at incredible speed, its body engulfed in fierce flames, while Chuya quickly covered his palm with steel wings. At the perfect moment, he immediately punched it in the stomach without hesitation, causing the surrounding raging flames to be instantly extinguished. The monster stood perfectly still without moving, because Chuyi had infused his strike with certain toxins. Before it could recover, he swiftly punched it away, sending it crashing into a nearby building as Chuyi spoke with confidence. He asked if it couldn't even stand up when he hadn't used his full strength yet, while behind him, the sea monster he had previously defeated was pointing in his direction. It ordered its subordinates to ambush him by moving through the water, and while Chu Yi and Little Roach had not yet noticed, he wondered if these monsters felt nothing about their comrade being killed. Little Roach replied that they were merely war machines cloaked by the Abyss, while in the forms of the monsters he had previously encountered. They possess no emotions, consciousness, or memories, as every action is meant to destroy him. Once the first one fell, the second one immediately stepped forward. It rode upon a ferocious beast, and charged madly toward Chuyi as Little Roach explained that this was the savage bear charge technique of the Bear Knight Corporal. The impact force of such a monster could destroy the walls of Minghai City, and hearing this, Chuyi could not hide the joy in his heart. This was much better. If it were too weak, he wouldn't be able to test the true extent of his current strength, so he sent Little Roach, Zio Pan, into the fray. It transformed into a ferocious beast of unparalleled durability. "Come here, boss!" Chuyi then leaped high into the air and landed firmly on Little Roach's back. Chuckling with delight, he intended to defeat the foe using its own technique. As the two were on the verge of a head-on collision, Chuyi burst into laughter. He then used his weapon to engage the creature in an even match, and when the explosion erupted, water sprayed in every direction amidst the thick smoke of the impact. Chuyi successfully impaled his opponent, while Little Roach took the opportunity to strike a cool pose, clutching the enemy's head in its hand. However, their triumph was short-lived as another predator arrived, its massive, razor-sharp jaws suddenly emerging from beneath the shimmering water. It lunged to snap at him, but fortunately, Chuyi reacted in time and leaped upward, though the creature unfortunately possessed a tail designed to ensnare its prey. It then constricted Chuyi tightly, but he suddenly shifted into a different form and laughed, remarking that the long-armed sand ape was quite powerful. "But you're still too green, kid." As soon as he spoke, Chuyi tore its tail into 4 pieces and tossed them aside, causing the monster to shriek in agony. Suddenly, its body fell apart, and it died instantly before Chuyi, the monster that had truly reigned over this territory. Just as he returned to his original state, a second creature appeared, roaring as it fired a massive laser beam at him. Yet Chuyi remained fearless as he quickly bit into some stones he pulled from his bag. He hadn't had the chance to consume the attributes of his previous kills yet, and fortunately, items weren't lost in this area. Just then, the monster finished charging its power and fired directly at him. Simultaneously, Chuyi absorbed the stone and consumed the Mirror Lake King, gaining the Heavenly Dragon Torrent attribute before retaliating with his own massive beam, matching the monster move for move. Chuyi's power completely overwhelmed the beast, leaving it as nothing more than a headless, squirming carcass. As Chuyi wore a confident smile, the water seed on the other side trembled incessantly, thinking that this was exactly how he should be. Suddenly, Chuyi threw the monster's corpse toward the water seed, saying he remembered it could consume its own kind, and giving it permission to feast before fighting him, which made the creature laugh and warn him that he would regret his arrogance. Chuyi was suddenly taken aback, realizing the creature could speak, to which Little Roach explained that the Goliath was an extremely unique monster. Only one Goliath exists in the world, and all others are merely its clones. Even when appearing within your consciousness domain, it remains the same. It could still retain its original consciousness, and so the water seed followed Chuyi's suggestion, quickly absorbing the offspring it had just produced. It instantly transformed into something else right before Chuyi's eyes, while he stood perfectly still, watching as the creature's body was being reconstructed. Exhaling deeply, it remarked that after watching his battle, it realized its previous evolutionary path was a mistake, and that it should have been constantly seizing attributes for itself just as he did, but with one key difference. "I can utilize the attributes of both simultaneously." As soon as it finished speaking, it lunged forward, but before it could seize Chuyi, he delivered a heavy punch straight to its mouth, sending it flying hundreds of meters and spinning through the air as Chuyi began to taunt him. "You're quite clever, aren't you? To be able to deduce a budget version of my combat form in such a short time," he said, leaving the water seed stunned. "What, you've also mastered the art of using multiple attributes at once? Then why?" He cut him off. "One doesn't need a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken." Chuyi then opened his system interface and pulled out several exotic items, explaining that these were monster parts he had collected and telling him to eat them to absorb as many attributes as he had. "Let's see what tricks you can pull off," he said, causing Little Roach beside him to turn pale with fear as he asked why he was doing this, and if he wasn't afraid the Goliath would become uncontrollable. He chuckled and asked what kind of deception these monsters' attributes could possibly achieve, noting that nothing was better than seeing the original owner demonstrate the skills themselves, which made Little Roach laugh and call him despicable, yet worthy of being his chosen follower. After devouring the materials, the water seed laughed with satisfaction, claiming he had grown stronger, only to have Chuyi suddenly appear out of nowhere a second later. He punched him squarely in the mouth for the second time, and out of boredom, Chuyi pulled out even more items for him, telling him to keep eating since his kind thrived on consuming attributes. The Goliath felt he was ready, yet he was still sent flying by Chuyi, who repeated the process of feeding him attributes countless times. Thanks to the will of the abyss fighting in his stead, he was satisfied to witness many ways of utilizing attributes that he had never considered before, even if they didn't directly increase his stats. However, he was likely 5 times stronger than before now, and unless the abyss cheated by forcibly raising the Goliath's level, it wouldn't stand a chance. Otherwise, no matter how many attributes it consumes, it could not defeat someone of a higher level like him. After a game of cat and mouse, the water seed was exhausted and collapsed, wondering how else it could possibly evolve. What must I become to defeat him? It lamented, as Chuyi walked over, sat down, and sighed, noting that a paragon of a generation had been utterly ruined by his games. You can't even maintain your form anymore? Hang in there. I still have one last thing I want to take from you. He then bared his sharp fangs and began frantically devouring the water seed, while the system notifications repeatedly flashed. Plunder failed. Plunder failed, plunder failed. The little cockroach nearby watched in bewilderment, asking if he had some kind of perverted fetish. As he ate, Chuyi thought to himself that there must be an extremely rare, perhaps even conceptual, trait possessed by Goliath. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been impossible to seize a trait from it earlier, but suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted. Plunder successful, trait unplunderable. Even the little cockroach felt a chill reading about such a conceptual ability. Chuyi remarked that it actually existed, and likely could only be plundered by exploiting a bug in this unique space, as the cockroach began to urge him on. Hurry up and swallow it. I think it can upgrade my low-level abilities, it said, and after a satisfying feast. Chuyi finally obtained the rare golden crystal, smirking as he swallowed it, and noted that even the creature wasn't invincible. Rules must be obeyed, even in the abyss, and the moment he swallowed the crystal, its power surged through his entire body. Now he no longer feared encountering monsters that could steal his traits, and he turned his gaze toward the fading water seed. You're useless now, so just die, he said, and the creature actually thanked him piteously before the scene shifted outside. Tony and his subordinates were struggling to resist as he gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing they couldn't hold out much longer. Damn it, are we going to die like this? He wondered, but suddenly Chuyi appeared, muttering, feather blades storm as wings sprouted from his back. Sharp feathers rained down on the monsters, shredding them into mist, leaving Tony, his men, his teammates, and even the commentator in utter shock. The entire audience watching the match was stunned as Chuyi wiped out everything in seconds, a stark contrast to the others' desperate struggle. As night fell, they gathered to raise their glasses in celebration, and Chuyi thanked everyone for risking their lives to return and save him. Enough talk, I'll finish this glass first, he said, and everyone joined in, shouting cheers as they toasted together. One glass isn't enough since you helped us too, they said, while Tony shyly approached Chuyi and admitted he used to hate him but now truly admired him. My father believed unifying Minghai City's power under military leadership was the only way to counterattack the abyss, but these past few days have taught me otherwise. No matter the faction, we are all just humans to the abyss monsters. You were right that if our generation doesn't unite, then humanity is doomed to extinction. And Chuyi listened silently to his heartfelt words before stepping forward to clink glasses with Tony. Feeling guilty, Tony apologized for the harm they had caused him and his friends, looking down as he struggled to meet his eyes. Lu Yao frowned and remarked that she had waited a long time for that apology, promising that the 4 of them would urge their superiors to change their ways. They vowed to end the senseless internal strife, and Chuyi immediately let go of the past, raising his glass to toast to their victory. It was a long night for them all, and the scene shifted to the training hall's teleportation gate as they finally made it outside. The students who finished the exam were complaining incessantly about being sick of dry rations and wanting nothing more than a feast and a bath. I need a shower, I stink, one said, but suddenly the ground shook more violently than ever, leaving Chuyi stunned and wondering what was happening. As they all rushed outside together, they were met with a horrific sight of ruins and destruction everywhere they looked. Suddenly, Lu Yao noticed something and pointed toward the sky, asking what those hundreds of black spheres rising from all directions were. Amidst the piercing screams, the familiar voice of the commentator rang out as he ran over and tearfully clung to Chuyi's leg. Thank goodness you're safe, please save me, he cried, and as Chuyi tried to calm him and ask what happened, he screamed that everyone had gone mad. The 4 great families, the extermination squad, and the citizens are all slaughtering one another, and nearby, the killing continued unabated. People were crying for help as others, unable to distinguish friend from foe, frantically hunted for prey and shouted for everyone to die. The desperate pleas for help left the students pale with terror, and suddenly enemies appeared right behind them. Eventually, the group fell into a state of chaotic suspicion, with one man shouting to ask what they were doing, while others dismissed the idea of military schemes as nonsense. "So you really intend to slaughter us all, don't you?" Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Joe quickly intervened, urging them to stop their internal strife. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar as Lion rushed over to slice away a wriggling piece of flesh from the man's neck, allowing him to slowly regain consciousness and wonder where he was. "Where am I? Who are you people? What exactly is?" Joe held the lump of flesh and announced that these individuals were being controlled by a mushroom-like creature. He realized that simply removing the parasitic spores could restore them to normal, though he wondered how the mushroom monster had escaped after being captured by the commander. Questioning how it could have escaped, he turned to the commentator to ask when they had transformed and where the commander and the other experts were located. Just as the man was about to respond, his neck suddenly gave way and his head fell, leaving him a lifeless corpse right in front of the students. This left Joe staring in wide-eyed shock, because the one who had killed the commentator was none other than Erlin, who remarked that she truly couldn't understand humans. She noted that while controlling humans to kill directly was difficult, ordering them to deal with their own rivals could easily awaken their murderous intent. Sensing that something was different about her, the group stood frozen in confusion as Vice Captain Lynn Erlin gave a sinister smile, her eyes glowing red as she spoke. "It has been a long time, brat." This greeting left Joe feeling incredibly strange, and thus ends Chapter 94 of the story of reincarnating as a cockroach in the apocalypse. If you enjoyed this, please give us a like and subscribe to the channel, and we wish you all a wonderful day ahead.